our journey to write history. Actually, I did it already. Um, uh, so, this one, I don't understand. Huh? Huh? Yeah. So we are following the time strictly. 5 minutes every hour. But all I can take me 10 minutes. Honestly. Yeah, we are moving into, we are starting with empowering African rural transformation, unleashing the potential of agriculture, innovation and sustainability. Akinwumi Adesina by Akinwumi Adesina. Empowering African rural transformation, unleashing the potential of agriculture, innovation and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, I'm honored. It is with great enthusiasm that we are gathered again here for a profound exploration into the visionary speech delivered by Adesina Akinwumi, President of the African Development Bank. This speech delivered at the G20 meeting on One World No Hunger, Future of the Rural World in Berlin, Germany on April 22nd, 2017, resonates as a powerful call to action for the transformation of rural landscape across Africa with an unwavering focus on empowering continent and rural communities. President Adesina emulates the pressing challenges faced by millions while presenting a comprehensive roadmap towards sustainable development, innovation and prosperity. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us dive into the profound insights, strategic solutions and unpassioned advocacy that characterize this remarkable address, shedding light on the untapped potential of African rural world and its pivotal role in shaping a brighter future for all. Speech of Adesina Akinwumi. Good morning. I wish to thank my friend Minister Gaud Mula for inviting me to speak on this important forum on the future of the rural world. You are a great friend of Africa and of Africa development, and of Africa Development Bank. Germany is providing remarkable global leadership at a crucial time for the world. I welcome and highly commend Chancellor Angela Merkel for her inspiring leadership, for stepping up to support through the highest ever German support for international development, and most especially for launching the compact with Africa. And will work closely with Germany and the G20 to deliver on the compact across Africa as Africa's own bank. Trusted by Africans, we are best placed to do this. As you noted, when you visited our offices in Abidjan recently, the rural world is one I know very well. I grew out of poverty myself and went to a rural school where I had to walk for kilometers so to find water and study with candles or kerosene lantern. By God's grace, I made it out of poverty to where I am today. For tens of millions of those in similar situations, especially in rural Africa, the outcome is not like me. For many, their potential has simply been wasted. The rural space is where some 60% of Africans live. They depend on agriculture for livelihood, as well as other non-farm and non-farm activities to complement seasonal farm earnings. The key to improving the quality of life in rural areas, therefore, revolves around the transformation of the agricultural sector. The low productivity of agriculture, poor state of rural infrastructure, especially rural roads, water, electricity and sanitation, data exclusion and weak access to financial market make quality of life poor on those rural areas. Unfortunately, not much has changed for rural areas. Since my own gathering up days at my rural school, economic opportunities are shrinking for money with high poverty levels, leading to the intergenerational transfer of poverty. As a result, rural youth are discouraged, disempowered and vulnerable. It is this fragility of rural youth that makes them vulnerable to recruitment by terrorists who find the emancipated rural areas ideal for their activities. We must pay particular attention to three factors: extreme rural poverty, high rate of unemployment among the youth, and climate and environmental degradation. After what I refer to as disaster triangle, wherever these three factors are found, conflict and terrorism take root, which severely destroyed people's ability to go to farm and damage transport logistics to access food markets. We must invest heavily in African rural area and turn rural areas from zones to economic mystery to zones to economic prosperity. We must create jobs for the youth and disrupt terrorism. Recruitment that are taking root in these rural areas, so that we must connect economic security, food security, climate security. We need to jumpstart transformation of the agricultural sector. The future of the rural world depends on the future of agriculture. Agriculture must move away from being treated as a social sector for managing poverty in rural areas to a business for creating wealth. Development of agricultural value chains will create market possibilities for hundreds and of millions of farmers. Africa spends about $35 billion on food imports annually. This amount is expected to rise to 100 to 110 billion by 2025 if current trend continues. In so doing, Africa demarcates its rural areas, export jobs, and growth income of its farmers. Imagine what US $35 billion would do if Africa feeds itself. It's enough to provide 100% electricity in Africa, and US 100 billion in savings in food exports is enough to close our infrastructure deficit in Africa. So we must think differently. Africa produces 75% of cocoa, but receives only 2% of the US $100 billion a year chocolate market. The price of cocoa may decline, but never the price of chocolate. The price of cotton may fall, but never the price of garments and apparel. While coffee farmers face declining prices, coffee grinders smile at the way to the market. To transform its rural economies, Africa must embark on agricultural industrialization and add value to all these agricultural commodities. Government should provide incentives to food and agribusiness companies to locate in rural areas. Step crop processing zones. Vast agro-industrial zones enabled with infrastructure should be developed to support food industry to establish in rural areas. This will reduce cost of doing business, create huge market pool for farmers, and reduce post-harvest losses. This stable crop processing zone will transform rural Africa into new zones of economic prosperity. The bank will be investing about $24 billion in agriculture in the next 10 years to help drive the transformation of African agriculture. We will get the youth into agriculture and they must see it as a business. That's why the bank is rolled with its Enable Youth program to develop a new generation of young commercial farmers and agribusiness entrepreneurs. Our goal is to develop 100,000 such youth agricultural entrepreneurs per country in the next 10 years. In 2016, the bank provided $700 million to support this program in 8 countries, and we received requests from 30 countries. This is part of our larger program to support Africa to generate 25 million jobs in the next 10 years through our Jobs for Youth in Africa initiative. As we speak today, the first ever African Youth in Africa Youth in Agriculture Forum is being held at the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture in Nigeria. With the support of the African Development Bank, the youth are the present and future of Africa. Let's listen to African youth, support their ideas, ignite their creativity, and enable their entrepreneurship. A better rural world requires universal access to electricity. Lack of access to power is the biggest decelerator of the African development. With 645 million people without access to electricity, majority in rural areas, life is just simply thought. That is why we launched the New Deal in energy for Africa. To achieve universal access to electricity in 10 years, our goal is to light up and power Africa. To connect 1 million people through the grid and 75 million via off-grid system, and provide 150 million with access to clean cooking energy. The bank has committed about $12 billion over 5 years to energy in Africa, and expects to leverage US $45 to $50 billion. The bank is building into renewable energy in Africa. We got up to $500 million per facility for energy inclusion. To support businesses in renewable energy doing up to 30 megawatts. Majority of this will be operating in rural areas. We have launched the African Off-Grid Energy Revolution, and we will rapidly scale up financing to scale up business model to reach tens of millions of rural households with electricity and clean cooking energy. Providing rural areas with electricity will improve overall quality of life. Kids will study with electricity instead of candles or kerosene lanterns. The youth will be connected to the digital world, creating hope. It will reduce rural to urban migration and migration to Europe, because light in rural areas, it will unleash a new dimension across Africa. We must empower women in rural areas of Africa. They work so hard, carrying babies on their back, selling food and working out, living, doing petty trade in the scorching sun, working out on farm using hoes and cutlasses, yet without security of land tenure, walking kilometers to find firewood to cook meals or water for household. What can Africa do without the African women? A new rural economy must expand economic opportunities for women and provide them access to affordable finance. That is why the African Development Bank has launched the Affirmative Action, Finance Action for Women, AFWA, to leverage $3 billion for women entrepreneurs in Africa. Majority in rural areas. Just as birds only fly with 2 wings, so Africa must fly by giving women full equality with men. We must close the digital gap in rural areas. The most powerful tool in the hand of a farmer today is the mobile phone. They must use them to access to farm inputs, deliver finance, insurance, market information, extension services, and health care system in the rural areas. I know the power is very, very well. As Minister of Agriculture in Nigeria, I was introduced to a mobile phone-based system to accelerate farmers' access to farming. The e-wallet system led to a remarkable transformation of the rural economy. Over a period of 4 years, Nigeria reached 15 million farmers with access to improved seeds and fertilizers. More importantly, over 2.5 million women got their farm input through electronic wallet system. Now they are mobile phones. As one of the farmers, Ajad Ladi Barrett told me, now we get our farm input on our mobile phones, men cannot cheat us anymore. With access to farm input, farmers expanded food production by an additional 21 million metric tons over 4 years, reviving rural economics and creating massive amount of rural jobs. The African Development Bank is now helping to expand its e-wallet system to many African countries. The success of mobile banking in Kenya has been remarkable. Providing millions of development bank is now working with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to support finance expansion of digital finance services in African countries, especially in the rural areas. We must build resilience in Africa. Climate change is having disastrous effects in Africa, and we can no longer ignore its effects nor pretend as if this is some kind of a hoax. Across Africa, droughts are decimating lives and livelihood. We are witnessing this year the worst effect, with some 20 million people at risk of severe malnutrition. We have a moral obligation to respond, but even greater obligation to meet global commitment to support climate adaptation in Africa. That is why I call again today for the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environmental Facility to pay for risk insurance premiums for African countries in the African risk capacity. To ensure themselves catastrophic effects, our action must focus on building resilience in the affected countries. We must address immediate needs for access to food, water, and sanitation. While in the medium or long term, we must accelerate access to improved seed, fertilizers, water, forages for livestock, and build more resilient agricultural systems. To help address the current crisis, the African Development Bank has designed and will be launching its Say No to Farming initiative. The bank will deploy $1.1 billion subject to board approval to address immediate, medium and long-term resilience building in affected countries. South Sudan, Somalia, Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda and Nigeria. We will connect humanitarian and development ladders and provide better policies. The long-term solution is to boost food production in Africa, better infrastructures, better policies, markets and logistics to move food from food surplus to food deficit areas. We must address the high level of malnutrition across rural Africa. Some 28 out of 30 countries in stunting rate of above 40% are in Africa. Malnutrition costs Africa about $25 billion a year. Stunting levels are so high, with 54 million stunted children, 40 million wasted children, and 10 million obese children. Yes, we need infrastructure, but the best infrastructure we must build is what I call grey matter infrastructure. Better nourished children have better cognitive capacity and will study and learn better. Therefore, investing in nutrition is not a social issue. It is an economic issue, because stunted children today will lead to stunted economics tomorrow. I therefore call for the establishment of nutrition social impact bonds to front-load financing in support of intervention to address malnutrition, including scaling up breastfeeding in the first 1,000 days. Bio-fortified food, community-based nutrition, low food supplementation, and conditional cash transfer for women to support nutrition and child education. To push for political accountability in nutrition in Africa, the bank has set up the African Leaders for Nutrition to support countries push to reduce malnutrition and stunting. We must ensure political leaders are accountable for the development of the rural areas. Politicians must take the rural areas, must not take the rural areas for granted anymore. Turning them as hunting fields for vote because of elections, quickly forget them once they get to power. While several countries have initiated decentralization of government. The power of the poor negotiate remains weak, even weaker in holding regional, provincial, and district actions to account. There is need for greater transparency and accountability in the management of public finance for rural areas. In order to achieve this, the only way to achieve this is by requiring all regional provinces and districts to publicly publish their financial statements. On incomes and expenditure, furthermore, I propose the establishment of poverty accountability index to ensure and rank politicians based on their ability to reduce poverty and improve quality of life in rural areas. That way, only rural voters know who is working for their interests and hold their leaders to account. The African Development Bank is taking bold actions for Africa, are dwelling bigger and bigger results for Africa. Majority of the benefits reaching rural areas. So let me summarize the bank delivery in 2016 alone in action unit. 3.1 million people benefited from the access to electricity. 3.7 million benefited from access to water and sanitation. 5.7 million benefited from access to agriculture. 9.1 million benefited from access to health services. 7 million people benefited from access to improved transportation. The African Development Bank is delivering for Africa, and it has the capacity to deliver more for Africa. The bank now needs substantial financing wind. Behind it is sales. It's time for speedy financial actions to accelerate African development. Doing so will make our dream for Africa with Agenda 2062 come to pass. Sooner, but action brings the future of the present. We strongly support the compact with Africa and its focus on food security. These are all in line with the 5 priorities of the African Development Bank: Light Up and Power Africa, Feed Africa, Industrialize Africa, Develop Africa, Improve the quality of life and people in Africa. UNPD's recent report shows that if African countries focus on these 5 and we achieve 50%, 90% of the SDGs and 90% of the agenda 2063, in short, these I5s are accelerators of African development. A strategic partnership between Germany and G20 and the African Development Bank will help to accelerate African development. A stronger and better capitalized African Development Bank is indispensable to help deliver on the Compact of Africa and effort to revive African economy. Let us work together to create better hope for African rural economies. Let us invest in Africa today and build a prosperous Africa. Let's together give Africa the high fives. Thank you very much. Feeling done. And that is Akinwumi Adesina's speech on the G20 meeting on future of rural world, and offers a magnitude invaluable lessons that resonate across global content. Lessons that we can learn from Akinwumi Adesina's speech at the G20 meeting. Number one, rural development. As a pillar of prosperity, the speech underscores the pivotal role that rural areas play in nations' overall development. It highlights that focusing on rural transformation is not just a social obligation, but a strategic pathway to prosperity and sustainable growth. Agricultural transformation for economic growth. Adesina emphasized the need to view agriculture not merely as a means to address poverty, but as a vibrant sector of creating wealth, transforming agriculture into a business rather than a substance activity can lead to creation of economic opportunities, market, and improved livelihood. Empowerment of rural youth. This speech sheds light on the potential of rural youth to drive transformative change. It underscores the importance of involving young people in agriculture and agribusinesses through development that promotes entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership, ultimately reversing the trend of the rural-urban migration. Economic diversification and value addition. Additional stress the significance of agricultural industrialization and the value added to agricultural economies while investing in staple crop processing zones and promoting agribusinesses, rural businesses to become centers of economic growth and reduce post-harvest losses. Access to energy and digital connectivity. By investing in Africa, it will provide universal access to electricity and digital connectivity in rural areas. Access to these services not only enhance quality of life, but also unlocks new opportunities for education, communication, and economic participation. Gender equality and women empowerment. Adesina stressed in his speech that women must be recognized as they are the backbone of the rural Africa. That they have vital contribution to agriculture and rural economics, and that gender equality is highlighted as an essential element of achieving sustainable development. Climate resilience and sustainable agriculture. Adesina underscores the urgency for addressing climate change and environmental degradation in rural areas, investing in resilient agricultural practices, and improving access to clean energy can enhance food security and reduce vulnerability in climate-related shocks. Collaboration and partnership. The speech said for strong partnership between government, international organizations, and financial institutions to accelerate rural development. The African Development Bank commitment to investing in agriculture, energy, and rural infrastructure serves as an example of effective collaboration. Accountability and political will. Adesina emphasized the need for political leaders to be accountable for rural development. Transparent financial management, decentralization, and measures for track poverty reduction efforts are crucial for ensuring that rural communities benefit from development initiatives. Holistic approach to development. The speech underscores the interconnectedness of various development goals such as poverty reduction, nutrition, education, infrastructure, adopting A holistic approach that addresses multiple dimensions of rural development is essential for achieving sustainable and inclusive growth. Additional speech presents a compiling call of action for a modern day, urging individuals, governments, organizations, and international bodies to come together and drive meaningful change in rural areas. Invest in rural youth entrepreneurship. Government and organizations should establish comprehensive programs that will empower youth in the rural area and engage them in modernized agriculture and agribusinesses. Alright? It can be achieved through training, access to capital and mentorship, fostering a new generation of innovation and successful rural entrepreneurs. Promote agricultural value chain. Government and businesses should collaborate to create and strengthen agricultural value chains, enabling farmers to add value to their products and access larger markets. By supporting agribusinesses and processing industries in rural areas, economic growth can be stimulated while reducing post-harvest losses. Expand access to clean energy and digital connectivity. Policymakers should prioritize the expansion of electricity and digital connectivity in rural areas. This includes investing in renewable energy sources, establishing off-grid solutions, and leveraging rural technology to provide essential services like education, healthcare, and market access. Advance gender equality. Women empowerment. Advance gender equality and women empowerment. Government and institutions must take proactive measures to promote gender equality and women empowerment in rural areas. This involves ensuring secure land tenures, access to finance, and opportunities for women to engage in various sectors, thereby enhancing economic growth and development. Support climate resilience agriculture. Efforts should be directed towards implementing climate resilient agricultural practices such as agroforestry and sustained water management. Policymakers should prioritize funding for research, extension services, and adoption of technologies that enhance agricultural productivity while mitigating climate risk. Enhance accountability and transparency. Government and local authorities must prioritize transparent financial management, especially in rural areas. Establishing mechanisms to track the impact of development initiatives on poverty reduction, quality of life is crucial to ensuring that resources are effectively utilized. Facilitate public-private partnerships. Government should create an enabling environment for public-private partnerships that drive rural development by incentivizing private sector investment in rural infrastructure. Agribusinesses and renewable energy, sustainable economic growth can be achieved. Prioritize malnutrition and health. Policymakers and organizations should prioritize efforts to combat malnutrition and improve healthcare access in rural areas. Initiatives that promote nutrition education. Access to nutrition education, to nutritious food, maternal and child health services should be implemented to ensure healthier and more productive rural commodities. Support local innovation and entrepreneurship. Government should encourage maternal and child health services should be implemented to ensure healthier and more productive rural communities. Support local innovation and entrepreneurship. Government should ensure and encourage funds for local innovation and entrepreneurship. In rural areas, this includes initiatives that promote the use of technology in agriculture, improve market linkages, and create an environment conducive to rural enterprise development. Advocate for rural development. In global platforms, international organizations and stakeholders should advocate for rural development to be a central focus on global agendas. By emphasizing the importance of rural transformation on achieving broader development goals, the global communities can prioritize and allocate resources accordingly. Akinwumi Adesina calls to action provide a roadmap for addressing contemporary challenges in rural areas and advancing sustainable development in modern areas in the modern era. It invites collective effort to create a more prosperous, equitable and resilient future for the rural commodities in Africa. And that will conclude with Akinwumi Adesina's speech. Achieving your childhood dream, Randy Posey. Achieving your childhood dream. Achieving your childhood dream. To the realm of profound wisdom and unwavering optimism, few speeches have left as lasting an impact. The last lecture by Randy Posey, delivered under unique and poetic circumstances, this address embodies the essence of a life lived fully and spirit untarred by adversities. Presented by a brilliant computer science professor at Carnegie Mellon University, Randy Posey, who faced the grim reality of a terminal cancer diagnosis, the speech transcends its origin and to become a timeless testament of terminal cancer diagnosis. The speech transcends origin to become timeless testament of the power of dreams, perseverance, and the art of truly living. Within this world lies a wellspring of insight as Posey imparts his thoughts on achieving one's childhood dreams, the value of the brick wall and the legacy we leave behind. As we embark on this journey through his final lecture, we are invited to reflect on our own aspirations, challenges, and the ways in which we can shape a life of purpose and fulfillment. Source: James Clear Archive. It's wonderful to be here. What they didn't tell you is that this lecture series used to be called the last lecture. Alright? If you had one time lecture to give before you died, what would it be? I thought. Then, I finally nailed the venue and they renamed it. So in case there's anybody who wandered in and doesn't know the backstory of my dad, my dad always taught me when there is an elephant in the room, introduce them. If you took my CAT scans, there are approximately 10 tumors in my liver. And the doctor told me when there is an elephant, there is approximately 10 tumors in my liver. And the doctors told me 3 to 6 months of good health is left. That is a month ago. So you can do the math. I have some of the best doctors in the world. So that is what it is. We can't change it and we just have to decide how we are going to respond to that. We cannot change the cards we are dealt, just how we play the hand. If I don't seem as depressed or morosized as I should be, sorry to disappoint you. And I assure you I am not in denial at all. It is not like I'm not aware of what's going on. My family, my 3 kids, my wife, just decamped. They bought a lovely house in Virginia near Norfolk, and they are doing that because that's a better place for the family to be down the road. Another thing, I am phenomenally good health right now. I mean, the greatest things of cognitive dissonance is you ever see the fact that I am really in good shape. In fact, I'm in better shape than most of you. So nobody who wants to cry or pity me? Sorry. So anybody who wants to cry or pity me can come down and do a few of those, then you may pity me. Alright, so what we are talking about today, we are not talking about cancer, because I will spend a lot of time talking about that and I'm really not interested. If you have any herbal supplements or remedies, please stay away from me. And we are not going to talk about things that are even more important than achieving your childhood dream. We are not going to talk about my wife. We are not going to talk about my kids because I'm good, but I'm not good enough to talk about that without tearing up. So we are just going to take off the table that's much more important. We are not going to talk about spirituality and religion, although I will tell you that I have experienced a deathbed conversion. I just bought a massive touch. Now I knew that I get 9% of the audience with that. But alright, as to what we'll talk about then, it is about my childhood dream and how I have achieved them. I have been very fortunate that way. How I believe I have been able to enable the dreams of others, and to some degree lessons learned. I'm a professor, there should be some lessons learned, and how you can use this stuff you hear today to achieve your dream or enable the dreams of others, and you get older. You may find that enables the dream of others things is even more fun. So what were my dreams, my childhood dreams? Well, I had a really good childhood. I mean, no kidding around. I was going back through the family archives, and that was really amazing. I couldn't find any pictures of me as a kid where I wasn't smiling, right? That was a very gratifying thing. There was our dog, Ew, thank you. And there, I actually have a picture of me dreaming. I did a lot of that, There was a lot of wake up, and it was an easy time to dream. I was born in 1960, right? When you are either 8 or 9 years old and you look at the TV set and men are landing in the moon, anything is possible. And anything, we should not lose the sight of the inspiration and permission to dream good. So, what were my childhood dreams? You may not agree from the list, but I was there, being in Zero Gravity, playing in the National Football League, authorizing an article in the World Book Encyclopedias. I guess you can now tell the nerds easily, being Captain Kick. Anybody here have the childhood dream? Not at CMU. No, I want to become one of the guys who won the big stuffed animal in the amusement park, and I want to be an Imagineer with Disney. These are not sorted in any particular order, although I do think they get harder, except maybe the first one. Okay. So, being in Zero Gravity. Now it's important to have specific dreams. I did not dream of being an astronaut because when I was a little kid, I wore glasses. And they told me, oh, astronauts can't wear glasses. And I was like, I didn't want the whole astronaut gig. I just wanted the floating. So as a child, prototype 0.0, but they didn't work so well. And it turns out that NASA has something called the Vomit Comet that they used to train the astronauts, and this thing does parabolic arcs, and at the top of each arc you get about 245 seconds where you are ballistic and get a rough equivalent of the weightlessness for about 25 seconds. And there is a program where college students can submit proposals, and if you win the competition, you get to fly. And I thought that was cool. And we had a team. We put a team together and won and they won, and they got to fly. And I was all excited because I was going to fly with them. And then I hit the first brick wall because they made it clear that under the circumstances were faculty members allowed to fly with the team. I knew I was heartbroken. I was like, but I worked so hard, and so I read the literature very carefully, and it turns out NASA, in the part of their outreach and publicity program, that students were allowed to bring in a local media journalist from their hometown and run the post web journalist. It's really easy to get a press pass. So I called up the guys and said, I need to know where to fax some documents. And they said, what document am I going to fax? What document am I going to fax? What documents are going to fax to us? I said, my resignation as the faculty advisor and my application as the journalist. And they said, that's a little transparent, don't you think? And I said, yeah, but our project is virtual reality, and we are going to bring down a whole bunch of VR headsets, and all students from all teams are going to experience it, and all those real journalists are going to get to film it. Different going, oh, you bastard, yes. And the guy said, here's the fax number. So, and indeed we kept our end of the bargain, and that's one of the teams that you will later hear on in the talkies. Have something to bring to the table, right? Because that will make you more welcomed. Alright? Let's talk about football. My dream was to play in the National Football League, and most of you don't know that I actually I did not make it to National Football League, but I probably got more from that dream and not accomplishing it than I got from any of the ones that did accomplish. I had a coach. I was signed up when I was 9 years old. I was the smallest kid in the league by far, and I had a coach, Jim Graham, who was 6'4". He played linebacker at Penn State. He was just this hawk of a guy, and he was old school. I mean really old school. Like, he thought before was a trick game. And he showed up for practice the first day, and this big hulky guy, we were all scared to death of him, and he hadn't brought any footballs. How are we gonna have practice without any footballs? And one of the other kids said, excuse me coach, cut, there is no football. And Coach Graham said, right, how many men on the football pitch at a time? So I said 11 on the team, 22. And Coach Graham said, alright, how many people are touching the football at any given time? One of them said, right, so I'm gonna work on those other 21 guys, not one of them. And he said, right, so we are going to work on what those other 21 guys are doing. And that's a really good story because it's all about fundamentals. You have got to get the fundamentals down, because otherwise the fancy stuff isn't going to work out. And the other Jim Graham story I have is, there was one practice where he got loaded me up practice. Just, you are doing this wrong. Go back and do it again. You owe me. You are doing push-ups after practice. And when it was all over, one of the assistant coaches came over and said, yeah, Coach Graham rode you pretty hard, didn't he? I said, yeah. He said, that's a good thing. He said, when you are screwing up and nobody is saying anything to you anymore, that means they gave up. And that is the lesson that stuck with me my whole life. Is that when you see yourself doing something bad and nobody is bothering to tell you anything, that's a very bad place to be. I know that's a very bad place to be. Your critics are the ones telling you they still love you and care. After Coach Graham, I had another coach, Seth Smith, and he told me a lot about the power of enthusiasm. He did this one thing were only for one play at a time. He would put people in at like the most holistically wrong position for them. Like all the short guys will become receivers, right? It was just laughable. No, but we only went in for one play, right? And boy, the other team just never knew what it then, because when you are only doing it for one play and you just not where you're supposed to be, and freedom got another word for nothing left to lose, boy, you're gonna clean somebody's clock for that one play. And that kind of enthusiasm was great. And so to this day, I am comfortable on a football field. I mean, just one of those things where if I'm working hard a problem, people will see me wondering the ills with one of these things. And that's just because, you know, when you do something young enough and you train for it, it just becomes a part of you. And I'm glad that football was a sort of my life and I didn't get the dream of playing the NFL. That's okay. I probably got some valuable stuff, because looking at what's going on in the NFL, I'm not sure those guys are doing so good right now. Okay, and so one of the expressions I learned in electronic art, which I love, which tends to this is, experience is what gets you when you get what you wanted. Experience is what got you experience is what you got when you didn't get what you wanted. And another thing about football is we send out kids out to play football or soccer or swimming or whatever it is. And this is the first example of what I'm going to call the head fake or indirect learning. We actually don't want our kids to learn football. Yeah, it's really nice that they have wonderful 3-point stance and that I know how to do a chop block or all this kind of stuff. But we send our kids out there to learn much more important things. Teamwork, sportsmanship, perseverance, etc., etc. All these kind of things, all these kind of heads fast fake learning are absolutely important. And you should keep your eye out for them because they are everywhere. Alright? A simple one. Being an author in the World Bank encyclopedia, when I was a kid, we had the World Book of Encyclopedia on the shelf for the freshman. This is paper. We used to have things called books, and after somewhat of an authority on visual reality, but not like a really important one. So I was at the level of people at the World Bank would badger. They called me up and wrote an article, and this is in hell. There's an article. If you go to your local library where they still have copies of the World Book, look under V for virtual reality, and there it is. And all I have to say is, being selected to be an author in the World Book Encyclopedia, I believe that Wikipedia is a perfectly fine source of your information, because I know that the quality control is for real encyclopedians. They let me in. Alright? Next one. At a certain point, you just realize that there is some things you are not gonna do. So maybe you just wanna stand close to people, and I mean, my God, what a role model for young people. I mean, this is everything you want to be, and what I learned that carried me towards in leadership later, that he wasn't the smartest guy in the ship. I mean, Bob was pretty smart, and McCoy was the doctor, and Scarlett was the teenager engineer, and you sort of go. And what skill sets did he have to get in this damn thing and run it? And there is this skill set called leadership. And whether or not you like the series, there is no doubt that there is a lot to be learned about how to lead people by watching this guy in action. And he just had the coolest damn toys, right? I mean, oh my God. So I got to achieve this dream. James T. Craig, his author ego William Stevler wrote a book which I think was actually a pretty cool book. It was with Chip Wather, who Peter-based author who's quite good, and he wrote a book on basically the science of Star Trek, what has come true and what they went around to top places around the country and looked up various things. They came here to study our virtual reality setup. And so we built a virtual reality for him. It looks something like that. We put it in the red alert. It was a very good spot. It's not like he saw that coming. And it's really cool to meet your boyhood idol. But it's even cooler when it comes to you to see what cool stuff you are doing in your lab. That is a very great moment. Alright? Winning stuff animals. This may seem mundane to you, but when you are a little kid and you see the big buff guys walking around in amusement park and they got all these big stuff animals, right? And this is your lovely wife and you have a lot of pictures of stuffed animals I have won. That's my dad posting with one that I have won. I have won a lot of these animals. There's my dad. He did doing that one, and to his credit. And these are just a part of my life, my family's life. But you know, I can yet be cynic. You know, in this age of digitally manipulated things, maybe those beards aren't really in the picture with me. Or maybe I paid someone $5 to take a picture in the same park next to the bear, and I said, how is this age of cynic? Can I convince people? And I said, I know. I show them the bears, bring them out. You can just pull them right there. You can just put them back against the wall. So there, yes, some bear quite. We didn't have quite enough room in moving the truck down to Space. And nobody would like to take a little piece of them at the end of this. Feel free to come up. First come, first serve. Alright? My next thing, being an imagineer. This is the hard one. Believe me, getting to zero gravity is easier than becoming an imagineer. When I was a kid, I was 8 years old and my family took a trip cross country to see Disneyland. And it was, and if you ever seen the movie National Lampoon Vacation, it was a lot like that. It was a quest. And these are real vintage photographs. And here I am in front of the castle, and there I am for those of you who are into foreshadowing. This is the Alice ride, and I just thought this was the coolest environment I'll ever be. And instead of saying, gee, I want to experience this, I said, I want to make stuff like this. And so I read my name, and then I graduated with PhD from Kenneth Mellon, thinking that meant me infinity. I'm thinking that made me infinitely qualified to do anything. And I dashed off my letters of application towards Disney Imaging. And they sent some of the 10 nicest things go to hell letters I've seen. And I mean, it was just, we have carefully reviewed your application and presently we do not have any position available which require your particular qualification. Now think about the fact that you are getting from this place who is famous for guys who sweep the street. So that was a bit of a setback. But remember, the trick walls are there for a reason. Alright? The brick walls are there, are not there to keep us out. The brick walls are there to give us a chance to show how badly we want something, because the brick walls are there to stop the people who didn't want it badly enough. They are there to stop the other people. Alright? Fast forward to 1991, we did a system back in the University of Virginia called Virtual Reality, a $5 reality on 5 a day. Just one of those unbelievable speculative things. I was so scared back in those days as a junior academia. Jim Foley's here, and I love to tell this story. He knew my undergraduate advisor, and the verb, and I'm at my first conference, and I'm scared to death, and this icon, the user interface community, works up to me, and out of nowhere just makes this huge bear up, and it says this was Andy. And that was when I thought, okay, maybe I can make it, maybe I do, you know. And a similar story is that this was just this was just this was just this unbelievable hit, because at the time everybody needed a $500,000 to do virtual reality, and everybody felt frustrated, and we literally hacked together a system for about $5,000 in part, and made a working VR system. And people were like, oh my god, this is like Ibu Packard carried thing, this is so awesome. And I'm giving this talk in the room has gone wide, and doing the H and Q, the Q and A, the guy called Tom Furness, who was one of the big names in virtual reality at that time, he goes up to the microphone and introduces himself. I don't know what he looked like, but I'm sure as hell he knows the name. And he asked the question, and I was like, I'm sorry, did you say you are Tom Furness? He said, yes, I am. Then I would love to answer your question, but first, will you have lunch with me tomorrow? And there is a lot in that little moment. There's a lot of immunity, but also asking a person where he can't possibly say no. And so imagine a couple of years later, I was working on virtual reality projects. This is top secret. They were denied the existence of a virtual reality attraction at the time that the publicity department were running the TV commercial. So imagine really I'd nailed this one time, and it was the Aladdin attraction where I would fly a magic carpet, and the head-mounted display, sometimes known as Glatos Vision. And so I had it in as soon as the project had just, they started running the TV commercial, and I had been asked to brief the Secretary of Defense on state of virtual reality. Okay, Fred Brooks and I had been asked to brief the Secretary of Defense, and they gave me an excuse. So I called Imagine and asked, look, I'm briefing the Secretary of Defense on the state of virtual reality. Okay, Fred Brooks and I had been asked to brief the Secretary of Defense, and they gave me an excuse. So I called them up. I called Imaging and I said, look, I am briefing the Secretary of Defense, and I'd like some materials on what you have, because it's been the best VR systems in the world. And they kind of pushed back, and I said, look, it's all patriotism stuff in fence. And they're like, okay. He says, this is so new that the PR department doesn't have any footage for you, so I'm gonna have to connect you straight through the team who did the work. Jackpot. I found myself on the phone with a guy named John Snowden, who is one of the most impressive guys I've ever met, and it was like running the team. And it's not surprising they had done impressive things. And so he sent me some stuff. We talked briefly. He sent me some stuff and said, hey, I'm gonna be out of the arena for a conference shortly. Really like to get together and have a look. Translation, I'm going to lie to you and say that I have an excuse to be in the area, so it doesn't look too anxious. But I will go to Neptune to have lunch with him. And so John said, sure. And I spent something like 80 hours talking with all the VR experts in the world, saying, if you had access to this one unbelievable project, what would you ask? And I compiled all of that, and I had to memorize it, which anybody who knows me, that I have no memory at all, because I couldn't go into looking like a deep with I question 17. So I went in, I was like, and this was like a 2 hours lunch, and John must have thought he was talking to some phenomenal person because I was doing was channeling Fred Brooks and Ivan and people like that, any Brooks. So it's pretty easy to be smart when you are parodying smart people. And at the end of the lunch with John, I sort of, as we say in the business, made the act and said, I have a sabbatical coming up. He said, what's that? The beginning of the culture clash. And so I talked to them about the possibility of coming here and working with him. And said, that's really cool, except you are in the business of telling people stuff, and we're in the business of keeping secrets. And then what made John Snoddy said, we will work it out, which I really love. The other thing that I learned from John Snoddy, I could do easily an hour-long talk just on what I learned about John Snoddy. One of the things he told me was that wait long enough and people will surprise and impress you. He said when you are pissed off at somebody and you are angry at them, you just haven't given them enough time. Just give them a little more time and they will almost always impress you. And that struck to me. I think he's absolutely right on that one. So to make a long story short, we negotiated a legal contract and it was going to be the first. Some people refer to it as the first and last paper ever published by Imagery. But the deal was I provide my own funding, and for 6 months I work with the project to publish a paper. So to make a long and then you meet our villain. I can't be all sweetness and light because I have no credibility. Somebody's head gonna go out on the stick. Turns out that the person who gets his head on the stick is a dean back at the University of Virginia. His name is very important. Let's call him Dean Woma. Dean Woma has a meeting with me where I say I want to do this sabbatical thing, and I've actually gotten the imaging guys to get an academician in, which is insane. I mean, if John hasn't got not, this would never have been a possibility. This is a very sensitive organization. And the woman looks at the paperwork and says, well, it says they are gonna own your intellectual property. I said, yeah, we got the agreement to publish the paper. There is no other IP. I don't do parentable stuff. He says yes, but you might. So just get them to change that little clause there and then come back. I'm like, excuse me? And then I said to him, I want you to understand how important this is. If we cannot work this out, I'm going to take an unpaid leave of absence. And I'm just going to go there and I'm going to do this thing. And he said, hey, I might not even let you do that. I mean, you've got the IP in your head already. And maybe they are going to stock it out of you. So that's not going to fly either. It's very important to know that when you are in a pissing match, and it's very important to get out of it as quickly as possible. So I said to him, your left back off on this. Do you think this is a good idea at all? He said, I have no idea if this is a good idea. I was like, okay, well, we have got common ground there. Then I said, well, is this really your call? Isn't this the call of the Dean of Sponsored Research? If it is an IP issue, and he said, well, yeah, that's true. So I said, if he's happy, you're happy. Yeah, then I'll be happy. Like, we'll correct. And I find myself in Dean's Block's office, who is the most fanatic man in the world. And I started talking to Gene Block, and I said, Let's start at the high level. To have since I don't want to have to back out again, I said, let's start on the high level. Do you think this is a good idea? He said, well, you asked me if it's a good idea. I didn't have much information. All I know is that one of my staff, faculty member, is in my office and he's really excited to tell me more. Yeah, it's lesson for everybody in administration. They both said the same thing. But I think they both said the same thing, but think about how they said it, right? I don't know well, I don't have much information, but one of my staff faculty members is there and they're excited so I can have more information. There are both ways of saying I don't know, but boy, there is a good way and a bad way. So either way, we all got it worked out. I went to imaging, sweetness and light, and all well that ends well. Some brick walls are made of flesh. So I worked in the Aladdin's project. It was absolutely spectacular. I mean, just unbelievable. Yeah, my nephew, Christopher, this was the apparatus. He would sit on some sort of motorcycle thing and he would steer your magic carpet and he would put on the head-mounted display. The head-mounted display was very interesting. It had two parts and it was very, very, very clever design. To get put through, the only part that touched the guest's head is this little cap and everything else clicked onto it. All the expensive hardware, so you could replicate these caps because they are basically free to manufacture. And this is what I really did. It was a cap cleaner. I loved imaging it. It was just a spectacular place, just spectacular. Everything that I had dreamed, I loved the model shop, people crawling around on things the size of this room. That is just a physical model. It was just an incredible place to walk around and get inspired. I was always reminded when I went there and people said, do you think the expectations are too high? I said, did you ever see the movie Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Willy Wonka, the Chocolate Factory, where Gene says to the little boy, Charlie is about to give him the chocolate factory, and he said, well, Charlie did everything. Charlie, did anyone tell you the story of the little boy who standing got everything he ever wanted? Did anyone tell you the story of the little boy who suddenly got everything he ever wanted? Charlie's eyes get like saucers and he says, no, what happened to him? Ginevra says he lived happily ever after. So working on the Aladdin VR, I described it as a once in every 5 years opportunity, and I stand by that assessment. It's forever changing. It wasn't just that it was a good work and I got to be a part of it, but it got me into the place of working with real people and real HCI users interface issues. Most HCI people live in this fantastic world of white collar laborers with PhDs and masters and degrees. And you know, until you got ice cream spilled on you, you are not doing field work, right? And more than 8 years from Johnny Sodi, I learned how to put artists and engineers together. That is the real legacy. You publish a paper, just a nice academic cultural scandal. When we wrote the paper, the guys at the image said, well, let's do a nice big picture, like you would in a magazine. And the SIGGRAPH committee, which accepted the paper, it was like this big scandal. Are you allowed to do this? There was no rule, so we published the paper, and amazingly, since then, there's a tradition of SIGGRAPH papers having color figures on the first page. So, I have changed the world in a small way. And then, at the end of my 6 months, they called me and they said, you want to do this for you? You stay? And I said, no. One of the only times in my life I have surprised my father. It was like, you what? Said since you were all you wanted, and now you got it and you are like this. There was a bottle of Mactos in my desk drawer. Be careful what you wish for. It was particularly a stressful place. Imaging in general is actually not so Marlock's leading, but the lab I was in, oh, John left in the middle. It was a lot like Solvent Junior. It was like it was a little dicey for a while, but it worked out okay. And if they had said stay here or never work in building again, I would have done it. I would have walked away from tenure. I would have just done it. But they made it easy for me. They said you can have your cake and eat it too. And basically, I basically became a day or week consultant for imaging, and I did that for 10 years. And that's one of the reasons you should all become professors, because you can have your cake and eat it too. Okay? I went on and consulted on things like Disney Quest. So there was this virtual jungle cruise, and the best interactive experience I think I had ever done. And Jace Chiu gets the credit for this. Pirates of the Caribbean, wonderful at Disney Quest. And so those are my childhood dreams, and that's pretty good. I felt good about it. So then the question becomes, how can I enable the childhood dreams of others? And again, boy, I am excited I became a professor. What better place to enable childhood dreams? Maybe working at EA, I don't know. That probably be a good close second. And this started in a very concrete research, realization that I could do this because a young man named Tommy Brunet, when I was at the University of Virginia, came to me, was interested in joining my research group and talked about it, and he said, oh, I have a childhood dream. It gets pretty easy to recognize them when they tell you, and yes, Tommy, what's your childhood dream? And he said, I want to work on the next Star Wars film. Now you gotta remember the timing of this. Where is Tommy? Tommy is here today. What year would this have been? Your sophomore year. Tommy, it was around 1993. Around the push. Are you breaking anything back there? Young man, okay. Alright. So in 1983 I said to Tommy, they are probably not going to make those next movies. And he said, no, they are. And Tommy worked with me for a number of years as an undergraduate and then as a staff member. And when I moved to Carnegie Mellon, every single member of my team came from Virginia to Carnegie Mellon, except for Tommy, because he got a better offer. And he did indeed work all three of those films. And then I said, well, that's nice. But one at a time is kind of inefficient. And people who know me know that I am an efficiency freak. So I said, can you do this en masse? Can I get people turned in such a way that they can turn onto their childhood dreams? I created a course and I came to Magnet Mellon. I created a course called Building Virtual World. In a very simple course, how many people have ever been to any of the shows? Okay, some of you have an idea. For those of you who don't, the course is very simple. There are 50 students drawn from all the different departments of the university. These are randomly chosen teams, 4 people per team, and they change every project. The project only lasts 2 weeks, so you can do something, you make something, you show something, then I shovel the teams. You get 3 new playmates and you do it all over again, and it's every 2 weeks. And so you do 5 projects each during the semester. The first year we taught this course, it is possible to describe how much of a tiger by the tail we had. I was just running the course because I wanted to see if we could do it. And we had just learned how to do texture mapping on 3D graphics. We could make stuff that looked like artisans, but we were running on really weak computers by current standards. But I said I would give it a try. And in my new university, I made a couple of phone calls, and I said I want to cross this course to get all these other people. And within 24 hours, it was cross-listed in 5 departments. I love this university. I mean, it's just the most amazing place. And I said, the kid said, well, what content do we make? I said, hell, I don't know. You make whatever you want. 2 rules: no shooting, violence, and no pornography. Not because I'm opposed to those in particular, but you know that being done with VI, right? You'll be amazed how many 19-year-old boys are completely out of ideas when you take those off the table. Anyway, so I thought it would cost. The first assignment I gave it to them, they came back in 2 weeks and they just blew me away. I mean, the work was so beyond literally my imagination. Because I copied the process from Imaging VR Lab, but I had no idea what they could or couldn't do with it as an undergraduate. And now, because their tools were weaker, and they came back in the first assignment and did something that was so spectacular that I literally didn't. 10 years as a professor, I had an idea what to do next. So I called up my mentor. I called Andy Van Dem, and I said, Andy, I just gave a 2-week assignment and they came back and did stuff that if I had given them a whole semester, I would have asked them, I would have given them all A's. Sensi, what do I do? And Andy thought for a moment and said, you go back into the class tomorrow and look them in the eye and say, guys, that's pretty good, but you know you can do better. And that was exactly the right advice. What he said was, you obviously don't know where the bar should be, and you are only going to do them a service by putting it anyway. And boy, was that good advice, because they just kept going. And during that semester, it became this underground thing. I walked into a class of 50, and with 50 students in it, there were 95 people in the room, because all the day we were showing work. And people's roommates and friends and parents, I never had parents come to class before. It was flattering and somewhat scary. And so it snowballed, and we had this basic thing of, well, we are gonna share this. Is there anything I have been raised to do? To share. And I said, we are gonna show this at the end of the semester. We are gonna have a big show, and we booked this room. MC called no. We had a good number of memories in these rooms, and we booked it, and not because we thought we could feel it, but because it had the only AIB setup that could work, because this was a zoo, alright? Computers and everything, and then we filled it, and we more than filled it. People had people standing by the aisle. I will never forget the thing at that time. Jim Morris was sitting on the stage right there. We had a kind of scoot him out of the way, and the energy in the room was like nothing I had ever experienced before. The president, Jerry Cohen, was there, and he said the same thing. He later described it as an Ohio State football preparation rally, except for academia. And he came over and asked exactly the right question. He said, before you start, he said, I don't know, where are these people from? He said, the audience, what department are they from? And we pulled them, and it was all departments. I felt very good, because I had just come to campus and he had just come to campus. And my new boss had seen in a very corporate way that this is the university that puts everybody together. And that made me feel tremendous. So we did this campus-wide exhibition, and people performed down there. They were in costumes, and we project just like this, and you can see what's happening on, and you can see what they are saying in their head more. There's a lot of big props, but there's a guy white blazer raffling. This is a fan and a ET. And yes, I did tell them they didn't do the shoot of the kids, the shots of the kids biking across the moon. I would fail them. That's a true story. And I said I thought the show you just one word, and if we get the lights down, if that's all possible, no, okay, that means no. All right, we will do our best then. It is an unusual course with some of the most brilliant creative students from across the campus. It was a joy to be involved with, and they took the whole stage performance aspect of this way too seriously. And it became this campus phenomenon every year. People would line up for it. It was very flattering and gave kids a chance, a sense of excitement, of put on a show for people who were excited about it. And I think that that's one of the best things you can give somebody. Just show them what it feels like to make another person get excited and happy. I mean, it was a tremendous gift. We've always tried to involve the audience, whether it was people with glow, sticks or baiting, a beach ball around or driving. This is really cool. This technology actually got used at the Spider-Man 3 premiere at LA. So the audience was controlling something on the screen. So that was kind of nice. I didn't have a class picture of everyone from every year, but I treasured all the ones that I do have. And all I can say is that what a privilege and an honor to us to teach that course for something like 10 years. And all the good things to end, and I stopped teaching that course about a year ago. People always ask me, what was my favorite moment? I don't know if you can have a favorite moment, but boy, there's one I will never forget. This was a word with, I believe, a roller skating ninja. And one of the rules was that we performed these things live, and we had to really walk the moment it stopped working. We went to your backup video tape, and that was very embarrassing. So we had this ninja on stage, and he's doing this roller coaster thing, and the word it did not crash gently. And I came out, and I believe it was Steve, wasn't it? Where's Steve? And talk about quick crash. I said, Steve, I'm sorry, but your word has crashed, and we are going to do a video tape. If he pulls out this ninja sword, and say, I am dishonored, and just drops, and so I think it was very telling that my favorite moment in 10 years of this high technology course was a brilliant hard sleep. And when the video tape was done and the lights come up, he was lying lifeless, and his teammate dragged him off. It was really a fantastic moment. And the course was all about bonding. People used to say, well, you know what's gonna make for a good word? I said, you can't tell beforehand. But right before he presented, I can tell if the word good just by the body language. If they are standing close to each other, the word is good, alright? And BVW was pioneering course. And I won't bore you with all the details, but it wasn't easy to do. I was given this when I stepped down from the ECC, and I think it's epidemic. If you are going to do anything that's pioneering, you will get those arrows in the back, and you just have to put up with it. I mean, everything that could go wrong and didn't go wrong. But at the end of the day, the whole lot of people had a whole lot of fun. When you add something for 10 years and you hold so precious, is the toughest thing in the world to hand it over. And the only advice I can give is find somebody better than you to hand it to. And that's what I did. There was this kid at the VR studio way back then, and he didn't have to spend long time in years or bits to go. The force is strong on this one, and once of my greatness my two greatest accomplishments, I think for Carnegie Mellon were that I got Jessica Udins and Steve Gist to come and join our faculty. And I was thrilled when I could hand this over to Jace, and to no one's surprise, he was really taking he has really taken it up the next notch, and the course is in good, it's more than good hands, it's in better hands. But just it was just one course. And when we really took it up a notch, we created what I call the Dream Fulfillment Factory. Don Marin and I got together, and the university's blessing and encouragement, we made this thing out of oak cloth that is absolutely insane. Should never have been tried. All the same universities don't go near this kind of stuff, creating a tremendous opportunistic void. So the Entertainment Technology Center was all about assistant technologists working in small teams to make things. It was a 2-year professional master's degree, and Don and I were two kindred spirits. We were different. Anybody who knows us knows that we are very different people, and we like to do things in a new way. And the truth of the matter is that we were both a little uncomfortable in academia. I used to say that I'm not comfortable as an academic because I come from a long line of people who actually work for a living. So I detect nervous laughter. Alright? I want to stress Carnegie Mellon is the only place in the world that ETC could have happened. By far the only place. So okay, the picture was Don's idea, and we would like to refer to this picture as Don Marin on guitar and Randy Posh on keyboard. But we really did play up the left brain, right brain, and it worked out really well that way. Don is an intense guy, and Don and I shared an office. At first, it was a small office. We shared an office for 6 years, alright? Now, those of you who know Don know he's an intense guy, right? And given my current condition, somebody was asking me, this is a terrible joke, but I'm going to use it anyway. Because I know Don will forgive me. Someone said, given your current condition, have you thought about whether you are going to go to heaven or hell? And then I said, I don't know if I'm going to hell. I'm due 6 years for the time that I give. Sharing an office with Don was really like sharing an office with a tornado, right? There was much more energy, and you never knew which trailer was next, right? But you knew something exciting was going to happen, and there is so much energy, and I do believe in giving credit where credit is due. So in my typically virtual way, right, if Don and I were to split the success of the ETC, he clearly gets the lion's share of it. He did the lion's share of the work, okay? He had the lion's share of the ideas. It was a great teamwork. I think it was a great win and a rank. But it was more like yin and yang, right? And deserves that credit, and I give it to him because ETC is a wonderful place, He's now running it and he's taking it global. We'll talk about that in a second. Describing the ETC is really hard, and I finally found a metaphor. Many people about ETC is like describing if they would never see it. So now later you're gonna make a mistake. You're gonna say, well, it's like a cycles, and then you are dragged into the conversation about, how many tigers, how many lions, right? How many chimpanzees, and that misuses the whole point. So when they say we are a master's degree, we are not really like any master's degree you have ever seen. Yes, the curriculum. The curriculum ended up looking like that. All I wanted to do is visually communicate to people that you do 5 projects in visual building world, then you do 3 months more. All of your time is spent in a small team making stuff. None of that book learning thing. Don and I have no patience for book learning things. The master's degree. So they spent 4 years doing book learning, right? Now they should have read all the books, right? The keys to the success where that Kahneman gave us the rent, completely gave us the rent. We had no things to report to, reported directly to the provost, which is great because the provost is way too busy to watch you carefully. You were given explicit license to break the mold. It was it was all project based. It was intense, it was fun. We took field trips every spring semester in January. We did take all 50 students in the first year class, and we did take them out to shop at Pixar. We did take them to Pixar, Industrial Life, and Magic. And of course, when you've got guys like Tommy Diaz hosting, acting as host, right? It's pretty easy to get entry to these places. So we did things very, very differently, the kind of projects students would do, and we did a lot of what we call entertainment. We developed a bunch of things with Fire Department of New York, a network simulator for training firefighters using video game-ish type of technology to teach people careful things. That's not bad. Companies did this storage thing, they put on waiting, promise to hire students. I gave the EA and the activation once year. I think there are now how many? 5. So there are 5 written agreements. I don't know of any other school that has that kind of written agreement with companies. And so that's the restatement. And these are multiple year things. So they agreed to hire people for summer internship that will have not admitted yet. That is pretty strong statement about the quality of the program. And Don, as I said, is crazy. I mean that in a wonderful complimentary way, is doing these things where I like, oh my God, it's not yet tonight because it's in Singapore, because it's gonna be an ETC campus in Singapore. There's already one in Australia and there's already one in Korea. So this is becoming a global phenomenon. So I think this really speaks volume about all the other universities. It's really true that Carnegie Mellon is the only university that can do this. So this really speaks volume about other universities. It's really true that Carnegie Mellon is the only university that can do this. We just have to do it over the world right now, right? One of the big successes about the ETC is teaching people about, I have read the Nigerian answer from a student. I have forgotten the delayed shock therapy effect of this Bashad. When we are talking building virtual worlds, every 2 weeks we get feedback. We put all of those into a big spreadsheet, and at the end of the semester, you've had 3 teammates per project. 5 projects, that is 15 data points. This statistically valid, and you get a bar chart telling you on the ranking of how easy you are to work with. When you stack up against your peers, boy, that's a hard feedback to ignore, and some still manage that. But for the most part, people look at that and still manage. But for the most part, people looked at that and went, wow, I'm gonna pick it up a notch. I better start thinking about what I'm saying to people in these meetings. And that's the best gift an educator can give, is to get somebody to become and that's the best gift an educator can give, is to get somebody to become self-reflective. So the ETC was wonderful, but even the ETC and even has done skills. It's around the globe. It's still very labor intensive. It's not normally one at a time. It's not a research group 10 at a time. It's 50 or 50 at a time per campus times campus. But I wanted something infinity scalable, scalable to the point that when millions or tens of millions of people could chase their dream with something, I guess that kind of a goal really does make me feel mad bitter. And Alice is a project that we worked on for a long time. Long time is a noble way to teach computer programming. Kids make movies, games, earth fake again. We are back to the earth fake. The way to teach someone something is to have them think they are learning something else. I have done it my whole career. The earth fake here is that they are learning to program, but they just think they are making moves and video games. This thing has already been downloaded well over 1,000,000 times. There are 8 textbooks that have been written about it. 10% of US colleges are using it now, and not the good stuff yet. The good stuff is coming in the next batch. I like Moses get to see the promised land, but I don't get to set foot in it. That's okay because I can see that the vision is clear. Millions of kids around the millions of kids having fun while learning something is very hard. Sorry? Millions of kids having fun while learning something hard. That's pretty cool. I can deal with that as a legacy. The next version is going to come out in 2008. We are going to be teaching the Java language. If you want them to know they are learning Java, otherwise they will just think that you are writing movie scripts. We are getting the characters from the best-selling PC game in history, The Sims. These are already working in the labs, so there is no real technological risk. I don't have time to thank and mention everyone in the Alice team, but I just want to say that Dennis Kazu is going to be building this. As in building this, he's a designer, it is his baby, and for those of you who are wondering, well, in some numbers of months, who should I be emailing about the Alice project? Where's Wanda? Yeah? Oh, there you are. Stand up, let them see you. Everyone say, I wonder. I wonder. Send her the email. I will talk a little more about casting Hila. She's graduate with PhD and is at Washington University. She's going to be taking up a notch and going to middle school with it. So grand vision, to the extent that I can live on something, I will live on in Alice. Alright. So now the third part of the talk, lesson learned. We have talked about my dreams. We have talked about helping others people enable their dreams. Somewhere along the line, somewhere along the way, there has got to be some aspect of you that lets you get to achieve your dream. First one is the role of parents, mentors, and students. I was blessed to have been born to 2 incredible people. That is my mother on her 70th birthday, and I'm back here. I have just been laughed. That's my dad riding a roller coaster on his 80th birthday, and he points out that he's not only brave, he's talented because he did win that big year that the same day. My dad was so full of life. Everything with him was adventurous. I don't know what's in the bag, but I know it's cool. My dad dressed up as Santa Claus, but he was always he also did very significant things to help a lot of people. This is a domestic daylight that my mom and dad underwork. And every year about 30 students get to school who didn't have. Otherwise, this is something my life and I would have been involved in everything. And these are the kind of things I think everybody ought to be doing, helping others. But the best story I have about my dad is, unfortunately, my dad passed away a little over a year ago. When we were going through these things, he had fought in World War II in the Battle of the Bulge and was awarded the Bronze Star for valor. My mom didn't know it. 50 years of marriage that never came up. My mothers are people who love you even when you pull their hair. I've got 3 mom stories. When I was studying to get my PhD, and I was talking something about theory qualifier, which I can definitely say is the second worst thing in my life after chemotherapy. And I was complaining to my mom about how hard this test was and how awful it was, and she just leaned over and patted me on the back and said, "We know how you feel, honey. I remember when your father was at 8, he was already fighting. He was fighting the camera." After I got my PhD, my mom took great relish in introducing me as, "This is my son. He's a doctor, but not the kind I have." These slides were a little bit dark, but when I was in high school, I decided to paint my bedroom. I always wanted a submarine and an elevator. The great thing is this. What can I say? The great thing about this is they let me do it and they didn't get upset about anything. And it's still there. Go to my parents' house. It's still there. Anybody who is out there who's a parent, if your kid wants to paint their bedroom as a favor for me, let them do it. Okay? It'll be okay. Don't worry about resale value of the house. Other people who help me, besides my parents, our teachers, our mentors, our colleagues, our friends, God, what is there to say about Andy Van Vaden? Where I was a freshman at Brown, he was on a leave, and all I heard about this was Van Vaden, who was like a mythical creature, a caricature, but like a really piece of Caesar, and everybody was really sad that he was gone. But kind of more relaxed. We found out why, because I started working for Andy. I was teaching assistant for him as a sculptor. I was quite an arrogant young man, and I came in some office hours, and of course, it was 9 at night. Andy was there at office hour, which was your first clue as to what kind of professor he was. I come to bonding in, and I'm going to save the world. There are all these kids waiting for help. Afterwards, Andy is he's Dutch, right? He dodged me and he put his arm around my shoulder, and we went for a little walk. Said, "Randy, such a shame that people perceive you as so arrogant because it's going to limit what you are going to be able to accomplish in life." What a hell of a good way to say was, "You have been a jerk," right? It doesn't say you are a jerk. It says people are perceiving you this way, and it says the downside is it's going to limit what they are going to be able to, what you are going to be able to accomplish. What a good way to word you are being a jerk, right? It doesn't say you are a jerk. It says people are perceiving you in this way, and it says the downside is going to limit what you are going to be able to accomplish. When I got to know Andy better, the meeting became more direct, and I could tell you Andy's story for a month. But the one I will tell you is that when it came to time to start thinking about what to do after graduating from Brown, it had never occurred to me million years to go to graduate school just out of my imagination. It wasn't the kind of thing people from my family did. We got, say, what do they call them? Job. I just said, no, don't go do that. Go get a PhD, become a professor. I said, why? He said, because you are a good salesman, and any company who gets to use you as a salesman, you might as well be selling something worthwhile like education. Andy was my first boss. As so to speak, I was lucky enough to have a lot of bosses. That red circle is way off. Ali is over here. I don't know what they are happened there. He's probably watching this in the webcast going. My God, is targeting and is still canting. I don't want to say much about the great bosses I have had, except that they were great. And I know a lot of people in the world would have had bad bosses, and I haven't had to enjoy that experience. I'm very grateful to all the people that I've ever had to report to. They are just incredible. It's not just our bosses, we learn from our students. I think the best head fake all time comes from Kathleen Ilka. Excuse me, Dr. Kathleen Ilka, who just finished up and is starting at Princeton University. She looked at Alice when it was easier way to learn the program, and she said, yeah, but why is that fun? I was like, well, because I'm a compulsive male. I like to make the little toy soldiers move around my soldier, and that's fun. She was like, she was the one who said, no, we'll approach it as a storytelling activity. It's done wonderful work showing that, particularly with the middle school girls. If you present as a storytelling activity, they are perfectly willing to learn how to write computer software. So all the time, the best head fake award goes to Kathleen Killers Sasha. President Carl, when I told him I was going to do this talk, he said, please tell them everything about fun, because that's what I remember you for. I said, I can do that, but it's kind of like a fish talking about the importance of water. I mean, I don't know how to not have fun. All night I'm dying, I'm having fun, I'm going to keep having fun every day I have left, because there is no way to play it, right? So my next piece of advice, you just have to decide if you are a tiger or you are an Elion. I mean, I'm clear where I stand in the great tiger Elion debate. Never lose the childlike wonder. It's too important. It's what drives us, helps us. Danny Prophet knows more about helping other people. He's forgotten more than I ever would know. He taught me by example how to run a group, how to care about people. Mr. M.K. Ali, I have a theory about people who came from large families are better people because they have had to learn how to get along. M.K. Ali comes from a family of 20 kids. Yeah. They have. He's forgotten more than I ever know. He's taught me by example how to run. He's taught me by example how to run a group, to care about people. Mr. M.K. Ali, I have a theory about people who come from large families. Mr. They are better people because they have got to learn how to get along. Mr. M.K. comes from a family of 20 kids. Yeah, unbelievable. She always says it's kind of fun to do. It's kind of fun to do that, to do the impossible. When I first got into imaging, she was one of the people who dressed me down and said, I understand you have joined the Allergen project. What can you do? I said, well, I'm a tenured professor of computer science. She was like, well, that's a very nice, that's very nice, Professor Boy, but that's not what I asked. What can you do? I mentioned sort of my working class roots. We keep what's valuable to us, what we cherish, and I kept a letters man jacket all these years. I used to wear I used to like wearing it in the grad school. One of my friends, Jessica Oden, will say, "Why do you wear this leather man jacket?" I looked around at all the non-artistic guys around me who were much smarter than me, and I said, "Because I can." She thought it was the real shoes. So one year she made for me this little branding doll. She got little leather jackets too. That's my all-time favorite. It's the perfect gift for the enigmatic of my life. I have met so many beautiful people along the way. The reality is two-way street. There was a young man named Dennis Covey at the University of Virginia, and he was a young man, let's say, since Apple. And I found myself talking to the dean, and the dean, no, not that dean. Anyway, this dean really had it for Dennis, and I could never figure out why. Because Dennis was a fine fellow. But for some reasons, this dean really had it for him. And I ended up basically saying, "No, I vouch for Dennis." The guy says, "You are not even tenured yet. And you're telling me you are going to vouch for this so Somo or junior or whatever." I think it was in junior at that time. I said, "Yeah, I want to vouch for him because I believe in him." He didn't say, I'm going to remember this when your tenure case comes up." Because I said, "Dude," I went back to Dennis and said, I would really appreciate you. That would be good, but reality is a two-way street. That that was God knows how many years ago. But the same Dennis who carried Alice forward. He's been with me all these years, and if you were only adult person then you place group to meet Alice I'm picking them. You can't give a talk at Kalimong without acknowledging one very special person who is Sharon Brooks. I joked with her. I said, "Look, you are retiring. It's not just worth living anymore. Shining is so wonderful, it's beyond description, and all of us who have been helped by her, she's just indescribable." I thought back to my bachelor days, and I said, "Never give up." I didn't get into Brown University. I was on the wait list. I called them, and they eventually decided it's getting really annoying to have me call every day. So they let me in. At Kenango, I didn't get to graduate school. Andy had mentioned me. He said, "Go to graduate school. Go to graduate school. You are going to Carnegie Mellon." Oh, all my good students go to Carnegie Mellon, and yeah, you know what's coming. He said, "You are going to Carnegie Mellon, no problem." But what he had kind of forgotten was the difficulty of getting the top PhD programs in the country had really gone up. Just what did you know? I was going to thank my GRs because he believed in me, which beyond my board's course was a really stupid idea. I didn't get into Carnegie Morgan. No one knows this till today. I'm telling the story. I declined admission to Carnegie Morgan. No one knows this story. I declined admission to Carnegie Morgan. It was a bit of an obnoxious music kid. I went to Andy's office and I dropped the rejection letter on his desk. I just wanted to know what the letter of recommendation goes for at Carnegie Morgan. Before the letter had hit his desk, his hand was on the phone and he said, "I'll fix this." I said, No, I don't want to do it that way. That is the way I was raised, you know. Maybe some other graduate schools will see fit to admit me. He said, "Look, Carnegie Mellon's where you are going to be." He said, "I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Go visit the other schools because I did get into all the other schools." He said, Go visit the other schools, and if you really don't feel comfortable at any of them, then you let me call Nico. Nico being Nico Abaman. I said, okay, deal. I went to the other school without naming them by name. Back in Manuel, they managed to be so unwelcoming that I found myself saying, and I'm going to get a job. He said, no, you are not. And he picked up the phone and he called and he talked in Dutch. He hung up the phone and he said, Nico says, if you are serious, be in the service tomorrow, 8 a.m. For those of you who know Nico, this is very scary. So, I'm in Nico Abba's office the next morning at 8 a.m. and he's talking to me, and frankly, I don't think he's that keen on this meeting. I don't think he's that keen at all. He says, Randy, why are we here? I said, because Andy phoned you. And said, well, since you are admitted, and I said, since you admitted me, I have won the fellowship, the Office of Naval Research. It's a very prestigious fellowship. I won this fellowship, and that wasn't in my file when I applied. Nico said, the fellowship, money. We have plenty money. That was back then. He said, we have plenty of money. Why do you think having a fellowship makes any difference to us? He looked at me. There are moments that change your life. There are moments that change your life, and 10 years later, if you know in retrospect, it was one of those moments. You are blessed, but you know it at the moment when it was staring through your soul. I said, I didn't mean to imply anything about money. It's just that it was an honor. There were only 17 given nationwide, and I think it's an honor. That will be something that will be meritorious, and I apologize that it was presumptuous. It's mine, that was good. So how do you get people to help you? You can't get there alone. People have to help you, and I do believe in karma. I believe in payback. You get people to help you by telling the truth. Be earnest. I take an earnest person over a if person every day. Because if it's short term, earnest. No. Apologize when you screw up and focus on other people, not on yourself. I thought, how do I possibly make a concrete example of that? Do we have a concrete example of focusing on somebody else over them? Would you bring it out? Yesterday was my wife's birthday, and if there was ever a time I might be entitled to have focus on him, it might be the last day. But no, I feel very badly that my wife didn't really get a proper birthday, and I thought it would be nice if 500 people did. Now, we all have an extra reason to come to the reception. Remember, brick was let us show our dedication. They are there to separate us from people who don't really want to achieve their childhood dream. Don't go. The best is the goal at the bottom of the barricade. What Steve didn't tell you was the big sabbatical of E. I was there for 48 hours. They love the ETC. You are the best. You are the favorite. And then somebody just put me aside and said, oh, by the way, we are about to give $8 million to USC. Build a program just like yours. We are hoping you can help them get off ground. Then Steve came and said, he said what? Oh God. To quote a famous man, I will fix this, and he did. Steve has been a very incredible partner, and we have a great relationship, personal and professional. And he has certainly been point man on getting the gaming asset to help reach millions of kids. That's just incredible. Well, it certainly would have been incredible to me to live 48 hours in that sabbatical, but it won't have been the right thing to do. And when you do the right thing, good stuff have a way of happening. Get a feedback loop and listen to it. Your feedback loop can be the docking spreadsheet thing I did. It can be just one great man who tells you what you need to hear, and the hard part is the listening to it. Anybody can get you that. It's the rare person who says, oh my God, you are right, oh wait, the real person is. You have all of that. When people give you feedback, cherish it, use it, show gratitude. When I got tenure, I took all my research items down to Disney World for a week. And one of the other professors at Virginia said, how can you do that? I said, these people just busted their asses to get me the best job in the world for life. How could I not do that? Don't complain, don't complain, just work hard. It's a picture of Jerome Sims. It was in his contrast to not complain even when the fans beat on him. Be good at something, it makes you valuable. Work hard. I got tenure a year earlier, as Steve mentioned. Junior faculty members used to say to me, wow, you got tenure early. What's your secret? I said, pretty simple. Call me every Friday night at my office at 10 a.m. At 10 o'clock, I'll tell you. Find the best in everybody. One thing that John Soddy said, as I said, told me is that you might not have to wait a long time. Sometimes, yes, but people will show you their good side. Just keep waiting. You might have to wait a long time. Sometimes, yes, but people will show you their good side. Just keep waiting, no matter how long it takes. No one is all evil. Everybody has a good side. Just keep waiting. It will come out. Be prepared. Luck is truly where preparation meets opportunity. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Have you figured out the second head fake? The top is not for you. It's for my kids. Thank you. Or good night. Now the Posh's last lecture imparted a magnitude of valuable things that resonate deeply and can enrich our life. Some of the key lessons include one significance of childhood dream. Your childhood dream is very, very, very significant. Your childhood dream is very, very significant. The importance of identifying and pushing our childhood dreams. The dreams often hold the essence of who we truly want to be working towards. Perseverance in the face of challenges. Posh's personal journey from his cancer diagnosis to getting various challenges throughout his life underscores the importance of relentless. He encourages us to embrace challenges as opportunities to learn, grow, and demonstrate our strength. Perseverance in the face of no matter the challenge, be resilient and be ready to face it. Enabling the dreams of others. Posh's commitment to helping others achieve their own dreams showcase the transformative power of supporting and lifting others around us. By contributing to others' aspirations, we create a positive and lasting impact on the world. We must be focused on helping others achieve their dreams. Time management and prioritization. Posh shares insights on effective time management, stressing the significance of setting clear goals, focusing on what truly matters and avoiding distractions that hinder our path to success. The role of family and relationships. The value of cherished relationships, empathy, and emotional connection is a theme. Both expression of love and his family highlight the profound importance of nurturing this bond. Humor and optimism. Even in the face of adversity, Posh's humor and unwavering optimism shines through. It shows that maintaining a positive outlook can help us navigate difficulties, connect with others, and maintain a hopeful perspective. Learning and education. As a professor, Posh exalts the values of long life learning and transformative role of education. He encourages continuous intellectual curiosity and acquisition of knowledge beyond formal classroom settings. Living in the present. Posh's emphasis on here and now reminds us to appreciate and make the most of every moment. The present allows us to create meaningful memories and find joy in our day-to-day experiences. Facing mortality with grace. Confronting his own mortality, Posh shares profound insights about the limited time we have on earth. He encourages us to live with intention and make the most of our time and leave a positive legacy. The impact of small gesture. The impact of small gesture. Facing mortality, Porsche anecdote about his Disney World experience highlight how small gestures and memories of kindness can have a profound impact on others, showcasing the ripple effect of spreading joy. Randy Post said the last lecture carries a timeless call to action that resonates even more powerfully in today's fast-paced and intercontinental world. Embrace your passion. In a world filled with distractions, take the time to identify and embrace your true passion, just as Posey did with his childhood dreams. Whether it's a hobby, a course, or a career path, pursuing your passion can bring a renewed sense of purpose and fulfillment. Cultivate resilience. The challenge and uncertainty of today can be doubting, but passion message of resilience holds true. Use setbacks as opportunity for growth. As opportunities for growth and cultivate resilience in the face of adversities. This could mean adapting a new circumstance, acquiring new skill, or finding innovative solutions to modern challenges. Support others. Support others. Support others' dream. Porsche's commitment to supporting the dream of others underscores the importance of empathy and community. Take the time to mentor, support, and uplift those around you. In a digital age, connecting with and supporting others can take on new forms, such as offering virtual mentorship and crowdfunding for someone's creative project. Manage your time wisely. It is advised from Porsche's speech that time management is perhaps one of the most relevant today. Give constant streams of information and demands vary for our attention. Setting clear goals, prioritizing tasks, and minimizing distractions are critical skills in navigating the digital age. Nurture relationships. In the world of social media virtual interaction, the value of genuine in-person relationship can sometimes be overlooked. First, emphasis on cherishing loved ones and creating lasting memories serve as a reminder to prioritize and nurture this connection. Harness the power of technology. Post's use of virtual reality to achieve his childhood dreams showcase the potential of technology to bring our aspiration to life. Technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality, or online learning platforms can help you pursue your own goals and dreams. Practice gratitude. Practice gratitude-filled approach to life can be a grounded force in our today's fast-paced world. Take a moment each day to reflect on what you are thankful for and to appreciate the small joys that often go unnoticed. Make a positive impact. Another call to action is that you should believe in the ripple effect of small gestures. Acts of kindness, no matter how small they can be, can have a far-reaching impact. No matter how small that act of gesture can be, it can have a far-reaching impact. Seek long life learning. The digital age offers unprecedented access to knowledge and learning resources. Live with purpose. Person's ultimate message for living with purpose and intention is the timeless call to action. Let our life, our living be purposeful. As we navigate the complexity of the modern day, Randy Post's wisdom can guide you in finding fulfillment, making differences, and achieving your own version of the last lecture. And so with that, we come to the end of Randy Post's the last lecture.
I'm going on a very short break now, and I'll be back
So in between the short break, we can have a little interaction in which I can join in. At this time, we would begin our first, basically for just for clarification and to and so that people understand. Um, we have up to 3 interactive sections every day, and these interactive sections afford us time to reflect on the speeches already read, and as well as to discuss this certain societal issues that affect our lives in our communities as individuals. So, um, we'll be starting with the first interactive section, now. So afford us opportunity to ask questions relating to speeches already read or the theme of the 5-day marathon, Voices of Change, barring solutions for a better world. So questions and contributions in case we have any from anyone. Questions? Um, questions? Do you have questions? Answer any.
Good morning, my brother.
One.
Well done on the work so far. I've actually spoken about the youth at various points or at different times. I wish to ask, in the government of today, which is practically known and saying that it's like it's meant for subsets of people, or some people have actually been the ones doing it. I want to know if you think or how you view it, if the youth can actually be involved, or what are your recommendations that you feel the youth can adopt to be involved seriously and win responsible positions, whereby the narrative can actually change from the concept of the elderly ones that have always been there to a narrative whereby we'll always be proud to say the youth are actually functioning well in politics. Please, I don't know if you get the question. Thank you.
Any other question? Do you have any other question from the audience? If I understand your question very well, I would want to say that the question is around active participation of youth in governance of politics. Yeah. So the reality is that we as a people, or as young people, are not satisfied with the current, participation of youth in politics, as we would not say it has gotten to the point that we would love it to be. But this cannot be far-fetched from as a result of certain problems. We say there are some things that we can identify as the reasons why the youth participation has not gotten to the required level. Number one is number one thing we can address as the reason why youthful participation has not gotten to where it should be is the amount of youth that are ready to be involved. How encouraging is the number of youth, the youth themselves in participation. Most of the youth nowadays have given up in anything relating to governance and the politics of their state, because they have a lot have lost hope and they do not think that them participating can even make a change. How many youths in the country even vote? It's just that this last general election has been quite impressive, where we had a massive youth turnout to register and participate at the polls. But before then, what has been the state or the condition or the body language of the youth? Okay? So, number one is the amount of youths that are ready to participate. Is it enough for them to get the desired change and the mandate they want? For example, now in a probably let's say in a ward meeting, political ward meeting, and you have majority old and women, and the young people are just very few. And you now want a young person to be probably the ward leader, when the other people can talk to themselves and present one person. So we need a lot of youth to be involved, so that we can actually get a number of us get this position. Then number two is that our leaders too should deliberately create offices that will suit youthful occupation, like that the youth can occupy. For example, there's nothing wrong if the Ministry of the Youth Affairs is being headed by a youth. Our government should look into that aspect. Okay, we don't have enough youth, but they can deliberately create means to ensure that the youth that are available can fit into certain offices. Then another means that we can also employ to ensure that the youth are encouraged to participate in the affairs of the state is good education. We cannot overemphasize the benefit of education in our society. Education will solve so many problems in our society, and this is one of it. Because an enlightened person will know his role in society. An enlightened person will know that it is his vote that will make a change in the society. An enlightened person will know that if he continues to complain and not participate, and he will not get any results, he will just be complaining, nothing will happen. So education is a very key and important parameter, or an important tool that we can also use to ensure youthful participation. A lot of our youth are out there with either no education at all or poor quality of education. They just have the certificate. They don't even. Some of them can't even defend what they have. So the government has to look into the area of education as well. So these are one of the many ways in which we can improve youth participation in governance of our beloved nation and state. Any other questions?
Thank you very much. We appreciate everyone here. We are in the question and answer and interactive section. Good morning, everyone. Christopher Sibiolusa has been here 2 a.m. on Monday. We and the team members have been here 2 a.m. on Monday. Until now, we've been here. We have spoken in a lot about inspirational leaders and motivational leaders. Leaders who are take a determination to make a change in their society. In Africa, in Nigeria, in the world as a whole. We have talked about Martin Luther King Jr., about a speech about I have a dream that one day people will not be judged by the color of their skin but by the content of their character. I have talked about Martin Luther King Jr., which talked about the 3 evils of society. You have spoken about the speech of Franklin Roosevelt, the former US president. He has spoken the speech of our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We have spoken the speech of the inauguration of our governor, Rotimi Akeredolu. He has spoken the speech of our Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, the former vice president, and a lot of people who are great leaders. He has talked about economy, policy, social reform, inclusiveness, youth, female, gender equity. He has talked about politics, and this time I know he's loaded, not even I believe, he's loaded since Monday. So you can ask any question from various sectors, and he's going to do that. Thank you very much.
Chris, this is wonderful. Before I say anything, Dr. Olumuyiwadu is my name. I don't even nickname me Kubana. I didn't call myself that. I am touched. And because you are the kind of people that is making me to run up and down day and night in the society just to ensure that society is better and to encourage others. My seeing you here now will make me to leave 500,000 naira in support of whatever you are doing. And I can assure you before the end of the day, you get that in your account, because I'm catching a flight any moment from now. Whether in flight or when I'm outside that flight, I'll be able to do that. There is one message I want to give to the youth. Each and every now and then we keep talking about youth participation, youth participation, youth participation. It is because the only business that we have in this country is politics. We don't need to talk about youth participation. If any youth has distinguished himself just like you are doing today, nobody will preach before you be given a responsibility that has to do with this area where you excel. If an elder, an adult, excel in certain field and we know that he can perform, nothing should stop that elder from being in that position to actually deliver. The problem we have is because the only business we have in Nigeria is politics. If we have people that are manufacturing aircraft now, will you tell me when you have a lot of youth there, think about becoming a minister? This is the problem we have in this country. If you leave that area, you go to other sectors, agriculture, manufacturing, a lot of other industries, where you have a vast number of our youth engaged. What business do you have with? Because the only thing you need to live like he's doing today is a legacy that you can be remembered for life. And I can tell you, it is not when you hold public offices. You cannot. You are just a manager of projects and people. It's different from when you see it and you look at what you have to do. Think about the improvement initiatives that you are embedded in, and you begin to put them into practical application for people to benefit. Then your name will go into Guinness Book of Records, like Chris Zone will then enter it. So please, I need to say that the noise we make about youths and youths, if there's a way we can begin to tell our people that look, we have a lot of gap between the youths and politicians. And it shouldn't be the case. Why must somebody be in ministry? I said it yesterday. He's a permanent secretary, his salary does not enter 500,000 naira. And you let somebody in position, you are paying 12 million, 15 million. What level is it? Level 500? If this money is out and we begin to use it to develop our resources, manufacturing industries and everything, we won't be talking about. You to be too busy to think about going to become a minister. If we put all the youths in ministries to go and begin to manage it with this present system, they will still fail because the foundation is rotten. The foundation is rotten. The system is bad. So while we are saying this, let us go to the root. It's part of it. If the youths are engaged, we won't even have any reason to begin to talk about youth participation. But youths can never be engaged in politics because the positions that are there are very few. If you like carry 5 youths now, make them ministers, that's a problem. Does this solve the problem I mean to say? It doesn't. What we should be thinking of is what Chris is doing now. And I can assure you that we are ready to support you. I know after this, you want to think about another thing again that will make you to have another record with the Guinness Book. I can assure you we are going to support you. We are going to be by you. And even after this, I want to host you and your team members. And if there is any other initiative that any of you can come up with, we'll be ready to support you. But like I said, we need to drive that force beyond saying that youth should be in government. How many people can youths engage in government? Are you going there to steal money that EFCC will carry on and begin to distribute shares for the youths when the bulk of the youths are outside no job? Even if you open up all the ministries and parastatals in Nigeria and put youths, it still cannot solve our problem. The thing is, we need to restructure this country. We need to address the systemic issues, and we need to think about a way to ensure that once you leave school, you have something doing. And as long as you have something doing, you can get a house or mortgage, you can get a new car, and you can give it like it's done in any other developed countries. This is what we want for this country. Where youth today will become adults tomorrow. But the important thing is that everybody of all class should be given that responsibility and that which they are supposed to enjoy in a society like ours. We cannot get there except we rejig our system by restructuring geographically, politically, economically, and even morally. And of course, the moral aspect is rooted also in system. Because when you have a good system, a governor in a state cannot be the only person controlling the assets of the state. The president of the country cannot determine how the assets of the state, of the nation should be governed. There should be a system in place in such a way that whatever they jointly agree is what the president signs, and nobody will go outside of it. Not when somebody will sit and say, go and give this money to somebody, go and give this contract to somebody at inflated price. We can't get out of it. It should be a way that when you get into government, you just commit one small offense to leave, because you know you are not needed. But as long as the system remains as it is, I can tell you, the space over there is knowing to solve this problem. We should handle that problem from the source and ensure that the system works. That is the only way we can get out of this problem. But that is not to say that any youth that is vibrant, that has that knowledge and quest for seizing initiatives that can cause improvement in the society, like we see of Greece today, should not be recognized. And think of, for example, I don't see any reason why this young man cannot be made a minister for research. And what do you mean by research? Once he's there as a researcher, he will now call you, go and steal technology from nowhere and bring it down to this country. French wouldn't have been there today. They stole technology. Spanish stole technology. All over the world they steal technology. China steal technology. We can't produce motor, we can't do everything except with steal technology. And who are the people that have that strength to be able to do that? Send our people abroad. Throw them out and give them a mission. There are people that spy. They give them all the comforts in this country. They just go there to spy what they are doing and bring. I know he can do it if he's given that responsibility. From what I've seen today, I wish you well, and I pray that the God that is actually guiding you to think about this and come to this feast will not leave you. Thank you very much.
I'd like to make a very quick response to that. I sincerely appreciate you identifying with our cause, and I'm very grateful that you've not only identified with us, but you decided to give what we are doing a support. I would like to reiterate that even as this 5 days marathon is on, it has so many involvements. There are so many that are embedded in it. Like for example, all funds being raised, including the one you are going to be giving us, is going to be donated to charity. It's going to be donated to the support of children with aphasia. Aphasia is a brain disorder that people that does not allow people that have it to be able to comprehend and speak. Disability of comprehension and speaking. So we have quite a number of children that are faced with that, and then we will be supporting them on that Talk with the Duke Foundation. Then, like you said earlier, that you know that we definitely have a lot that are on our table. I am so happy that you know that. I don't know, maybe you were briefed, but you had this huge sense of understanding of what seems to be going on here. This is our 5th day. Over the last 4 days, yes, we've been engaging a lot of people who have been coming and asking questions, and then we'll be taking some responsibilities and tasks that moving forward we are going to be taking actions on. Although my brand Talk with the Duke has been on advocacy journeys, being a part of civil society to advocate for change, trying to let our voice to change, but now we want to go into specific line of actions, and this is a result of what we have identified as major issues. The first one is climate action. We've understood that the rate at which climate change is going to affect a lot of things in this country would not be gentle if we don't take proactive steps. Climate action is one of the things we will be going into. Then we'll also be looking at some parts of education. Education, like I said, cannot be we cannot undermine the strength of education in our society. But it's also a very big and broad social requirements and rights for every citizen, but we have some part that we've identified that if those parts can be solved, it's going to improve the quality of education we have. And when the kind of education we have is improved, we will have better citizens to improve the quality of our living, our understanding, and the way we do things in our society. And that is revisiting. We're going to be going on a revisiting of the curriculum across all levels. Curriculum of learning, of teaching, is what have been discussed there as archaic. We are in the 21st century and we are still being taught things of the 18th century. So the education, the curriculum of our school is what we want to look at. We are going to set up a group that we are going to analyze the whole situation. We are going to provide recommendations and we are going to channel it in the right direction. These are many one of the other things we want to do, but I can notice that you want to be on your leave, and I hope that we'll continue the conversation when you are around. Thank you very much.
Any other question? Do you have any other question?
Yes.
Okay.
My question is about youth and sports and entertainment. A lot of youths in our country are heavily involved in sports and entertainment, but they've not been really getting enough support from the government, enough funding and all of that they need. What do you think the government should do to step in and make a difference, help these young Nigerians to be encouraged in doing what they are doing to boost Nigeria's coast, if you understand what I mean?
Sports and entertainment. Well, looking at sport as one, when sometimes when we want to address issues, we need to first look at the realities of ground. We say we want the government to improve sport and entertainment, but how do we come out and ask for that when the most important things that is expected of this government, they are not succeeding at it? The government is supposed to be very, very focused on the economy and the standard of living of the people. This sport and entertainment now is people that are alive, it's people that are eating that can venture into sport and entertainment. Now, when the government is even failing at this very, very important ones, how can we now say we want to stand up and start, say, do this in sports, build more stadiums when we don't have enough hospitals, build more theater homes when schools are dilapidated and all of that. So, at this stage, we should be more focused on telling the government that give people what they need to survive. Now, sport and entertainment, this is something that individuals can step in to do. Civil societies, NGOs, entertainment brands. In fact, they have been doing it wonderfully. Promotion of artists, promotion of promotion of artists, yes, musicians. These are things that individual, we call them record labels have been trying to improve. And the good thing is that this entertainment and sport, entertainment in Nigeria is growing fast. It's a very lucrative business. A lot of people are venturing into them, are doing very well. And this is happening even without the involvement of the government. I would say don't let us call this government now, because by the time we call them, you don't, maybe that's when they will bring a policy that will even now cripple the current situation that is on ground. So let's still be disturbing them on impacting life and ensuring that the standard of living of the Nigerians is being improved. Then for the entertainment, those that are already in that business, they should continue to do as much as they've been doing. See sports now. I've never talked about sports. The corruption in sports is so much that even FIFA, another international body, they recognize it, and they have now said all players should be collecting their money directly. Alright? Do you not want government to be interfering in music, in entertainment? Do you want Spotify to first pay government before government now pay the artist? Or they should first pay CBN? They say to transact the money, you first go through the CBN. You know? So things are just so bad that we should let's just still leave government out of entertainment. Alright? When they have balanced our economy, when we are living fine, when we can eat, then we can now draw out specific roles that we want them to play. Alright? Then in the area of sports is actually a lucrative business a lucrative venture that can even help the economy of the state, of the nation, if it is being managed properly. In the sense that, you know, so many countries of the world are using sports to internally generate funds. But again, it is not a must that it should be the government that will do it. You know, private bodies, that sports lovers, they can come up with different initiatives and ideas. They can come up with different competitions, all right, and they will invest in it. They will also get their return. They will also improve. They will also take some individuals, participants especially, to another stage of their life. So we should not disturb the government. For now, let us disturb the government on some other things such as our economy. On sport, let us encourage private bodies, organizations, sport lovers, people that have the funds and are ready to put it in our sport. Let us encourage brands to support sporting activities. Encourage people, showcase their brand through sporting activities and all of that. So that's what we should focus on for now. Entertainment too. Entertainment is going fine in Nigeria. Don't you think that? It's going fine in Nigeria. So why don't let us bring people that may come and also change the whole thing, and then we will start to blame ourselves at the end of the day. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Do we have any other questions from the audience? The absence of any less. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, CB Olusa, for this great opportunity. I am Adeyemi Joseph. I want to ask one question. You know, you've been saying a lot of things about youth and things surrounding youth and economic, every other thing. Now discovering the problem now in Nigeria, the problem of some problems about youth. So what are the solutions? You know, if you've discovered a problem, the next thing is the solution. Now, how can you think that, okay, youth can do this to solve the problem of electricity? We can't leave it to government alone. Yes, government has a great impact in this, we know. But how can we use? And I know some youth that make solar stuff themselves. But though they still need some funding, like you created this initiative yourself, right? Without the help of the government or any personality, you developed this initiative yourself. So, what is the solution you can give to youth out there on how they can, like, revitalize themselves, how they can be how they can be themselves by developing themselves into the stages they want to be. Thank you.
Okay. Any other hand? All right. Thank you for that question. But I would like to reiterate that our 5-day long activity has not been about identifying problems alone. It has been about inspiring solutions. And then when questions are being asked, people that ask the questions are the ones that are identifying the problems, and collectively we profile solutions to these questions. However, not all questions are actually solution based, like questions that require solution. Some questions are just information, like questions to require information. The ones that require solutions are always being penned down, and we have always promised that after this event we will be taking actions to effect their actualization. For your own question now, let's say it's around how the youth can effectively utilize their skills. If I'm rephrasing it, how the youth can effectively utilize their skills, how they can stand on their own and be independent. Yes. First of all, I would like to say we've not even had a lot of conversation around the youth in recent times. I think the first day and probably today, in other times we've been having so many deeper conversations down the road. Just like one of our guests said the other time, because we cannot always focus on. We need to focus on the most essentials. That once we have it in place, it will solve problems of everybody across all age group. Either you are young, you are old, you are youth, you are married, you are working class, or not. So now let us now look at the youth as a different body. How we can be self-reliant, how we can utilize effectively our skills. Now, the first thing that I would like to mention is, I've always said it, and that's why I'm very going to be serious about it, is the place of education. The Nigerian youth must be educated and must have quality education. There's a difference between being educated and having quality education. Some educations cannot open your reasoning. Alright? So for Nigerian youth to be able to stand on it, well, when we say education now, we are not restricting it to the four walls of a university or a polytechnic or a college of education. Education in the sense that you can express yourself, you can read, you can write, you can understand and communicate effectively with everyone in your surroundings. Also, the education will include having access to knowledge that you'll be able to utilize to be independent. After you can communicate either in English so that you can talk to everybody in the country. It's not like we are making English like you have to be, no, but it's just for the sake of communication. If I see an Igbo man now, I don't understand Igbo, I need to use English. So you have to be able to communicate, you have to be able to read and write, and you have to have knowledge of what you want to use to stand out. You want to be an independent person, you have to be educated, you have to have that knowledge. Education is about having knowledge. I'm not talking about having a degree or an MSc certificate. We're talking about having the knowledge you want to use. Now, the knowledge you want to use, it can be through learning of a skill. Do not forget that it is still a form of education. So when we say education, we are not just limiting it to the 4 walls of a school. So for a Nigerian youth to be independent, to be able to stand out, you have to be educated. Must be able to communicate, must be able to read and write, must be able to must have knowledge of what he wants to do. And that's where the communication comes to play. Then number 2, we have to have this spirit of resilience. In fact, to succeed in any venture or in any activity of life, you have to be resilient. Resilient in the sense that you have to be determination. You have your knowledge, for example, by profession or by schooling. I am a food scientist. Now, if I want to be a professional in food science, I want to practice food science due to the knowledge I have gotten from my 5-year education at the university. I have to be determined that is the course I want to do. That is the field I want to practice. It means that my thinking, my ways of doing the information, everything I do is to help me achieve in that direction. Resilience. I have to be determined, because it is not easy to be independent in Nigeria. It is not easy with the current economic condition, with the current situations everywhere, with the current hardship, with the current. It is not easy. So there will be so many discouragement. So, but the act of resilience of a young person can actually help to scale through. Young people have the ability to be more focused and determined than the older generation, right? We have this spirit of resilience. This is what I want to do. This is the first. This is what we want to do. This mandate we are standing and we are not shaking. So that spirit has to be there. Then number 3 is that the youth or the person who wants to be independent to have a plan. You need a plan. If you want to venture into a particular business, you've acquired knowledge in that business. Now you set out plans. At what stage do you want to fund the business? At what stage do you want to start advertising or commercializing the business? You have to have a plan. Who are your target audience? Who are your potential customers or clients? Where are you citing it? Would your potential patronage come from there? You see a lot of wrongly cited businesses in Nigeria, especially by the government. I serve in Kogi State. We have Ajakuta Steel Rolling Company in Ajakuta. Meanwhile, when it was functioning, the iron ore is being taken from Enugu. They now created one lane rail to Enugu. They created one lane rail to Enugu that they'll be taking the oil from Enugu and take it inside that place. Meanwhile, Ajakuta as a place, as a city, has another natural resources of its own, natural gas. Do you know what they did again? They took natural gas refinery to Kano. Is it Kano or Kaduna? So they now lay pipe from Ajakuta to Kano. But that is for the government. But for a youth that wants to be independent, the location you want to set up your venture, your business, your brand, this is somewhere that you have access to your raw materials, maybe at a cheaper rate if you are selling, if it's a trade, or are your prospective clients there? It's not done that before someone wants to get access to you, you have to travel through seas and rivers. You have to. So that's what I'm talking about, workable plan. You have to have the workable plan for that venture, for that business you want to set up. Then, importantly, you need to know where you are getting your funds from. Are you going to get your funds from crowd raising? Is it going to be from family and friends? Is it going to be from a bank, a financial institution? If that is the case, does that business have the capacity to pay back if you are going through means of loan? We should understand that starting a business with loan there's nothing like getting a loan. Taking a loan is not a sign of poverty. The richest of the richest are indebted because you may not have that funds in your pocket to do something that will bring more funds to your pocket, and there are some people that have that fund. So you have to have access, look for that money. If it's a loan you'll be taking, take the loan, but ensure that from your plan, from the things that you have put in place, you already have the knowledge, you know what you want to do. The plan you have, the business, the venture you want to run will be enough to pay back. You make more profits, and then you continue to build your business. At any point you may still need more money to expand. Don't be afraid to go and take it if you have access to it. Accessibility to loan is a very big issue in Nigeria. We understand that. You understand that. But if you have access to it, take it as long as you have a payback plan and your venture is going to succeed with the plan. So I hope I've been able to answer questions the best of my understanding. Thank you. You're very welcome, sir. Any other question or interaction from the members of the public?
Yeah. We greatly appreciate the wonderful developments in the continent of Africa as showing forth the skills and the depth of what we are made up of, and trusting that shortly Africa is taking a rightful position among the global world, especially for the indigenous. And the notable development of recent have indeed give hope for several of us, seeing the oncoming generation taking the bull by the horn and breaking limits and breaking barriers and breaking records, and in a positive manner. It's a reflection of what we represent in Africa, and it's our time to set out to lead the rest of the world and display the inbuilt ingenuity of God's abundance of mercy in us. And we use this very great privilege to encourage every young one out there that you have what it takes to indeed to inspire your world, indeed to provide solutions to your immediate environment. Knowing fully this, that once you discover yourself in God, you know the content of what your environment possesses, and you'll be able to grasp the content and the quality of the people around you. Definitely you will maximize all of this to indeed illuminate your world. We appreciate our brother who has been on the course. Continue to soar higher. The strength of the Lord will be your portion. My brother Christopher Olusa, you are doing a great job, and we appreciate this, and keep on advancing, and the good Lord will continue to be your guide in Jesus' name. And to the young ones out there, inspire, get the best, and ready to shine and lead the rest of the world. Thank you.
Do we still have interaction? So let us move to another inspiring speech that we have before us. I have here the speech by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the address titled "Renewed Hope Has Landed." Ladies and gentlemen, on the momentous occasion of
his election victory, President Bola Tinubu delivered his stirring acceptance speech in the early hours of Wednesday, March 1st this year, at the Independent National Electoral Committee. After the Independent National Electoral Committee, INEC declared him winner of the presidential election. In this landmark address, President-elect Tinubu expressed profound gratitude to Nigerian people for electing him as the 16th president of the nation, while acknowledging the spirit of democracy that strives in the heart of the citizens, emphasizing unity, peace, progress. His speech calls for political reconciliation and inclusivity and unanswered commitment to nation building, a brighter and more productive society. Let us now revisit this historic speech, one that resonates with hope, aspiration, and promise for the new era for Nigeria. This speech is sourced from the Cable News. So, and like I said, the renewed hope has landed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Fellow Nigerians, I am profoundly humbled that you have elected me to serve as the 16th president of our beloved republic. This is a stunning moment in the life of a man, an affirmation of our democratic existence. From my heart, I say thank you. Whether you are pacified, articulated, obedient, kwankwasia, or have any other political affiliation, you voted for a better, more hopeful nation, and I thank you for your participation and dedication to our democracy. You desire to place your trust in the democratic vision of a Nigeria founded on shared prosperity and nurtured by the idea of unity, justice, peace, and tolerance. Renewed hope has done in Nigeria. We commend INEC for running a free, fair election. The lapses that did occur were relatively few in number and were immaterial to the final outcome. With each cycle of elections, we steadily perfect this process so vital in our democratic life. Today, Nigeria stands tall as a giant of Africa. It shines even brighter as the continent's biggest democracy. I thank all who supported our campaign, from President Buhari, who ably led our campaign as the chairman, and the vice president candidate, Senator Kazim Shettima, to the progressive governors of our state and this nation, to the party leadership and our party members. I owe you a debt of gratitude. To the entire campaign organization, I thank you sincerely. Thank my lovely wife and the dear family whose support was ceaseless and inspiring. Without you, this victory would not be possible. I'm grateful to the Almighty God for by His grace I was born a son of Nigeria, and through His sublime purpose I find myself the victor of this election. May He grant me the wisdom and courage to lead the nation to the greatness He alone has destined for it. Finally, I thank the Nigerian people for abiding, believing in our democracy. I shall be a fair leader to all Nigerians. I will be in tune with your aspirations, charge up your energies, and enhance your funding to deliver a nation that you can be proud of. To my fellow candidates, former Vice President Atiku, former Governor Kwankwaso, former Governor Obi, and others, I extend a hand of friendship. This is a competitive and high-spirited campaign. You have my utmost respect. Political campaign must now give way to political conciliation and involve governance. During the election, you may have been my opponent, but you have never been an enemy. In my heart, you are my brothers. Still, I know some candidates will be hard put to accept the election result. It is in your right to seek legal recourse. Whether it is neither right or defensible is for anyone to exhort to violence. Any challenge to the electoral outcome should be made in a court of law, not on the streets. I also ask my supporters to let peace reign and tension fade. We ran a disciplined, peaceful, and progressive campaign. The aftermath of our campaign must be achieved. There are division among us that should not exist. Many people are uncertain, angry, and hurt. I reach out to every one of you. Let the better aspect of your humanity step forward. Let the better aspect of your humanity step forward on this fateful moment. Let us begin to heal and calm our nation. Now to you, the young people of this country, I hear you loud and clear. I understand your pains, your yearning for good governance, a functional economy, and a safe nation that protects you and your future. I am aware that many of you, Nigeria, has become a place of abiding challenges, limiting your ability to seek a brighter future for yourself. Remodeling our previous national homes requires a harmonious effect of all of us, especially the youth. Working together, we shall move this nation as never before. My running mate, Vice President Shutima, and I understand the challenges ahead. More importantly, we also understand the deep value of the talent and innate goodness of you. The Nigerian people will pledge to listen to do the difficult things, the big deeds that put us in the path of irreversible progress. Hold us firmly to account, but please give us a chance first. Together we shall build a brighter and a more productive society for today, tomorrow, and years to come. Today you have given us the greatest honor you can bestow on my own man. In return, I give you my utmost as your next president and commander-in-chief. Peace, unity, and prosperity shall be the cornerstone of the society we intend to build. When you gaze upon what we shall accomplish in the coming years, you shall speak with pride at being a Nigerian. Thank you all. God bless you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. From President Bola Tinubu's acceptance speech. From the speech, several lessons can be learned. Number one, gratitude and humility. The President-elect was grateful to the Nigerian people for electing him, embracing diversity. The Tinubu acknowledged that various political affiliations of voters, recognizing that they all shared a common goal for a better and open nation. Committed to democracy, the speech emphasizes the importance of democratic principles and institutions. Tinubu commends INEC for conducting, in his own view, a free, credible, and acceptable election, and he encourages the acceptance of the election results, peaceful transition, and inclusive governance. The President-elect at the time called for political conciliation and inclusive government. Prioritizing youth and good governance, Tinubu addressed the aspirations and challenges faced by the youth, pledging to listen to work towards good governance, accountability, and leadership. The Speaker, President Tinubu, acknowledges the responsibility placed upon him by the people and promises to accommodate, to be accountable to them. This exemplifies the significance of leadership that listens to citizens and remains committed to delivering on their promises. National peace and progress, the speech highlights the vision of building a nation where every Nigerian can be proud of, based on peace, unity, and prosperity. Appeal for peace and calm. Tinubu urges his supporters and all Nigerians to maintain peace and remain calm. The call to action from the President's acceptance speech is multifaceted and holds relevance in our modern day Nigeria. Embrace unity and inclusivity. Political leaders and citizens alike should embrace diversity and work together to build a united nation. Strengthen democratic institutions. The government and everybody should understand the importance of strong democratic institutions that conduct free and fair elections. Modern day Nigeria must continue to prioritize enhancement of peaceful transition of power. They must promote peaceful political engagement, must prioritize youth and good governance. Likewise, we must hold our leaders accountable, must pursue national pride and progress, must also foster peace and calm. Collaborative governance, leaders should collaborate across party lines and prioritize the interests of the nation over personal and partisan ambition. So, in conclusion, the call to action from President Bola Tinubu's speech serves as a blueprint for fostering a more inclusive, prosperous, and peaceful Nigeria. It encourages citizens and leaders to work hand in hand with a focus on democracy, accountability, and the well-being of all Nigerians. By aiding these calls to action, Nigeria can move forward in the path of progress and development. So, with that, come to the end of the acceptance speech by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Then, moving to the next address here, strengthen bonds of friendship and pursuing peace by Goda Mir. Strengthening bonds of friendship and pursuing peace. Goda Mir. This meeting holds profound significance as it epitomes the enduring friendship and support that is marked by the history of Israel since its rebirth. Goda Meir, with deep appreciation, acknowledges the unwavering alliance showed by successive American governments and the American people throughout Israel's tumultuous journey to statehood and beyond. As we embark on this progress address, revisiting it, we witness the echoes of history, the unbreakable ties rooted in the biblical heritage and shared dedication to human dignity, freedom, and democracy. Join us now as we explore the essence of Israel's story, its dreams for peace and its unwavering hope for amity and regional cooperation in the Middle East. Speech. The speech is sourced from American Rhetoric. The speech of Goda Meir, strengthening bonds of friendship and pursuing national peace. Needless to say, Mr. President, I am deeply moved by the reception and by the words that you have spoken. Every official guest from abroad to the White House must surely sense the significance of the occasion. May I say that this is particularly so for a representative of the people, small in numbers and in resources. May I say that in receiving me here in friendship and equality, you are affirming that the attitude of the United States to other people is not determined by physical factors. The history of Israel reborn in the years preceding statehood and more than 2 decades since its government cannot be told without references to the unwavering support and friendship shown by the successive American government and by the American people. Within hours after the proclamation of our statehood, the United States government recognized Israel and Jewish remnants of the Nazis' death camps who have been largely liberated by American forces in Europe to come to our church. Mr. President, the ties between our two countries are rooted on the biblical heritage and the common dedication to human dignity, freedom, and to democracy. We have been told everything in our power to translate these deeds into the fabric of our national life. It is this sense of affirmity that encourages us to ask for Americans' understanding and support in different times. The story of modern Israel is essentially the story of the return of the ancestral homeland of exiles from persecution, insecurity, and fear. In quest of freedom, human dignity, independence, and peace, today no Jew need remain homeless because of the oppression and insecurity. I am gratified to be able to say this in here, in this great land, which has been an oven for the oppressed, including many of my own people. I shall be able to tell you, Mr. President, of Israel progress of many fields. Tragically, peace is still denied us. But same faith that sustained us down the ages instilled within us the confidence that the hour of peace will come. I look forward to the day when an Israeli Prime Minister will be able to come here bearing to the President and the people of the United States the tidings of the Middle East has entered a new epoch of amenity and regional cooperation. The President, the prayers and hopes of my people are with you in the heavy responsibility to carry not only for your great country but for the freedom loving mankind at large. We follow with deep sympathy your efforts for regional and world peace, the phenomenal scientific advance of America under your leadership, the results of which are open to all nations, and your interest in economic and social advancement of all people. I am privileged, Mr. President, to convey to you the best wishes from the President, the government, and the people of Israel, together with their deep appreciation for your invitation to me and your interest in our welfare and progress. From Jerusalem, the city of prophecy and the universal inspiration, I bring you the traditional Hebrew greeting, Shalom. From this speech, several lessons can be learned. One, the significance of friendship and support. This speech highlights the importance of strong alliance and support between two nations, particularly in times of struggle and uncertainty. The unwavering friendship and assistance provided by the United Nations to Israel during its challenging times demonstrate the value of standing by allies and fostering enduring relationships. Human dignity and freedom. The speaker emphasizes the shared dedication to human dignity, freedom, and democracy, which are foundational values for both the United Nations and Israel. This principle underscores the importance of upholding the rights and freedom of individuals and fostering democratic governance. The power of hope and perseverance. Despite facing immense challenges and adversaries, Israel's story reflects the power of hope and perseverance, the return of exiles seeking freedom and independence to their ancestral homeland, demonstrate the resilience and demonstration of a people striving for a better future. Quest for peace. The speech underscores Israel's yearning for peace in the midst of ongoing conflict. It reminds us of the significance of diplomatic effort and regional cooperation in achieving lasting peace and troubled areas, cultural exchange and understanding. The reference to the traditional Hebrew greeting, Shalom, symbolizes the importance of cultural exchange and mutual understanding between nations. The responsibility of leadership. The speech acknowledges the heavy responsibility borne by leaders in their pursuit of peace and well-being of their people and the global community. It highlights the importance of emphatic and visionary leadership to navigate complex challenges and promote progress. The impact of historic context. The speech reflects on the historic context of Israel's establishment, its struggles, its achievements. It reminds us of the profound impact history as a shaping national identity, pursuit for justice, resilience of a nation. In this context of the speech, the call to action for the modern day can be summarized as follows: strengthen diplomatic ties. Our public and our public partnership association should strengthen public ties. Nations should continue to foster strong diplomatic ties and alliance with each other. Our country, Nigeria, should continue to foster strong diplomatic ties. Mutual support and understanding can pave way for resolving conflict and addressing global issues. must uphold human dignity and freedom at all times. We must pursue peace and regional cooperation, embrace cultural exchange and mutual understanding. We must support resilience and perseverance, empower visionary leadership, as this is crucial in addressing complex global issues. Leaders must demonstrate a commitment to the well-being of their people and the global community, promoting progress, peace, and change. The pursuit of peace should remain a top priority for nations facing conflict. Efforts should be made to promote dialogue, peaceful resolution of disputes in regions experiencing tensions. So with that, we come to the end of the speech by Godel Mida, the President of Israel, on friendship, strengthening bonds of friendship and pursuing national peace. Thank you. Also, quickly, we'll be moving to women's suffrage law by Evan Perron. Women's suffrage law by Evan Perron. Also, about another journey in time to a pivotal moment in history. Evan Perron, the iconic First Lady of Argentina, delivered a powerful announcement of the women's suffrage law on September 2023, 1947, before a captivated audience in Buenos Aires. Evan Perron stood before the nation to advocate for a fundamental and transformative change in the country's political landscape. His impassioned speech marked a significant milestone in the fight for women's rights and social equality, as Argentina became one of the first countries in Latin America to grant women the right to vote. As we dive into Evan Perron's historic address, we are reminded of her indomitable spirit, unwavering dedication to the advancement of women, and a vision of a more inclusive and just society. Today we honor our legacy and embrace the enduring significance of her words, which continue to inspire and resonate with advocates of gender equality around the world. Source from Cengage College Archives. Announcement of Women's Suffrage Law, Evan Perron. Women of my country, I hold here today the law passed by the national government which consecrates our civic rights, and I hold it before you, certain that I do so in the name of in the name and representation of all Argentine women. I feel my hands shake by jubilation when they hold the honored symbol that proclaims victory. Here is it, my sister, summarized in a few words: a long history of struggles, setbacks, and hopes. For reasons, there are still in weeps and indignation shadows of menacing defeat. But also happy dawn of triumph. And this triumph, which translates women victory over the lack of understanding, negotiation, reactionary interest created by a national awakening, has only been possible in the atmosphere of justice, reconstruction, and national rejuvenation that stimulates and inspires the work of the government of General Perón, leader of the Argentine people. Triumph of an ordeal, my dear women. We have reached the goal that we set after arduous struggle, and we had to endure calumny, insult, shame. Our external Our external enemies, the enemies of the people and their camp, used all oligarchy resources to prevent our triumph. From a sector of the press to the service of anti-Argentine interest. This legion of women who today accompany me were ignored a very small sector of parliament, tried to delay the enforcement of this law. This maneuver was overcome thanks to the decisive and brave attitude of our deputy, Cardio Column. It dismisses the demagogues, the men reputed by the people of the 24th of February who raised their ventriloquent voice. In service to interest foreign affairs to the nations, but nothing could stop the decisiveness, tendency, and firm resolve of people like ours, who on 17th of October, with Colonel Perron at the forefront, traced its historic destiny. It is as the dawn of our political independence, the Argentine woman had to play a role in the struggle. We have broken the old prejudice of defeats of a defeated oligarchy. We have reached, I repeat, the objective that we had set, that we caressed lovely throughout the day. The way has been long and laborious, but for the glory of women, indefeasible defender of our essence rights, imposing obstacles did not frighten her. On the contrary, they served as stimulus to incentivize her to continue the fight. These obstacles multiplied and enthusiasm intensified. The more they grew, the greater our determination to win grew. And finally, the verge of triumph, the chinery of a forcefully progressive opposition tried to strike the last blow to delay the law implementation. The maneuver against the people, against women, increased our faith. It was the faith placed in God, the future of our country, in general, parent in our rights. Thus we stripped the false apostles of their marks to lower the curtain of this undemocratic play. Overcoming obstacles. But blessed be the struggle forced upon us by the lack of understanding and the lies of the country's enemies. Blessed are those obstacles that the leaders of the false democracy of oligarchical privilege and national negation used to block our way. Negative agents who ignored the people, dispersed labor and toy with it, unable to understand its combative reserves. Those lies, those obstacles, that lack of understanding embodies our spirits, and today, victorious we arose conscious and emancipated, fortified and full of faith in our own strength. Today we added our civic determination to the national will to follow the dignified and recuperative lessons of our leader, General Perrin. We march with the vanguard of the people, rising the ballot box to build the country's future, longing for a greater and more prosperous and more happier and more socially just and more effective Argentine nation. For a greater, more prosperous, happier, socially just and effective Argentine nation. For Argentines, right and duty, I have traveled across the old countries of Europe, some devastated by war. There, in contrast with the people, I have learned one more of life's lesson, the exemplary lesson of self-sacrificing working woman, who fight side by side with man to peace and construction. Women who join together their will, capacity and tenacity. Women who forge arms with their brothers and fought next to them with equal in value and heroism. My dear women, let's take inspiration in their example. Our triumph imposes a high duty to the people and to the country. The right to vote, which enables us to participate in national futures, places on our soldiers a high responsibility. It is a responsibility to elect rather of knowing how to elect. It is our cooperation plus the it is our cooperation pushes the that our cooperation pushes the nation forward. The I state that destiny receives it, sweeping away the debris of whosoever opposes the people, happiness, and nation's well-being. Consolidation of quest. With our triumph, we have accepted this responsibility and will not renounce it. The experience of these last years in our long repressed national interests in economic and political social justice confronted the old political bosses who denied popular rights must serve as an example to us. As in this grave moment, Argentine men know how to elect the leader of their destiny and identify with General Perón on their denied desires. The oligarchy that serves foreign interests. Can we Argentine women do other than consolidate their historic quest? I say no. I proclaim no, and I swear no to all the women of my country. The vote that we have conquered is a new tool in our hand, but our tools are not new. To struggle, to work, and to repeat the miracle of creation. We embroidered the colors of the country and the liberating flags of half a continent. We sharpened the ends of the erotic means that defended national sovereignty against invaders. We harvested the earth with the sweat of our brows, and we dignified the factory and the workshop with our work. And we will vote with conscience and dignity of condition as women. Having recently achieved the civil age of majority under the recuperator government of our elder leader, General Perón, to fight for peace. My sisters, we have a high mission to fulfill in coming years to fight for peace, but the fight for peace is also a war. A war declared without quarter against the privileges of the parasites who tried to sell Negros here, our Argentine patrimony. A war without quarter against those who, in recent past, shamed the nation. A war without quarter against those who again want to impose injustice and subjugation on our people. In this battle for the future without dignity and justice, the country will show us a place that we will fill with honor and conscience, with dignity and self-confidence, with our civic and legal rights. To perfect democracy, we are women, missionaries of peace. Until now, the sacrifices and struggles have only served to multiply our faith. And together, let us raise the faith and imitate it with our parts of our daily destiny. It is a great, compassionate, and happy destiny to conquer and deserve it. We have 3 uncompromising, unyielding foundations: a limited confidence in God and His infinite justice, an incomparable love to God with passion, and a leader of whom destiny molded to confront our problem with viciousness. General Ferdinand, with him and with the votes, we will contribute perfection to the Argentine democracy or nothing else. From Evan Perón's announcement of women's suffrage law, several valuable lessons can be learned. Number 1, the power of advocacy. They led the institutionalizing of women to vote in Argentina by advocating. Importance of perseverance. The announcement of the women's suffrage law was a culmination of long and challenging struggle for women's rights in Argentina. Our parents' determination and perseverance in pushing for this fundamental change demonstrate the significance of continued effort in the face of adversity. Recognizing the value of gender equality, Evan Pearl's speech underscores the importance of gender equality and recognition of the women's rights. Inspire leadership. Evan Pearl's leadership and advocacy for women self-rule set a precedent for future leaders and activists nationwide. Our ability to mobilize public support and effect change serve as an inspiration for current future leaders striving to advance social justice and gender equality. Empowerment through representation. Granting women the right to vote empower them to participate actively in political process. Impact of effect of collective action. The impact of collective action. Ever Pearl's speech reflects the collective effort of women suffrage movement in Argentina. It reminds us of the strength and influence of collective action in advocating for social change and equality. Perceiving speeches as catalysts for change. In the spirit of Evan Pearl's announcement of the women's suffrage law, we cannot we are called to take actions in the modern day to further advance the gender equality and social justice. Advocate for women's rights. Let us continue to advocate for women's rights and gender equality in all aspects of the society. This includes advocating for equal opportunities in education against equal opportunities in education, employment and leadership positions, as well as fighting against gender-based discrimination and violence. Amplifying women's voice. Let us actively listen to and amplify the voices of women, particularly those from marginalized communities, and recognize their valuable contribution to society, ensuring diverse perspective ahead and strengthen our collective progress. Promote women leadership. Support and promote women leadership in various fields, including politics, business, academia, and social activism. Encourage more women to take leadership roles and dismantle barriers that hinder their advancement. Engage in advocacy and activism. Like Evan Pearl, engage in advocacy and activism to bring attention to gender equality issues and influence policy changes. Participate in marches and campaign movements that seek to create a more equitable and just world. Educate and raise awareness. Educate others about the importance of gender equality and raise attention to this. Must challenge gender norm stereotypes. Support women representation in politics. Advocate for increased representation of women in political offices and decision-making bodies. Support and vote for women candidates to ensure their voices are heard in shaping policies that affect all citizens. Then we must promote intersectional feminism. Promote intersectional feminism. So with that, we have come to the end of the speech by Evan Premier's announcement of women's suffrage law. With that, let's move on, and let's move on to Echoes of Diplomacy, a call for global unity and peace. Echo of Diplomacy, a call for global unity and peace. Echoes of Diplomacy, a call for global unity and peace. Echoes of Diplomacy, a call for global unity and peace. V.K. Krishna Menon. V.K. Krishna Menon. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates and honored guests, it is with sense of historic reverence and intellectual curiosity that we are gathered here again to revisit speeches of past and previous leaders. Now we will visit a pivotal moment in the annals of global diplomacy. On the 6th of October 1959, within the hallowed walls of the United Nations, within the hallowed walls Within the hallowed walls of the United Nations General Assembly, Mr. V.K. Krishna Menon, a resolute representative of India, declared an iconic marathon address that reverberated far beyond the walls of this esteemed institution. The speech that spanned the length of 8 hours, it was more than an articulation of policy. It was resounding declaration of sovereign intent, a spirit defense of principle, and embodiment of nation's unwavering commitment to shaping its destiny. As we dive into the pages of history, let us embark on a journey to re-examine and appreciate the profound significance of the 14th history. 823rd plenary meeting and the words that echoed through time in the voice of Mr. V.K. Krishna Menon. This speech is sourced from PMI, New York. Mr. President, my delegation had opportunity earlier during the course of this session to offer its facilitation to you on your unanimous election as the high office you hold. Today, we have the pleasure of being able to congratulate you, indeed, and wish ourselves well upon your return here after your brief in the position. The Assembly will not be fruitful without your guidance and without your presence here with us. The delegation would like to take this opportunity of expressing feelings of our government and country at the tragic death of the Prime Minister of Ceylon, Mr. Bandarik. Many representatives have spoken here of his qualities of statesmanship and his personal qualities of wisdom and courage. It is not necessary at this late hour for me to engage the National Assembly on this sad matter. Ceylon is my closest neighbor. Its late Prime Minister was a personal friend of many of our statesmen and people. We have been often encouraged by the sample of the great courage he displayed in times of difficulty in his own country and by the leadership he gave often in regards to policies fashioned by himself with neighboring nations. My delegation participates in the general debate at its late stage. Some 79 speakers not including those exercise their right to reply, have spoken for nearly 60 hours actual hours speaking time on the various problems that concern the world. This is not a large number of speakers, it is an unconscionable amount of time. When my delegation feels we one have the opportunities to the general debate, not only to discuss what problem as such, but also to get some grips of each other. Not only to discuss what problem as such, but also to have some views of each other's countries. It is one of the main contributions to the open sessions of the assembly that makes for greater international understanding. This 14th session of the National Assembly opened in its early stage with an address by the chairman of the Council of Ministers, USSR, with an address by the chairman of the Council of Ministers of the USSR meeting. It is also one of the great events of our sessions and of our time, more especially in view of the pronouncements he made and the policy proposal he communicated to this assembly. To this my delegation will address itself after stages of proceedings. There are some degree of criticism on the part of the Secretary General, which sounds somewhat like an apology for the development of the event outside the National Assembly, United Nations. So far as the government of India is concerned, we do not look upon this, though, as we have suffered it, because we must not take the best of a bad position. We think that the development that have taken place in what is called outside the United Nations, insofar as development which contributes towards the progress of humanity, world peace and cooperation, are inside the United Nations. And in that, the United Nations is not bound by the limits of this organization, but Secretary General has already pointed out the constitutional and other reasons which justify this kind of negotiations. On world problems, we think that it's very important, wherever possible, that who we are in position to negotiate, who we are in position to deliver the goods, those between whom there is a greater suspicion than among others, should take advantage of every opportunity to take direct contact and confer. We in the United Nations should wish them well. They are equally anxious that our anxiety or our concern in this matter should find a response in these others who are concerned. That we should be kept informed, that we should be enabled to educate ourselves, instruct our judgment, and that we should be able to make contributions as far as from places where we stand. The large number of the speakers that have preceded me had their main theme, the central problem of our world, namely the tension that exists, but their speeches have been characterized by a degree of, or at least a desire to hope. I think it would be far too optimistic to say by a tone of hopelessness, because it is hardly characterized of the assembly. The assembly consists of large numbers of hard-boiled representatives of the government, and it's not as though they permit themselves to take romantic views of problem, but this rights through these speeches, except where intimate problems concerning their own countries and their relations and such other factors come in. There are in these speeches such as desire and development of armaments, and the fact that after 10 to 14 years of discussing disarmament, the world today stands more armed than it has been in history. What is more, various proposals have been debated from time to time, though we have engaged the attention of people who have certainly led to the development of the consideration of various aspects and difficulties of the problem, and have not yet led to any positive solutions. If we're looking at the world as it is, we today we find today at a time when the assembly meets that we are on one hand confronted with hope and on the other hand with anxiety. It brings to my mind the romantic, or it is not so romantic, of a famous historic novelist, Charles Dickens. In one of our time, but of a previous century, who in one of his historic novels portraying the period when the British Crown received the communication from some of its subjects across the seas. In the American colonies, Wright wrote in this way about the era of the 1778. It was the best of times. It was the worst of time. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, the epoch of incredibility. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We have everything before us. We had nothing before us. The world is very much in that state and largely reflects the state of development in our times. That we are confronted with problems about which we really have inadequate experiences. Therefore, a pragmatic approach dealing with problems as they arise and not being committed too far beforehand as to which side one should take is necessary in the interest of the relaxation of world tensions. My country has been committed to this position for a long time. In this connection, we welcome the statement of the representative of Ireland the other day, not about fishing rights in the North Pole, about which he spoke with passion, in which we do not want to participate, but in regard to the formation of blocks, and not blocks of the Cold War, but blocks inside the assembly. We ourselves belong to various groups, and I think that groups in which, as they seek to offer to the assembly their collective wisdom as a constructive force, but on the other hand, blocks surround themselves with walls of isolation, then we shall divide the unity of this assembly. The fourth degree of neighborliness, a degree of coming together of people who have common problems and common background, is to be expected and welcomed. But my delegation shares with the representative of Ireland the concern that our attempts to cooperate with each other should not result in our isolating ourselves from others or form the whole of United Nations. This present period is also one of considerable scientific advancement, including the proximity of human discovery to finding the origins of life itself. We have also placed ourselves. We also had placed before ourselves in this session for the first time, though it's been mentioned so many times in speeches of by less notable delegation, the proposition that disarmament alone is not what we need in this world. Warless world. When the time comes and the course of our observation at this assembly, then our delegation would like to draw a distinction in content between two proposals that are before the assembly. One really concerned with disarmament and the other concerned with the world without war. We have before us the annual report of the Secretary General of the work of the organization, which is not entirely of usual character. It deals with questions of political philosophy, theory. It deals with problems that have to do with development of the organization in the future. And I say in all humility that I do not think that our organization has given proper attention either to this problem or to the report itself. The Secretary General report is received as a matter of course, and we incline to think that our firm responsibilities are over when we pay him his means of thanks. We We are grateful not to the Secretary General for this report. In his person, he embeds the whole of the Secretariat. At the end of this general debate, we should like to offer the thanks of our delegation, and I may presume to say the thanks of all of us to all those persons who make up the Secretariat, who make the functioning of the National Assembly possible, who prepare the large amount of material and considerable number of documents which we receive, and some of which we do not receive. For all these things, we are grateful to the Secretariat, to the administrative staff, to the interpreters, and to everyone concerned. Most of them are people whose names do not appear in the newspaper and do not even appear in the official records but without their diligence and their devotion to history and duty, the hard work they have to put in, often after work hours, it is not possible for us to function here. May I therefore take the liberty of asking the Secretary General to convey to the Secretariat in an appropriate way this expression of appreciation. It is not possible for me to study this report publicly because some of it is obviously debatable. I do not want at this stage of the assembly to enter into a controversy in that field. However, one may be permitted to refer to various points in the report. The Secretary General has referred to the universality of the United Nations. I am sure that as things stand, all delegations but one in this assembly would vote universality as far as membership is concerned. But the observation of the Secretary General go a little further. When this universal conception has a bearing upon function in such a way as though the concern of every member of the assembly or some of them has to be demarcated in one form or another. I did not say that this is altogether a proposition that could not be considered, but it is Pittsfield. It is one of those things that I do hope we engage the attention of the Assembly and the future that is the development of the organization. To what extent the United Nations has become synonymous with the entirety of its members and the government represented, even where the results are good, to what extent for the time being or for all time some other member states have to keep out the certain matters and certain concepts. The Secretary General has also referred expressively or by emasculation to certain constitutional procedures, where again there are certain aspects which one would welcome and other aspects which one would want to study. We will all admit that as the work of the United Nations grows, becomes intense, becomes more a day-to-day affairs, the functioning of the representative of the government at headquarters who are accredited to the United Nations would become more and more important. But my government has always taken the view that either it be a group, the African Asian group of representatives, whether at a particular times or at the national or otherwise, could the present circumstances of the world, in the absence of a world constitution and world law, become the de facto world government policies are being made to chancelleries. Therefore, while we are fully aware of the importance of day-to-day consultation, this organization will carry weight with public opinion in various countries. We will have the conscious and enthusiastic support of government only to the extent that in activities of day-to-day, the Secretary General personality, the organization itself, and the scene of the changing fractional content are more and more in touch with government and sanctuaries. Mr. Atkins is fully conscious of this matter during the considerable time that he has between sessions of the Assembly. He takes care of its capitals. Unfortunately, he has to do a certain amount of sightseeing, but not included. These are the statement of those seven countries who are essential part of this program. This applies with regards to voting procedure, to which also the report refers. When we touch on this matter, we touch very tender spots, while it is quite true that equality of status, as a British Prime Minister once said, does not mean equality of function. It's also true that the less the capacity for and content of the function, the more the person is conscious of his status. Therefore, when we touch on this problem, we shall be touching on something that requires a great deal of consideration. Each state here has one vote, all are equal. This the very country of Ireland, with a population of 200,000, is no less important than the country of India, with a population of 380 million. But it is equally true that a mere massing of votes, either it is 45 or 11 within 25 abstentions, or in the old days 55 to 5, does not have the same impact upon the world that does not have the same impact upon world opinion as, we shall say, a vote that reflects the real view and condition in the world. To a very large extent, a vote in this assembly has value in reality in direct ratio to its impact upon world opinion. And the response arose on the part of the world. The Secretary General also made references to the International Court of Justice and the greater use we should make of it. In this connection, may I also observe the reference as made in course with the debate to the fact that certain countries, particularly referring to us, have taken the view that we should make decisions on the matter where others are concerned, and that it would be far better if acceptable the compulsory jurisdiction of courts merely as a point of information. I should like to inform the Assembly that 800 government of India has accepted the compulsory jurisdiction of the courts merely as point of information. I would like to inform the Assembly that eight government of India has accepted the compulsory jurisdiction of the court, and the documents in this connection have been circulated by the Secretariat. Of course, the acceptance contains reservations, but those reservations are unusual. They are reservations which appeal to all the Commonwealth countries and others which are common in diplomatic practices. But apart from that, we have accepted the compulsory jurisdiction of the court. It is at this time to look at the agenda of the General Assembly. It's one of the easiest things to do because we looked at it for 10 years. It's always in the same agenda because it's the same word. But there are certain changes and development, and then our approach to these items must vary. I do not think we should be cynical and say we discuss the same things year after year. We must discuss the same things in one sense, but often make different approaches to this problem. Certain new things have to come into the agenda and the Secretary General's report. I think constituents one of the not least necessary items on the agenda, and a document which provides much food for thought. I hope the Secretary General at some point in time will give consideration to placing the individual matters for consideration before the appropriate organs of the United Nations. It is usual on occasion for this kind to refer to one's own country and the progress or otherwise therein. My delegation has given considerable thought to the practice and there is good justification for its continuation. It should be done for two reasons. One is that our part of the world great changes are taking place. We are present in that part of the world which in recent time has come into independence. We also represent social and economic system which seeks to establish revolutions, political, social and economic by and large by consent. But over and over that we would like to discuss briefly the development of our own land during the last 12 months or so, because it is one way of international communication. We lay increasing stress upon sending delegations upon receiving stress upon communication of information. Therefore, I think if delegates who are assembled there do not use this opportunity with in brevity of time that conditions us to inform each other of our position, we shall not be doing our duty to our own country or the assembly as a whole. It may be that in some cases our national aspiration, our national consideration, our national predicts and traditions may import into these an inevitable imbalance. An Indian main theme about which one may speak its economical and social development under conditions of a planned economy. Various 5-year plans has been in progress, and we find that this progress has maintained its schedules. And while progress is slow, at least show having regarded to their low standard of living and our hopes. It is still being maintained from somewhere about 17,300 million in 1948. The national income of India has risen to 1,558 to somewhere about 22,600 million. Also, the standard of life of our people have gone up, but very slightly, because while the national income to which I refer now has gone up, the per capita income in India has also gone up in the same way. Because of the increase in population, it's proportionally higher than anywhere else, but the aggregate is larger. So from an income of $48.4 per head 10 years ago, it has gone up only $57.8 per head of population. Hence, independence in our country, there has been an increase in population to an extent of 67 million. That is larger than the total population of many countries represented here. This comes about from the fact that while the death rates have gone down one has gone down 10 points per thousand of the population, the death rate has also gone down 11 points. Fewer people are born, but fewer people died. Infertility mortality has also gone down from 14.6 to 10.8 per thousand of lives birthed in the last 10 years. This results in the fact that the number of mouths to feed, which press upon the means of subsistence, is greater than those to be catered by the increase of wealth itself. I'm going on a short break and I'll be back.
We'll continue on Krishna Mamon's echo of diplomacy, a call for global unity. Food production in India has increased in the same way. As far as my correction goes, in pre-partitional India, that is when India and Pakistan were one country, the total production in India has increased in the same way. As far as my recollection goes, in pre-partitional India, that is when India and Pakistan were one country, the total production of food grains in that India was about 27 million tons. In a small India, which is about 3/5 of the previous area, last year we produced 73.5 million tons food grains. We are still hungry. The rise in the first 5 years has been 15%, and following 3 years, about 11%. The production of food in the country, which may sound a rather flat proposition to put forward, is really based upon prosperity and peace. Indeed, it is the substratum of our international peace and cooperation. Side by side with the advancements of food production, there have also been advances in social development. I don't take the time of the assembly by going into every item. There are a good number of them which may interest me as an Indian national. But I think the development of cooperative in India is one of the outstanding features in our country to position this different from that of West Europe. From the point of view of our political and social evolution, the recent past or in current revolution, whether present or otherwise, confining political power upon the masses came after the Industrial Revolution. We have the reverse point. In India, we have a full-fledged political revolution. We have 11 placed political power in the hands of every man and woman of adult age, either illiterate or literate, whether poor or rich, whether short or tall. And the industrial and economic progress has come thereafter with all social consequences that follow from those situations. I mentioned cooperatives. 10 years ago, there was an India somewhere about 5.7 million cooperative societies. Today, there are 13.8 million of them. 3 years ago, 115,000 of our villages are covered by cooperatives. Over 179,000 of them so covered, but still there remains some 500,000 villages to be covered. There is another project where there is much to interest the United Nations. Indeed, the figures in the report of the Secretary General in the part concerned with community project development, India today aspires to cover himself with this form of village democracy and planning, economic and societal right from the bottom. 6% of our villages are covered in this project, and 56% of this our population, somewhere about 165 million. Then we come to a larger development which has been international PME. In a country like ours, which has come into the field of modern development only recently, and with a standard of life indicated by the figures I have given with a reward to capital to per capita income development on development, which requires capital goods from highly advanced countries, and with what different factors which are and have been conditioned by the economy of other countries, is therefore a large extent conditioned by our capacity to buy in foreign lands. That is, external assistance becomes of great importance. In this sphere, the United Nations itself has taken part, although only on what the Secretary General would, at least in private, call a laboratory scale. The amount of external resources so far as India is concerned has 12 come most from the United Nations, totally some 1,800 million in the last 10 years. Out of this, 490 million is outright aid. The remainder has been loan repayable in award in Indian currency, with some 200 million so reserved for expenditure. With some 200 million so reserved for expenditure by the United States government itself. Therefore, in a way of outright, therefore in the way of outright grant, for which we are grateful, there has been nearly 500 million poured into the Indian economy for several billion machinery projects and assistance in loans or otherwise amounted in 670 million. Then we have a series of other projects which are of more cooperative chartered, largely with Common Union Group. The Commonwealth Group has indicated the combo plan, out of which India has been the largest donor and helper. Canada is comparatively small country in the way of population, but it is a rich one in resource current and potential. India has received as it is up to 1998 to 1999, $176 million, mainly in the field of machinery and atomic apparatus from the smaller countries of New Zealand, with a population of 2.5 million, 2.5 or so, have poured into India. And that's through UNICEF, some $67 million in the last 10 years. Australia, one of our neighbors, has contributed to the building of hydroelectric projects and other works to the extent of $23 million. The United Kingdom, in the same way, has contributed considerably towards improvement, apart from accommodating us by way of short-term loans. From now, several other countries have come assistance to India. Fortunately for us, either in the technical field or in the field of money, aid has not been a one traffic. India has in the same way extended either aid or loans to the extent of tens of millions of dollars to other countries whose name I do not want to mention here, since I have not asked their permission. In addition to this, into our country, some student trainees, patrons, and other parts of the world, more particularly 13 from Asia, nominated India by Columbia Plan or under various transfer schemes. And in the same way, not only are we being helped by the increase of our own technical capacity, also a degree of international cooperation in the field of technical development is of either political ideology nor distance of other countries or racial, religious or other differences have played a part in this. Nigeria has also contributed to the United Nations Technical Assistance Program up to 3.5 million, and today the government of India has announced that it will contribute 2 million to the special fund if other funds given out come up to the expected level. The index of production in India has gone from 89 points to 1948 to 1442.7 points. But no country today has any chance of survival, either by political philosophy or by a long history. If it does not have at its disposal considerable engineering and technical abilities, and we are glad to think that while in 1949 we had 2,700 engineers and technicians in the country, while in 1949 we had 2,900 engineers and technicians in the world. Today we have trained 9,300 all trained in India, and together about 3,800 students from other countries. We get to say that scholarship offered to various trusteeship services have not been available of full. Of the 42 scholarship offered to trust authorities, only 27 have been utilized. There are some 10,000 Indian students in various parts of the world. The largest number being in the United Kingdom, United States and Australia. The most modern of the development of India are in the field of atomic engineering, and able to communicate to the General Assembly, as I have done before, that it is not only part of our policy but also a policy which is fully insisted upon and implemented, and foreseen has been testified by Dr. Davidson of the World Economic Report. The same scientist to whom Mr. Constant testified Davidson that while the developments are of high order and we should soon be able to become self-sufficient in the field of atomic technical equipment, there are no indications that India will venture into the field of atomic weapons. The Atomic Energy Establishment in India employs 970 scientists and also take into training nearly 200 trainees every year from India and elsewhere. There are 2 reactors in operation, completely built in India themselves, and third being built by cooperation between India and ourselves. India is the country of the world. This is the largest amount of uranium for production of atomic weapons. It has also gone into the development of the uranium metal part and of various other things that are mentioned required for this purpose, such as rare earths and metals. In view of the lateness of the hour, I do not intend to go into details of this connecting. Alongside progress we have had in the same period, our natural calamities, in addition to the other concomitants of an advanced character and development that must happen in the democratic society. We have had devastation by food, worst flood in history, called in the state of Jammu, Kashmir, and recently in Assam, and also in Bengal and Bombay, causing losses of tens of millions and rendering the large number of people homeless. Fortunately, the majority of our people to adapt themselves to this circumstance has made this calamity less tragic than otherwise might have been. Among other developments are the irrigation development of India, notably Rajasthan Canal, the largest canal in the world, projected an idea of long time ago when the British were in India and which would supply water to part of Punjab and 15 Rajput towns and convert them into food producing areas of the future. From these matters, we must now go on to various other questions which have been raised there specifically. I'd like to deal first with the question with which we were intimately concerned. The General on the one hand and various delegations on the other hand have referred to the National Peace Forces that is to say, a machinery, the instruments for applying technical powers or carrying out police duty, or whatever they may have called. We as a country have participated in this development and continue to do so and to carry out this policy. The government of India is not at present prepared to participate in the standing force of the United Nations. As such, we do not think that it is a practical position. We are surprised to find out that some countries have proposed that certain units of national forces should be allocated and demarcated for United Nations purpose. But if they were so allocated, what do they do when United Nations does not want them? It is not practical in the defense force of our country to have troops allocated and demarcated in this way. Secondly, for political reasons, we think that with the present state of development of the world and in the absence of world law, the universality of the United Nations, and in presence of the fact that we are an organization are far from free from groups, politics, or yet capable of taking objective decisions. We do not think that it would be a right place at the disposal of such organizations, forces which may be moved without individual negotiation, and the concept of the people concerned. The time will come in the same world when the war is no longer concerned as machinery for setting of disputes which some kind of forces organization may be required to deal with those 16 who break the world record, who break the world law. But we think that it is premature at the present time to speak in terms of a national united force or to expect countries shoulder responsibility from the point of view of personal or of money or political applicants. This comes next. I am sure that the Secretary General will expect us to say that units of the Indian Army today in the Gaza Strip are there as a peace force. And I will feel privileged to participate in this venture, but it imposes considerable burdens upon us. To a next extent, we confess by the fact that these men, not diplomats, not necessarily university men, not men trained in the art of peaceful operations but in the art of defense, have been the best ambassadors our country has ever sent out. They have no quarrels, they have left no social problems behind them, are occupying armies often, as occupying army often do. They have created no difficulty in the place where they have gone, and this has been our experience in Korea. So as in the officials who went to China, with the officers whom the general asked for in a hurry for the United Nations Observers Group in Lebanon, and those who for 2 or more years have stood in peace force in true Gandhian tradition of the Gaza Strip between Israel and Egypt, giving unfortunate evidences of the fact that there is an armistice line and that the two countries are not at peace. Then we come to another matter which my delegation wants to deal with as carefully and gently as possible, namely the question of Laos. We would not have entered into discussion of this matter except for the fact that we carry a certain responsibility of connection with it. As in Assembly Gavia, India is the chairman of the International Commission for Supervision and Control in Laos. In 1954, largely under the initiative and constructive 17th statesmanship of the then Foreign Secretary of the United Kingdom, Sir Anthony Eden, an agreement was reached by fighting in the part of the world stopped for the first time in 25 years. On 11th August 1954, the guns of war were silenced in all the world. As a result of this negotiation, preliminary to the ceasefire in those areas, after many years of military warfare and hundreds of thousands of lives were lost, agreements were signed by the parties, which are called the Geneva Agreement in 1954. I hope the Assembly will pardon me if it feels If I feel it's part of my government duty to communicate to the assembly the actual position, we have no desire to apportion them, but in view of the matter that we are a part of the United Nations, I think the assembly should be fully seized of this matter. India is the chairman of the commission and other members are Canada and Poland. Decisions were reached by majorities except in certain major issues, but were almost always with one or two exceptions unanimous. There are three agreements on Laos, one on Vietnam and one on Cambodia. The parties of Geneva Agreement in Laos are Royal Government of Cambodia. The parties of the Geneva Agreement on Laos are the Royal Government of Laos, the French High Commander and the High Command of Patliao. This is the distant forces and the People's Force of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. The Democratic Republic of Vietnam, France and Laos subscribed to the final declaration of the Geneva Conference. All the governments represented were also parties to the Geneva Agreement. The real government of Laos made two declarations with reference to Articles 3, 4 and 5. The final declaration regarding political integration and non-involvement in military alliance in foreign military aid. The period stated with 18 references to the latter was the period between cessation of hostilities in Vietnam and the final settlement of the country's political problems. The responsibility of the execution of the agreement was placed on the parties, that is, signatories under Article 24 of the agreement. The commission, of which India was the chairman, was made responsible under Article 25 for control and supervision of the implementation of this agreement. The special task for which the commission was made responsible included the supervision of the implementation of the agreement regarding the introduction of military personnel and war materials and the rotation of personnel and supplies for fresh Union security forces maintained in Laos. The Commission was also charged with the duty to see the frontiers of Laos were represented. Article 25 states an international commission shall be responsible for control and supervision of application of the provision of the agreement of the cessation of hostilities in Laos. It shall be composed of representatives of the following states: India, Canada, and Poland. The political procedure of the agreement are those given in Article 14 and 15, with the two declarations made by the government of Laos and Geneva. These are the articles that deal with the responsibility of the royal government of Laos on this matter, because it was said that depending on political settlement, the rebel forces had to be grouped in certain areas. Under Article 15, the parties undertook to refrain from any political settlement and any reprisal of discrimination against persons or organizations for their activities during the hostility, and also undertook to guarantee their democratic reforms. It is true that the political settlement was delayed for a long time. That is to say that Lao people were concentrated with the two places according to this agreement. It took a long time before they achieved unity in the royal government without attempting to apportion blame on either party. The government of India wishes to point out that the Commission and the Commission chairman materially assisted in their good office, enabling the parties to reach settlement as stated by the Prime Minister of Laos and the representative of the penitent Laos forces in a joint letter dated 29 December 1956. That is to say, though perhaps not strictly the essential duty of the Commission brought about a settlement among these people, and at the end of it, Prime Minister of Laos issued communique in those terms. Besides, the signature of this communique has been facilitated by the attentive interest of the International Commission taken in the settlement of the Laotian problem. Interest in which particular is hoped by operating and correct reported address to the co-chairman, in that is the chairman of the commission, did not spare their effort to help the happy success of our talks. The result thus reached contributes to a good measure of the strengthening of peace in the Laotian kingdom in Southeast Asia and in the world. We therefore avail ourselves of this opportunity to forward personally to the International Commission and to Your Excellency our two most sincere thanks, as well as the whole Laotian people. Now, the representative of Laos has said here, the International Control Commission, the body established by the Geneva Conference of the 1954, saw that it no longer served any purpose and considered that a tax has been completely left Laos in July 1958. But we want to put the facts historically correct. The Commission did not leave in 1958 because its work has been committed, but only adjourned with the provision to reconvene in accordance with normal procedure. And the co-chairman also acknowledged the provision. The documents were subject to considerable correspondence between the co-chair and Mr. Cyrilla. At the time, the government of India sent the following communication. The government of India sent the following communication. The government of India have, in their previous discussion with the High Commission, stated that the Geneva Agreement in Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, respectively, the International Commission have to continue the political statement is completed in all three countries, namely Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. The article refers to provide the reduction of activities of a particular commission in the light of the development of the situation in the other two countries. But there is no provision in the Geneva Agreement for the winding up of any of the commission independently of the commission of the political settlement in order to into one country. The second party, namely the one represented by the Vice Minister of National Defense of the National Republic of Vietnam, did not accept the proposal to wind up the Royal Laotian government. The United Kingdom, which supports the view advanced by one of the parties in the agreement in Laos, the Royal Laotian government, which the other co-chairman governments, namely USSR and the other parties in the agreement. The government and the Democratic Republic of Vietnam do not agree, means the unilateral denunciation by one of the parties of the Geneva Agreement on Laos, which is bound to have serious repercussions on the working of Geneva Agreement, not only in Laos but also in parts of Indochina. While the government of India cannot, in view of the position stated in paragraphs 1 and 6 above, support the resolution, that they would like to point out the resolution of this type, which proposed no amendment, which proposed to amend not only the Geneva Agreement in Laos, but the Geneva Agreement on Cambodia, Vietnam as well. Requires no unanimous decision in the Commission and the occurrence of the two other commissions. Therefore, we took the look of the Commission could not be wind up There was an unanimous decision, and the three commissioners had agreed. I continue. The government of India of the view that the unilateral denunciation of the Geneva Agreement on Laos and the winding up of the immobilization of the Laos Republic, which have run serious repercussions on the working of the Geneva Agreement. I am working on the International Commission of the Indo-China involved in a serious threat to place in this region. One of the charges was given to us was the safeguarding of peace in that. Then in their reply, when they placed the position before the United Kingdom government, the United Kingdom government said that the reply that it had given was without prejudice to the view of the government of the United Kingdom. Held that the decision in this matter was on the Commission itself and was competent to make. And after that, this reply was communicated to the co-chairman, and this was very important matter. The co-chairman, namely Mr. Gromfoy and Mr. Selemiyewa, wrote to the government of India in two terms. The two co-chairmen took notice of the clarification of the Indian government that this resolution does not affect the legal status of the Commission and does not reduce the competence of the Commission in implementing the tasks and functions assigned to it by the Geneva Agreement. The co-chairman agreed that the resolution of the Commission of the 19th July 1998 that this to adjourn sidings and to reconvene in accordance with normal practices was procedural decision taken to adjourn Sindai and having no connection with the question of resolution of the 23 Commission. They were agreed that no question in abrogating any of the articles was involved. So the position was that as a result of this, and in order to have some practical agreement, Commission withdrew from Laos with this provision for reconvening, withdrew from Laos with this provision of convening. Unfortunately, the government of Canada did not find it possible to appoint members to it. I have always said that when things had developed badly in Laos, the international authority that remained there will be available. So to go to the story, go on with the story, when the Commission adjourned on 19th July 1958, there was every prospect of the political statement being satisfied, implemented in details by the government. The need for supervision and control could be satisfied to regional meetings stadium. If necessary, the position changed later and was reported to the co-chairman. When the Commission adjourned and the unity and sovereignty of Laos was established, a peace prevailed in the whole country. Details of the political integration were being worked out. Present position of the armed clashes with Laos, the reversal of the process of settlement needed with the help of the Commission, and this is an important point. The royal government of Laos has alleged aggregation and subvert by the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. What may be the motive of the Democratic Republic in working for resumption of the activities of the Commission? It's clear that the Commission helped in achieving political integration, and in 24 states, the establishment of unity and sovereignty of the royal government of Laos over the entire territory of Laos. The Commission has also been specifically directed under the agreement to see that there are no violations of the frontiers of Laos. That was one of the issues of that was one of the functions of the Commission. Indians' view is that the person's trouble is due merely to the bypassing of Geneva Agreement procedure and the aggressive attribute that debate in the commission I joined. Based on its attitude and its experience during the independence struggle, India believes that specific India settlement of this dispute, it is mutually interested in the maintenance of peace in South, East Asia and in the world. It overtook special responsibility. It overtook special responsibility in concern with the maintenance of peace in Indo-China at the request of the chairman, and why not wedded to any particular procedure or satisfied in appropriating blamed parties, would like to see the adoption of procedures which will ensure the cessation of fighting in Laos and the restoration of peace both inside and along the frontiers of Laos. In this connection, I should like to quote in communication made by my Prime Minister. I have already referred to the fact that the two co-chairmen have taken notice of adjournment motion, which was only for an adjournment signed with a provision reconvened. Since the Secretariat had very taken it upon himself to use his field office and that has been in touch with us, my Prime Minister wrote to him on 30th June 1959. The agreement of the cessation of the hostilities in Laos was a part of the resolution arranged in Geneva in regard to the Indo-China settlement. In the agreement made in 1954, the government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam was a signatory on behalf of the fighting force of Vietnam, Laos, and this agreement was accomplished by a number of declarations. We are not justified in assuming that it would be unrealistic to assume that the conclusion of this agreement rendered the problems there, which have become increasingly ominous. Solely the internal affairs of Laos, the Internal Commission, despite the adjournment, stand charged with responsibility assumed under the Geneva Agreement. This kind of Geneva Agreement was made, and these were brought within the authority and the function vested in the International Commission, and agreements arising there from which the royal government of Laos is signatory. We have constantly taken the view that the territorial integrity and the unity of Laos is based on the Geneva Agreement. It is now good fortune that though there have been difficulties, the parties have after some time come to some international code of behavior on this matter. All we should say, or all we would like to say is this: the basis of the position of the Indo-China is in the Geneva Agreement. There is no fighting in Cambodia, but the Cambodian government does not want the commission dissolved. It is kept there for an unattended form. Vietnam starts divided at the 17th and half parallel into the north and south. Neither one of them is a member of this body on account of this decision. We believe that it is largely the Geneva Agreement and the presence of the Commission and its objectivity. I must say that the Prime Minister of China and the Deputy Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and all the parties of the Laos, the royal government of Laos, and everyone else, in the statesman of the former Prime Minister of France, an agreement was reached and is brought about and kept in place until recently. Our government had the responsibility of supplying the greater part of the personnel for maintaining communications. Our position with regard to the participation of China in this organization is well known, and it is a matter of great concern to us and matter of resentment to our people that a country with whom they have been very good friends, a country which is one of our close neighbors and which has more than 25,000 miles of land frontiers with us, with which they have had no troubles in the past, has taken upon itself to commit intrusion into our territory and to proclaim that 4,000 square miles of it belonging to them. We want to take our position clear on this matter. On the one hand, we subscribe to the principles of the Charter and the set ideas that they put forward at the African Asian Conference held in Dandong in 1955, and by our own treaty relations with China based upon what is popularly called the Five Principles. What is more, and we shall strive as hard as we can, is to reach settlement on every problem by peaceful negotiation. But there is no individual in India who is not responsible body of opinion prepared to be intimidated, prepared to take aggression down. We cannot negotiate with the Chinese until they vacate the territories they have occupied. These may be small places, they may be mountain tops, but they are our country. We shall equally like the Chinese to know that the peaceful approach does not mean a submissive approach. Our country is not prepared to accept any violation of our frontiers or where there is a dispute over condition establishment. Cyprus will become an independent. It looks as though, as a result of this solution, Cyprus will become an independent nation by 1960. It also would like to lay stress on the fact that it is not only through the recognition of the nationality of Cyprus and by the elimination of the problem and the colonial one that a solution was found. There is no way of suppressing those national aspirations, either by attention of the country or by playing off one. The United Kingdom can also take credit for the impending independence of the territory of Nigeria, a large portion of colonial Africa, which in a few months will become independent country, and I hope take a place among the next few seasons of the assembly. We also pleased to hear from the new foreign minister of the Belgian establishment meeting about the project of the Belgian government for the trust. There are authorities of which information is said, although they come under Article 73 and Charter 73. A colonial territory is one where the majority of the population can take no impact upon the policy of the government, which is by another country and people. These territories are known under Article 134 of the Solomonic Party. These territories are known under Article 134 of the Portuguese Constitution as province. Article 135 states that the overseas province as an integral part of the Portuguese state are united in between themselves and with the metropolitan Portugal or such. But the new terminology of province was introduced by the amendment, and after the establishment of the United Nations, refers to the classic mission of Portugal to diffuse the benefit of civilizations, which suggests the presence of non-self-gathering people within the meaning of the Charter, when the Charter asks for a record of this diffusion to the benefit of the civilization. If the benefit of the civilization are being diffused by educational and social progress, then that information shall be sent. There is a limited measure of decentralization and economic autonomy. Africa has an area of about 11 and a population of 193 million people. These are of the out of these 5 million are European. out of the 5 million are Europeans, 600,000 Asians, and the rest of them in. Of the total 36, 103 million are under colonial rule, and 6,200 square meters of territory are more or less under colonial rule. It is to be noted that this Africa, which is regarded as unfit to govern, which creates colonial territories, supplies a great part of the world's very resources. Africa supplies the world in 38% of its diamond, 49% of its columbite, time after time, the General Assembly has applied to the Dutch and the Indonesian government in 39. A progressive small country which is likely to endanger world peace. A progressive true small country like the United States, which is ready, this with great technical and industrial capacity, ready to. We hope to find it possible without pressure from anywhere else, and perhaps its own volition to enter negotiation with the Indonesian government. But this charter provided by this trustship is as a result of treating colonial trustees. May I take this opportunity to take a personal appeal on the VAT on behalf of the Nigeria, India, say that is one hopes of the enlightened administrative power show and find it possible to place other territories than non-self-serving government under trustees that they may become independent very soon. We regard these territories as Masserial societies where their physics, origin, they regarded these societies as the marginal society where many races coexist. So that could be the case of Nigeria. It could be in the case of South Korea, South Africa, many cases. When the foreign minister of the Union of South Africa tells me we are nobody strangers in the land of our foreign immigrants. We are today strangers in the land of we are strangers today in the land of our immigrant forefathers, and that is the United Nations not to turn them out. It is not history or political collective. If one has suggested that apartheid is universal and should be practiced, what we have said is that there is nothing scientific or definitive in any ground in racial discrimination. Indeed, UNESCO appointed a committee to examine race problems. It produced a report 3.1, and I'm not going to quote from that report as I do. I do not have time for that. The committee examined the question in great technical details. The first of this visit started when Mr. Biden, the Prime Minister, and Mr. Khusre visited India 3 or 4 years ago, later followed by the visit of our Prime Minister to the USSR. My Prime Minister, when he heard, said, it seems to me as a proposal, a brave proposal which deserves every consideration. However, humanity that is various countries concerned. I say that time after time, less significant delegation like ours are put forward suggestion in a way that the fund not favor as far as the vote to which 47 references were made outside. Some years ago, the United Nations rejected belief by vote of 22 or something of that kind. The proposal made by the delegation of India that technical examination of methods of controlling nuclear explosion would be the way out, but we had the pleasure of hearing the Foreign Secretary of the United Kingdom say a few days ago that has been put forward to him. Not in terms of the proposal we put forward to him, not in terms of the proposal we put forward, but at the rate, but at any rate, the idea to use the technical criteria of this purpose, and therefore we have reached agreement. We have asked for a long time, from the 1959 to the Ahmed Truce. They also asked the secretariat to start where they call the real point of the disarmament rhetoric, so that the argument would be in rather to the particular details and merely to face justification. I, Mohamed Fazil, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Egypt, declare on behalf of the government of the Republic of Egypt that in accordance with Article 26, paragraph 2 and the statute of the International Court of Justice, and in pursuant and of that of the purpose of the paragraph of the Declaration of the Government of the Republic of Egypt stated 24 April 1957, and Suez Canal on the arrangement of this operation, the Republic of Egypt accepts a compulsory ipso facto on the condition of reciprocity and without special agreement. The jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice in legal disputes that may have if there is a violation of the economic rights, intra-national and international, they are today justifiable. And rising from this, my delegation would like to put to the Assembly the fact that the Secretariat should be charged with producing blueprints of what they call a world plan of development. The underdeveloped countries that are in this present moment may feel so much heartened by taking of a loan from a developed country has to carry out in years to come up all servicing of this loan and mortgage its future in that way. As we said but in the next decade, this armament alone will be enough. Therefore, we all to address ourselves in the next decade of our main purpose. And if we have said it once, we are prepared to say it 100 times if necessary. This is the fate of the Congress of Vienna. This was the fate of the League of Nations. One cannot reconcile great dreams with narrow schemes. If you are going to pursue an idea, then you should not be obsessed by the thoughts of the poet who in the mid-war years reflected the temper of the period of great dispost and cynicism when he said, "This is the great hour of destiny they stand, each with disputes, jealousies, and sorrows." But instead we say, like Brand, who belong to the age of the Renaissance and of constructive endeavor, that we must take the current when it serve or lose our ventures. Our ventures today, our ventures of peace, a word that is rid of war, a planned war of economic and social point of view, and that is more not lost in ideal dreams, but inspired by lofty realistic visions, enhanced to contribute endeavor by the organization that is ours, by the ideas that are contained in the charter, our venture, the venture of peace, the venture of what community we dare not lose. This is our charge and our obligation. And with that, I conclude the speech of Mr. Krishna Menon during the 14th session of the United Nations Assembly in August. So from the speech we have lessons that can be learned from it. Principled advocacy.
Principled advocacy. Memon's speech exemplified the power of principled advocacy on the global stage. It demonstrated the importance of speaking out passionately and eloquently for one's belief, one's value, and regardless of opposition or challenges. The lesson here is that conviction and clarity in articulating one's position can leave a lasting impact. Effective communication. The speech underscores the act of effective communication. Members are able to present complex arguments, historic context, and policy positions in a clear and coherent manner. Made the audience got the audience attention throughout his 8-hour address. This serves as a reminder that well-structured, articulated communication is essential for conveying ideas persuasively. Diplomatic negotiation. The speech showcased diplomatic negotiation as a means of conflict resolution. Memon address aimed to build consensus and bridge gaps between different viewpoints. In today's world, where global cooperation is crucial, the speech teaches us that the value of seeking common ground through dialogue and negotiation. Sovereign assertion. Memon's speech reflected his commitment to asserting Indian sovereignty and independence. This lesson reminds us that nations should boldly assert their rights and interests and identify in national forums while respecting the rights of others. Global citizenship. Memon's speech reinforced the concept of global citizenship and the responsibility that it comes with. From his speech, we can also learn courage to face in the face of opposition. Memon's unwavering determination to continue speaking despite objection and attempts throughout his address showcases the importance of courage and resilience in face of adversity, especially when defending important causes. Promotion and multilateralism. The speech advocated for the principle of United Nations multilateralism. Memon's emphasis on dialogue, collaboration on the role of international institutions highlights the importance of fostering multilateral approaches to address global challenges. Call to action. We should promote inclusivity and diversity. Memon's emphasis on respecting the sovereignty and dignity of all nations serves as a call to action for fostering inclusivity and celebrating diversity in today's globalized world. We should champion the inclusion of marginalized voices, culture, and perspectives in international discussions and decision making. Advocate for peaceful conflict resolution. Memon's commitment to the diplomatic negotiation, resolution of conflict. We must prioritize diplomacy over confrontation. Our government should take note of that and encourage leaders to engage in meaningful dialogue to address disputes and crises. They must harness the power of effective communication. We should learn how to deliver our messages effectively and harness the power of technology and media to engage in constructive and respective conversation that promote understanding and bridge divides. Elevate youth and future generation. Must focus on the future generation, invite a call to action to empower the young people in shaping the world's future, fostering innovation and fresh perspective. We must always bridge the gap between policy and implementation. I think we mentioned that yesterday. The government cannot just drop policies without without ensuring that these policies are implemented. In essence, Mr. Krishna Mama's speech serves as a timeless source of inspiration, guiding us to uphold principles of diplomacy, peace, justice, and cooperation as we navigate the challenges and opportunities of modern era. It calls us to make meaningful actions and to contribute to a better world for present and future generations. So, before we proceed, we can have our. Is this going to be the first direction session for the day? Yeah, we can, where we have the opportunity to engage and discuss issues that surround us in our society, issues that relate with the theme of the event, Voices of Change, inspiring solutions for a better world, as well as questions that we can actually fetch from the speeches already read out since the beginning of this 5 days event. Thank you. Okay.
Well done, Duke. My name is Emmanuel Ajay, Director of Programs Youth Heed and President and Founder OSMD Movement. I must appreciate all you've been doing here, and I must commend you. You know, it takes a dreamer to be a world breaker. I'm very sure you had a dream, just like Martin Luther King, to embark on this official attempt of the longest speech marathon. Am I right, Mr. Duke? I'm sure you had a dream. Now, I have several questions that I'll be asking, but I'll give you one question now, and I'll give people opportunity to ask questions. Now, one of those questions is, as young persons, most of the times, we're always, how would I put it? We are always expectant of maybe the government, of maybe the civil society, of maybe the influential people, or the public figures to support or to amplify what we are doing. The question is, what's the call to action to young persons as regards looking inward? It's not always about people funding you. It's not always, should it always be about people funding what you are doing, people giving you money, people giving you support, and if you do not get the support, you rest? Should it just be about that? So we need a call to action to young persons that have dreams just like you. You know, when you started this marathon that you're doing, the support that you have gotten till this moment, was it like that? You are getting my point. So what's the call to action to young persons that even if there is nothing, how can you do something? Thank you.
Alright. Thank you for that question, and I believe that a lot of us actually need some kind of answers to it, and that's why we have that kind of questions. Well, taking our event, this 5 days marathon, as an example, I would like to state that categorically we did not ask for money from anybody. We created a flyer call for sponsorship and partners. And what we're looking for them were just NGOs that can help us to do and provide some little things. And if you remember the day before yesterday, when you were here at that time, Obi Sugar was seated, and I was like, he said some things, and I'm very, very grateful that I took it of them. So I wanted to start, and then we were like, we need a lot of money, we need this, and then I put a coach with like, well, I know you know a few people. I was talk to them, they can give us money, let us do this. And he gave me the answer I'm to give us. He said, he said he would not advise I do that. He said the best thing is start, let them see. And then if they are willing or ready to be a part of it, they will be. And I was like, is that a good thing? Where will I see how to even start? Right? But I had to digest it, and then I knew that the way things are, what do you call it now? The stereotype of our politicians and the way they address people when they ask for support from them. And when I analyzed it, and I saw that it was a good idea. So we did not, even the places that, the one place that we submitted, the one government office we submitted letter to, asked them to go and collect the letter, and they actually went to collect it. So they are not asking for money. And even when they came here yesterday, I told them, I'm not asking for money from this. Is not a fundraising event, it's just an event to inspire people. And the good thing is that everything that we needed have been sorted, and we even have in abundance. So if as individuals we want to do things, and we will always find restrictions, limitations, especially in the areas of probably finances. It means that we need to just devise other means. We need to devise other means. I remember too, when I was still in school, I wanted to host a conference for Southwest students. Yeah, Southwest students in food science and technology. Food science and technology, Southwest students. And that was supposed to be the first conference in that from the zone. And we needed money to plan. We need money to plan. And this one is not, as soon as that time, we don't even have the kind of exposure that we have, that people we can meet. What we did was that we set deadline to payment of registration. If you want to come, this is where you can pay. If you pay, if you want to pay after that time, it means you have to pay more money. So that was supposed to be like a motivation for people to drop what they can use as a startup fund for our planning. So I just went there as an example. What it means is that whatever we want to do, if you have access to the government, if you have access to civil society, if you have access to big people that can fund you, it is not the problem, alright? But it should not limit you. You not having access to it should not limit you. You should try. The good thing is that we are in the social media era. Post it, you will get people that may be interested. No matter how you may think people will not be interested, you will get people interested. My first interview, talking about this event, when I was being interviewed by Kaftan TV, and they're like, what's my greatest fear in this speech marathon? I said, the biggest fear I have is that I'm not doing a cooking marathon, I'm not doing a dancing marathon. It's not a prayer marathon. It's not an entertainment event. So my greatest fear is audience. Will people want to listen to what we are talking about for 5 days? And I'm delighted with the turnout, because the truth of the matter is people have been coming, and people sometimes people coming every 5 days. So people even tell us that when they left, they are even on our Facebook or Instagram watching, following it up. So that fear that I had still did not even limit me. But I was just like, let's just hope we'll get people. If I had known that we'll have used a bigger hall, the offer does the bigger hall. but we're like, we don't know. People may not want to come. This is not one that will be beating drums and all of that. But here we are. People are still people are here to listen to us and are ready to engage in this conversation. So I just hope that I've been able to try. In essence, in summary, nothing should limit our aspirations to achieve any goal. That is just the summary. Thank you very much.
Praise God. Praise God. Well, I was here for the first time yesterday, and I came again twice. I came twice yesterday, and all through the night, my heart was here. My heart was with the young man, Duke, for blazing the trail. And what was my desire to God all about? That he will make it, that he will succeed, that he will not be weary. I'm so excited to be here again. I'm Pastor Ayeleso, the president of Compassionate Caregivers. We also run Compassionate Children's Home. And I brought one of the young adults to come and listen and be motivated. His name is Sunday Miracle. And before we left home, I told him, you are seeing a young man like you who is blazing the trail. Just like my brother said, by dreaming and aspiring to fulfill it. And I said, you must be motivated by him and inspired by him. So Duke, well done. You will meet your goal, and we will celebrate with you by the grace of God.
Duke, well done. You started well, and by the special grace of God, you are going to end well. You have been doing so fine, and your efforts are so commendable. May the Lord bless you. Yeah. I am Cadet Deputy Commander Adeshola. Second in command, Cadet Initiative Ondo State Command. My question is this. You see, in the process of getting a big task like this done, there are a lot of challenges that are so varied. And in the process, many people give up. This inspiration that has kept you moving since day one, no rest, no sleep, marathon, all of it. In the beginning, before you start, have you ever had a mindset that, oh boy, how am I supposed to do this? Or have you been doing this before? Or what has been the driving spirit that have brought you so far? Because I hardly pick role model, but honestly, you are now a role model to me. So I need to learn from you. What is the driving spirit that have been pushing you to come this far? Thank you.
Okay. Um, you mentioned the issue of role model, I think, 2 nights ago. And I was like, I'm not sure if I don't reach up. But if we are to talk about my driving force and motivation, um, two things actually I would say what drives me, especially in this particular event. The number one thing, don't let me deceive you, is my fear of failure. Yes. Although some people say that is not a good way to approach events or to approach situations, but if I want to say I'm not doing again, I'm just so afraid that I'm a failure, and I've never failed before. I can't start now. Every of my endeavors, no matter the challenge, no matter what we will face, I always pull through. On the day we were supposed to make the announcement for this speech marathon, I remembered vividly August 1st. We sent our application to Guinness World Record June 12th. We started planning from there, just little things. Then we set up team July. August 1st, we were supposed to make the official declaration at the Javu Hotel. We fixed 4 p.m. for the event so that people, and we said 50 participants only. And then we said we wanted people to have gone to work and come back. And we said 4 p.m. for that event. Rain started falling 6 o'clock that day, 6 a.m. And people were coming back. Did you know that it's going to rain today that you put 4 o'clock? And I was like, it's God though, it's God though. Now it will shock you that rain fell from that 6 a.m. heavily till 8:30 p.m. And before 4, as I got out, of course, you have to postpone, you have to shift, you have to postpone. But I have never subscribed to that kind of thing before. I don't know how to say I wanted to do something, but now I can't do it. Inside the rain, I talked to a few people I could talk to, who that I know that would always want to follow me. You should have people like that too, who that you know that they can help you pull other people. Alright? So I knew that I had some people like that. So I reached out. I said, this rain, I will enter it. Are you ready to enter it with me? He said, no problem. So we entered the rain, we got vehicles, we got here, and to my great surprise, we already had people waiting for us, even inside the rain. So when I then said, okay, the rain is still falling very heavily at 5 o'clock. Let's wait, let's start calling, let's start reaching out to people. We are here already, we are waiting for you. And before the program ended, we had plans of 50 persons, we had almost 40 persons at that venue. So that even if you had not for, it would have not even would have not contained us. So what I'm just trying to say is that I don't know how to back out. I just want to see through to something. That is something that drives me, because that I feel they will say Christopher attempted and failed is something I fear a lot. So, and that is usually one of my driving force. Then number 2 is that I barely or rarely endeavor in things I know I can't pull through, or in things that are not in my area of field interest or expertise. Yesterday, someone asked a question that is very deep on economics, right? And although I had little idea, but I made sure I stated that I am neither a financial expert nor an economist, but I will just answer on the brief knowledge I have. So it's not be like if I now say something now and he Googles it and does not tarry like that. So I made sure I stated it that I am neither an economical expert. So I will not, if a radio station is calling me to talk on financial experts, I am not this. Do you just want an average young person perspective, or you want in-depth knowledge, if that's what you want, I can offer it. So I endeavored to partake in this, or to undergo this speech marathon, because I know this is something I can do. In my first address, when I was talking about myself, about things I've done, I mentioned that my first public address and speech was when I was 10 years old, addressing my primary school as the senior prefect. I was also the head boy. I gave a speech at a valedictory service, addressing the students, teachers, parents, and staffs alike. Alright, I started a picture. Alright, where I was standing holding the mic. So it's something that I've been doing. So it's not like I never say I want to. I know it's talk I can talk. In speech I can speech is to give people, give answers to problems I would not say I want to go and do a dancing marathon. Alright, so we should not limit, but we should have a way to ensure that we participate or partake in things that are within our strength, our interests, and our expertise. So this is what will make things easy for us. That's my answer to your question.
Good afternoon, Doc. My name is Comrade Adoke Ademola. I'm a NANS comrade and a national stakeholder, and I'm still a businessman. I don't really have much questions to ask you. I just want to seek maybe your ideas on some things. You know, talking about the venue of, I think, this event, this inspiring, this marathon things of it. Like, I never have it in mind of settling this thing in Lagos. Like, you will have a team that you will just have to choose the venue together. Maybe getting audience from online nowadays. I think if you say something in Lagos, you do it in Lagos, you get more audience than here in Akure. Actually, we all know that Akure people, they don't even support entertainment or anything like this too much. But you know that if these marathons that you set up here in Akure, you are doing it in Lagos, have you ever had it in mind you get more audience than Akure?
Okay. Thank you very much for that. A lot of people have actually said it when I wanted to do it. My first choice of place was Akure, Ondo State, because I'm from Ondo State, and but a lot of people said why not Lagos? Even from my team, they're like, we'll go to Lagos, let's go and do Lagos. It's good to is it the record? They're like, okay, do you want to make noise? Is it I want to push? What do you want to do? Is it just the record? Is it because Akure is just done and everything? Like, in this Akure, we are going to try our best to push and to also break the record. And it delights me that most of the people that have been coming yesterday, sorry, from the first day, I've actually appreciated that we are doing it in Akure, in those states. That's given them and afforded them the opportunity to be a part of it. And although I'm very sure that if we are not doing it in Akure, it will be louder than this. That is so sure. If we are doing it in Lagos, we will get more attention and we will get more support. But the words of encouragement that at least let's start something in Akure. This is the first time that on those people are saying something like this. It will ginger a lot of people to want to do more, and gradually the support will increase. Like you said, in those days they don't really support entertainment, but you would also agree to me that it has started to improve, right? The onset of 4 years ago in entertainment from now is improving. That's to start. So we started this, more people will still join, they will do it, and before you know, we will take around those states too. That place that we want it to be. It can still be another Lagos. Although Lagos may not remain Lagos, Lagos may have gone above, it can still get to that point. So let's just like me, I'm so proud to be from Ondo State, honestly, regardless, and that is one of the reasons why I'm doing it in Ondo State. Yeah, do we have more questions? Yeah. No hands? Okay. It just simply means that we'll proceed to um, our speech reading, and we'll end the interactive or we pause the interactive section. Pause it, Abby. Okay. Now, the next speech I'll be reading is youth participation in politics with the emphasis on Christian youth. Youth participation in politics with the emphasis on Christian youth. And this speech is by Oluyemi Fashikwe. Ladies and gentlemen, participants and honored guests, it is with great enthusiasm and reverence that I stand before you to introduce a speech of profound reverence and significance. In this dynamic world where echoes of the youth voice are increasingly shaping the contours of our societies, it's only fit that we dive into a discourse that embraces the essence of youth participation in politics, with a spotlight on the role of Christian youth. The forthcoming speech was delivered by Oluyemi Fashikwe, resounds with wisdom and insight, and it resonates deeply with our shared aspiration for a just, prosperous, and harmonious future. Through the words of this speech, we will explore the contours of youth engagement in political process, and we will contemplate the vital role that young Christians can play in the pursuit of social change and national development. Let us embark on this intellectual journey together, engaged to gain insights that may only inform our minds but also inspire our actions in grand depths of our world's progress. The speech, Youth Participation in Politics with emphasis on Christian Youth, Oluyemi Fashikwe. Youth political participation is defined as the range of activities. Youth political participation is defined as the range of activities in which young people can be involved, which is potentially directed at the individuals who get into political offices and the kind of decision they make. Such activities may include voting, voter education, taking part in protests, and membership in political parties. The end of these efforts are varied, but the global goal is to achieve social change and development. Political participation typically takes various forms, and I do not claim that the definition provided here captures all the various dimensions of the concept, especially because I will also be speaking on aspects that deals with youth civic engagement. That a young person, young people's involvement in addressing social issues, which is also of public concern. More specifically, I want to deal with the popular question that has been asked severally: is there a role for Christian youth in politics? The question can be interpreted in the sense as: should Christians be interested in social change and national development? The place of Christianity and perhaps religion in general in our society has received considerably attention in several times. In times of religion broadly, it is owing to continued violence by one religious group against another in the north. In specific relations to Christianity, there have been questions regarding the affluence of key leaders within the faith. In the face of in the face of in the place of Christianity and perhaps religion in general, our society has received considerable attention in recent times. In terms of religion broadly, it is owing to continued violence by one religious group against another did not. In specific relations to Christianity, there has been questions regarding the affluence of key leaders within the faith, in the face of impoverished members. The question that emerging from the debate regarding Christianity appears to be: should Christian leaders and Christians in general be interested in improving the lives of others and by extension of the nation rather than enriching themselves? There are various answers to this question. The first school of thought is that Christians have no business in discussing rather social change. The first school of thought is that Christians have no business in discussion regarding social change and development. This school draws its inspiration from passages like the first book of John, chapter 2, verse 5, which essentially refers to the love of the world in broader sense, and to the extent that it interferes the commitment of Christianity. The second school of thought appears to be that in fact Christians should be integrally involved in the nation's political process. This group also draws its inspiration from the Bible, drawing the experiences of key individuals who were in political positions in Bible terms. Key spiritual injections which endures Christians to pay attention to the state of their nation's affairs. For example, Psalm 122 verse 6, pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Also references is made to when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked rules, the people mourn. What many contemporary Christians fail to recognize is that much of the political evolution globally have important religious undertones. In certain Bible terms, the appointment and the anointing of the kings was solely the responsibility of prophets and priests. Sam and David, key examples. In contemporary times, religion also has an important place in many countries. In some countries, religious codes serve the basis of national law, and in this country, they have created two separate criminal laws, the Criminal Code and the Penal Code, in order to accommodate certain religious peculiarities related to Islam. The United Kingdom and the Queen has the title of Defender of the Faith and Supreme Governor of the Church of England. In this role, the Queen appoints archbishops and bishops on the advice of the Prime Minister. In addition to the spiritual leaders sit in the House of Lords, one of the two chambers comprising the British Parliament. What I'm saying in essence is that there is certainly a place for Christians and Christian youth in particular. The political space and discourse in tracing the social change and attainment of development. I say this because, in fact, the essence of Christian faith is to make the world a better place. At the fore of this message of salvation, saving the world from deeds that are likely to destroy it, from lifestyles likely to promote disease, as well as threaten social cohesion and erode social capital. Social good was in fact the essence of the gospel which Jesus Christ preached. One of the central tenets of the Lord's Prayer is the will of God to be done on earth, or to say in heaven. We know from the Bible that in heaven the perfect condition of life is present. The streets are not just paved, they are paved with gold. We also know that there is stable uninterrupted electricity up there because Jesus is light and he never dies. In heaven also people are rewarded according to their labor. The crown of gold is awarded using a criteria of work done on earth. What this means is that there is no man known, and you pretty much get the reward of however hard your work is. Thus, if there be a university in heaven, students will have no worry about personal disposition of their lecturer because the reward system cannot be compromised. Finally, apart from meeting all needs, people are happy forever and live the good life in heaven. In this regard, Earth system is functional so much so that being there in heaven immunes and delivers from an illness and guarantees life everlasting. So when we pray for the will of God to be done here on earth as in heaven, we are cautiously or unconsciously aspiring to achieve a world which is perfect, in which the conditions that exist are based on the best possible model of development are present. That is the heavenly model of development. If we have such a vision for our world, then who is better placed than us to create the conditions which we envisage? My answer is that it is us, only us. This is why the Christian youth must play integral roles in political process. But there is caveat. Just being Christian and young does not qualify one to this kind of love. There are preparations that need to be made and criteria to be met. First, one needs to be educated, not just in terms of primary, secondary or higher education, but also having a clear and in-depth understanding of issues being canvassed. In this regard, there is need to clearly understand the context, the history, the clause, the alternative and the solutions. The Bible is very clear about this in Proverbs chapter 4 verse 7, where it says wisdom is the principal thing, and in all get understanding. The quality of analysis that often features in the youth sector shows that many of us involved in the movement have a lot more to learn before we can effectively engage. So the first preparation is to be made is to get an education. Secondly, along the lines of the first, you must pay attention to the political events and policies being made. Read the annual appropriation budget of state and federal investments. The good thing is that both the Rivers State and the federal government publish their budgets on the internet. Read about laws that have been previously made and those being recently discussed. Read about the views of the members of the State House of Assembly in particular issues, and read about the issues of the importance of your constituency. Either other youth or women or your community. Pay close attention to this will keep you abreast of the current political events and enables you to contribute meaningfully in an informed manner. To take this forward, you need to pay close attention to how differently things are done in other contexts, other LGAs, states and secondary and countries, in order to compare and contrast and make suggestions based on available evidences of what works and what doesn't. So many political officers simply make policies commitments without looking at the evidence. It is possibly why we approach change and develop using the same approach across administrators. Obviously, the result is that we will maintain where we are. So for you, the second key preparation to be made is to be informed about the issues, lessons, and alternatives. There are complex tools such as cost-benefit analysis. For those of you familiar with economics that you can use in gaining an idea for what works, use them wherever possible. Thirdly, on a more personal level, you must resolve to be a reflection of the changes you want to see. Mahatma Gandhi, who is the author of the famous Be the Change You Want to See in the World, also said as human beings, our greatness lies not much in being able to remake the world, in as much as being able to remake ourselves. The place of oneself in society transformation cannot be overstated. One must first change from oneself before attempting to change family, community, and nation and the world. Two scriptures also support this. Romans chapter 12 verse 2. The Bible says, "And be not informed to this world, but ye transformed by reviewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God." The second is Matthew chapter 5 verse 13 and 16, where it says, "Ye all the salt of the earth, but if the salt lose its taste, whereas shall it be salted? Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works." In this society, therefore, be the general view is not only needed but a key aspect of Christian youth preparation and political engagement. We must seek always to uphold a high degree of integrity, seek to do things the right way, no shortcuts, no sorting, no attempts to bribe any way through. We must be honest in our personal dealings, be it in our business, academics, or romantic relationships. This is the way and the only way which we can live the moral rights to critique others and demonstrate that we are indeed different. My fourth and perhaps final point is that we should not wait for political power. We should take action wherever we can and at whatever level we are opportune to. The efforts we make at our individual level may be small, but when you aggregate our individual efforts, it could be significant and could in fact bring changes across the state. Perhaps popular quote, "Little drops of water make a sea," is relevant here. So, do what you can, don't worry about the size of it really. Just ensure that you are living and doing right. Our small drops across the state could yield big results. Maybe several tanks, rivers, seas, ocean, or even too much to qualify. Let me emphasize that political power will not be given to you. You have to work for it. You have to present yourself. You have to go out of your way to demonstrate that you deserve a place in the table. Why should politics interest us? I raise these questions here because why politics should interest Christians and especially Christian youth. The first is because the future created as a result of policies that are made yesterday will be inherited by us and our children after us. When bad economic policies are made today, the effect could take several years or even decades to correct. As a classic example, Nigeria still suffers from bad economic and political decisions made during the 1970s and 1960s. So it should be your business what kind of policy and decisions are being made whenever possible. You should be in a position to contribute or to be the one making those policy decisions. What you want to do is to safeguard the future for everyone. The second is because many of us, either by chance or circumstances, the only place we ever know as home is this country. First, we must do our best to add our voice in order to create the conditions that will make this country livable for us and our offspring. We must add our voice to ensure that the education system does not decline further, that the health system does not decline further. For some of us, this we mean speaking up against harassment by university, even college teachers. In many of our schools, the mechanism have been in place for such cases to be pursued, and some students before us have successfully used this mechanism. If a teacher harasses you for sex or for a bribe, you have the avenues, use them, do not be afraid. Remember the narration about small drops. The only reason oppression works is because only few people are speaking up. So if all of you in this room start speaking, and your friends join you, and their friends join you, you'll be surprised how many big army we will create. For some of you, it means volunteering your skill at hospitals and other places where they may be needed. Let me reiterate, for some of us, this country is the only one we ever know. For our dreams about traveling abroad, this country is the only one we will ever know. We must lay our bed the way that sleep is sweetest, not impaired. My third point is that politics should interest us. Politics should interest us because this country belongs to all of us, and we have all much stake and say to everyone. Yes, there appears to be a general attitude where people feel that they are turn our own they come. But in governance there is no turn by turn. They have to bring the voices to the table, whether we like the AGA chairman or governor or we don't. Never assume the next government to be better than the previous. We have to set the stakes early enough to serve. We have to set the stakes early enough to serve as warning sign. An elected official is usually an employee of the people rather than the organ. So it's nobody's turn. Every administrator is an employee of the people, and we must take those government, keep that in mind. At the end of the day, either you or your parents pay tax, which makes you a shareholder in the company of the state. Make sure you are exercising your right as a shareholder. Don't sit down and look, because I promise you that your company will lose money and run out of business. I said before, this country and state belongs to all of us. So what do I think? Yes, in my opinion, should Christian youth be involved in politics? My side is a resounding yes, based on all the reasons I have given. I believe all young people, regardless of their religion, learning, need to be actively engaged in politics. So far, Christian youth, because your religion expects you to be honest and ethical. Values that we so badly need in our politics. My answer is yes, because I believe you should, and I believe you can. Yes, because all over the world, young people your age are raising the stakes, taking a chance, making a difference. I don't see why you shouldn't. Yes, because I believe that given the chance, many of you will make a difference in your respective domains to be the advisor and a substantiative political head. Yes, because historically, it is people your age that have always brought him new ideas and innovation that transform society. So I think that despite all the challenges, there is a place for Christian youth in politics. I assure you that it does not negate the principle of the Bible if you take part in politics, provided you do not engage in unethical practices. I hope you can actually run for office, get your friends to run, write a letter to your AGA chairman asking questions about the status of a particular project, write to the representative of the House of Assembly, the House of Representatives of Senate, asking questions about how he or she is representing you, educate your family members, friends, community about the need to vote ethically rather than than based on rather than based on ethic or other motivations. Make sure you register when the time avails itself. If you are not eligible, encourage your parents, older ones, or in your family and significantly others to register and go out to vote on elections day. It's a cycle, really, and your engagement in this process will yield the kind of results that will make everyone's lives better. I hope you actually consider my options. Finally, I believe that all young people, regardless of their religion's learning, should be actively engaged in politics, but more so for Christian youth because your religion expects you to be honest and ethical. Given your peculiar situation in which your peculiar situation, therefore, you appear to me well positioned to bring a real difference in the political space. This country belongs to all of us, but it is currently being vandalized by those sad with the responsibility of leading us. That's why I think we should. So I think you should take a more active role in the political process. I hope you do, but the choice is just really you either sit down, look, or take action. I hope you do get involved and take action, no matter how small. Remember, the son of all your drops of water knows no bounds. It could be a gallon, tank, a stream, river, or an ocean. Thank you for your time. From the speech on youth participation in politics, with emphasis on Christian youth, several lessons can be gained. The intersection of faith and civic responsibility. The speech underscores the question of whether Christian youth have a role to play in social change. It wants us to consider how religious principles can align with responsibility. This lesson emphasizes that individuals should not compartmentalize their faith and their roles as active citizens. Rather, they can find a meaningful connection between the two. Youth as agents of change. The speech highlights the pivotal role that the young people, regardless of the religious affiliation, can play in driving social change. And by referencing historic examples of youth-led movements and innovations, the speech underscores that young people, individual possesses the energy, ideas, determination, and intention needed to bring about transformative shifts in society. Informed participation. The importance of well-informed and educated about political process and issue is a central theme. The speech stressed that young people should educate themselves on matters of public concern, read budget, analyze policies, engage with elected representatives. This lesson encouraged civil active participation, candid with understanding and informed decision. Ethical engagement. The speech places a strong emphasis on ethical engagement in politics that advocates for honest practices, integrity, and refusal to engage in ethical behaviors. These lessons remind us that individuals can contribute to politics without compromising their values or resorting to corrupt practices. Taking initiative. A key takeaway is the need for young people to take initiative in driving change. The speech urged youth to run for office, write letters to representatives, and engage in constructive dialogue. This lesson encourages empowerment and enlightening what's waiting for change to happen is less effective than actively pursuing it. Long-term impact. The speech emphasizes the long-term impact of the policy decision and political engagement. It reminds us that today's choice can shape the future for ourselves and generations to come. This lesson underscores the need for thoughtful and forward-looking decision making, unity and collective action. This speech encourages collective action and collaboration that enlightens the individual can be more impactful when we come together to address our societal challenges. Use your vote wisely. Voting is a fundamental tool for civic participation, and this speech has encouraged that you register to vote, you encourage your peer citizens, you evaluate candidates based on their track records, you plan and align, and in alignment to your value, voting is not a right but a responsibility that shapes the direction of your country. Champion unity. The speech emphasized the need for collective action in today's world. Embrace long-term vision. The speech highlighted the impact of today's decision on the future, the face of urgent challenges like climate change, focus on sustainable solutions, advocate for policies, hold leaders accountable, lead by example. Ultimately, the speech encouraged leading by example. In today's interconnected world, your actions inspire others, embrace ethical conduct, show kindness, and demonstrate your commitment to positive change. Be a role model in both your online interaction and offline actions. So, as a torchbearer of a new era, youth today have the opportunity to reshape society in profound ways. The call to action from the speech resonates just as strongly in this modern context. Remember, the world you want to see begins with actions you take today. With that, we come to the end of that speech by Oluyemi Fashipe. Okay. So moving, we are revisiting what it takes to be a great leader, Rosalind Torres. What it takes to be a great leader by Rosalind Torres. In the dynamic and ever-evolving landscape of business and organization, the concept of leadership has transcended mere management and authority. In 2013, at the third event in San Francisco, renowned leadership consultant Rosalind Torres took the stage to unravel the layers of what it truly takes to be a great leader. What decades of research and experience, Torres presents a thought-provoking speech that challenges traditional notions of leadership and provides a fresh perspective on the essential skills and qualities required to lead effectively in the modern world. A talk titled "What It Takes to Be a Greater Leader" dives into the intricacies of fostering innovation, embracing uncertainty, and developing a forward-looking mindset that can propel leaders to success in the face of ambiguity and change. Source of the speech: pronunciation Pro. What It Takes to Be a Great Leader by Rosalind Torres. Speech. What makes a great leader today? Many of us carry this image of this all-knowing superior who stands and commands and protects his followers. But what kind of image from another time? And what also outdated are the leadership development programs that are based on success models for a world that was not a world that is not coming. We conducted a study of 4,000 companies and we asked them, let's see the effectiveness of your leadership development programs. 58% of these companies cited significant talent gaps for critical leadership roles. That means that despite corporate training programs, off-site assessment, coaching, all of these things, more than half of the companies have failed to grow enough great leaders. You may be asking yourself, is my company helping me to prepare or to be a great 21st century leader? The words are probably not. I have spent 25 years of my professional life observing what makes great leaders. I have worked inside Fortune 500 companies. I have advised over 200 CEOs. I have captivated more leadership pipelines than you can imagine. But a few years ago, I noticed a disturbing trend in leadership preparation. I noticed that despite all the efforts, there are similar stories that kept resurfacing about individuals. One story was about a man, Chris, not my Chris, a high potential superstar leader who wants to move to a new unit and fails, destroying uncoverable venue. And then there were stories like Sydney, the CEO, who was also frustrated because our company is cited as the best company for leaders. But only one of the top 50 leaders is cited as the best company. But only one of the top 50 leaders is supposed to lead their good share initiative. And then there were stories like senior leadership team or a once thriving business that's surprised by a market shift finds itself having to force the company to reduce its size in half or go out of business. Now these recurring stories cause me to ask two questions. Why are the leadership gaps widening when there is no much investment in leadership development? And what are the great leaders doing distinctly different to thrive and grow? One of the things I did, I was so consumed by these questions and also frustrated by these stories that I left my job so I could study this full time. I was so consumed by the questions and frustrated by these stories that I had to leave my job full time so I could study this full time, and I took a year to travel to different parts of the world so I could learn about effective and ineffective leadership practices in companies, countries, and non-organizations. And so I did things like travel to South Africa, where I had the opportunity to understand how Mandela was ahead of his time and anticipating and navigating his political, social, and economic context. I also met a number of non-profit leaders who, despite very limited financial resources, were making a huge impact in the world, often bringing together semi adversaries. When I spent countless hours in presidential libraries trying to understand how the environment had shaped the leaders, the moves that they made, and how the impact of those moves beyond their venue. And then when I returned to work full time in this role, I joined with wonderful colleagues who are also interested in these questions. Now, from this, I distill the characteristics of leaders who are thriving and what they do normally. And then I also distill the preparation of practices that enable people to grow in their potential. I want to share some of this with you now. In 25th century world, which is more global, digitally enabled and transparent with faster speed of information flow and innovation, and when nothing big gets done without some kind of complex matrix lying on traditional development practices, will stunt your growth as a leader. In fact, traditional assessments like narrow 360 surveys or outdated performance criteria will give you false positives, luring you to thinking that you are more prepared than you really are. Leadership in the 21st century is defined and evidenced by three questions. Change your business model. change what you are looking to anticipate in the next change to your business model or life. The answer to this question is on your calendar. Where you spend your time with, on what topics, where are you traveling, what are you reading, and then how are you distilling this into understanding potential discontinuities, and then making a decision to do something right now so that you are prepared and ready. There's a leadership team that does a practice where they bring together each member collecting year and trends that impact me. Year and trends that impact another team members, they share this and make decisions to course correct a strategy or to participate in one. Great leaders are not head down. They see around corners, shaping their future, not just reading it. The second question is, what is the diversity nature of your personal and professional stakeholder network? You know, we hear often about the good Oboe networks, and they are certainly alive and well in many institutions. But to some extent, we all have a network of people that we are comfortable with. So this question is about your capacity to develop relationship with people that are very different from you. And those differences can be biological, physical, functional, political, cultural, and socio-economical. And yet, despite all these differences, they connect with you and they trust you enough to cooperate with you in achieving a shared goal. Great leaders understand that having a more diverse network is a source of pattern identification at greater levels and also solutions, because you have people that are thinking differently than you are. The third question is, are you courageous enough to abandon a practice that made you successful in the past? There's an expression, go along to get along. But if you follow this advice, chances are as a leader you are going to keep going, you're going to keep doing what's familiar and comfortable. Great leaders dare to be different. They don't just talk about risk taking, they actually do it. You are able to build the emotional stamina to withstand people telling you that your new idea is naive or reckless or just plain stupid. Now, interestingly, people who will join you are not your usual suspects on your network. They are often people that think differently and therefore are willing to join you in taking a courageous leap. It's a leap, not a step. More than traditional leadership program, answering these three questions will determine your effectiveness as a 21st century leader. So what makes a leader in the 21st century? I have met many and they stand out. They are women and men who are preparing themselves not for the comfortable predictability of yesterday, but also for the realities of today and of those unknown possibilities of tomorrow. Thank you. Roosevelt Torres TED Talk, what it takes to be a great leader. The tough ones, that was what we just finished looking at. Roosevelt Torres TED Talk, what it takes to be a good leader. Let's look at the lessons that we can learn from them. The speech offers valuable lessons that are highly relevant in today's world of leadership and business. Some of the key lessons can be learned from our speech include adaptability in changing world. Adaptability in a changing world. Torres emphasized the importance of adaptability and how great leaders are able to steer their teams and organizations through constant change. The world keeps changing, but we need to keep adapting. These lessons are even more relevant in today's fast-paced and rapidly changing global environment. Leaders need to be flexible and adaptable in order to navigate unseen challenges and seize new opportunities. Forward-looking vision. Theories highlighted the significance of having a forward-looking vision and the ability to anticipate future trends. Leaders need to have a clear sense of direction and a vision for the future, which can help guide their decisions and keep away their teams on track, especially in times of uncertainty. Embracing diversity and inclusion. Stories discuss how great leaders embrace diversity and inclusion, and it also brings together people with different perspectives and background. This lesson holds a strong place in modern leadership, where creating diverse and inclusive environment is not only ethically sound, but also contributes to enhanced creativity and innovation within teams. Empowering and growing others. According to Torex, exceptional leaders empower and enable others to grow and reach their full potential. This enables providing opportunities for skill development and growth, which is particularly relevant in today's professional landscape, where ongoing learning and career development are highly valued. Building network and relationships. Torres talked about the significance of building networks and relationships, both inside and outside the organization in the digital age, where connectivity is easier than ever. This lesson underscores the importance of nurturing professional relationships as a way to gain insight, collaborate, and stay informed. Courage to take action. Torres emphasized the courage required to take action and lead. While in the face of resistance and adversity, this lesson encourages modern leaders to be bold, take calculated risks, and notch away from making difficult decisions. For the overall benefit of their teams and organizations, continuous learning and self-reflection. The idea of continuous learning and self-reflection is central to Torres' talk. Modern leaders are expected to be in a constant learning role, willing to improve and adapt based on their experiences and feedback. Purpose-driven leadership. Torres touches out upon the importance of having a sense of purpose as a leader and aligning actions with values. Purpose-driven leadership has more increasingly become relevant today, and employees and customers seek meaningful engagement in a sense of purpose from the organization they are associated to. Humility and openness. Torres mentioned humility and open-mindedness as a trait for effective leadership. These qualities remain crucial in today's world, where leaders are expected to be open to new ideas and feedback from diverse sources. Rosalind Torres' TED Talk, What It Takes to Be a Great Leader, offers a compelling action that we are called on to, and it resonates strongly with the demands of the leadership in the modern day. To translate an insight into meaningful actions in today's context, consider the following steps. Develop adaptable workshops. Create workshops or training sessions focused on developing adaptability skills. Invite leaders to share their experiences in navigating change and provide practical tools for embracing and managing change effectively. Foster inclusive leadership. Establish programs that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion within leadership roles. Encourage mentorship and sponsorship opportunities for unrepresented groups. Fostering an entertainment that with where diverse prospects are valued. Encourage cross-functional exposure, facilitate opportunities for leaders to gain experience in different functions and departments. This exposure can help leaders understand the complexity of the modern business landscape and make more informed decisions. Promote lifelong learning. Create a culture of continuous learning by offering resources such as online courses, webinars, and access to educational platforms. Encourage leaders to dedicate time to self-improved and acquiring new skills. Establish reverse mentoring. Implement a reverse mentoring program where junior employees mentor senior leaders on topics such as technology trends, social media, emerging customer behaviors. This is a two-way learning and can bridge generational gap and keep leadership upturned to modern development. Drive purpose-driven leadership. Encourage leaders to cultivate their personal leadership philosophies and values. Create platforms for sharing stories about how purpose-driven leadership positively impacts organizations, individuals, and society at large. Facilitate 360-degree feedback. Establish regular feedback loops where leaders receive inputs from their team members and use technology to gather anonymous feedback. Embrace innovation and risk-taking. Create safe places for experimentation and calculated risk. Global networking opportunities. Encourage leaders to expand their networks beyond their immediate industry or region. Leverage technology to connect leaders with peers from diverse technology, fostering cross-cultural insight and collaboration. Promote well-being and resilience. Provide resources and support for leaders to prioritize their well-being and build resilience. Incorporate practices like mindfulness, stress management, and work-life balance into developmental programs. Recognize humility and open-mindedness. Acknowledge and reward leaders who demonstrate humility and open-mindedness. Acknowledge and reward leaders who demonstrate humility and willingness to listen and also to learn from others. Create a culture where these qualities are celebrated and incentivized. Measure leadership impact. Develop metrics to assess the impact of leadership beyond traditional performance indicators. Measure factors like employee satisfaction, innovation rate, and community engagement to gauge the holistic influence of leaders. So by translating Rosalind Torres' insight into actionable initiatives like this, organizations can equip their leaders to strive in complexities of the modern world, foster innovation, and create positive, lasting impact in terms of the broader community. So we conclude on Rosalind Torres' speech. About a few minutes ago, we were having an interactive session, but we paused it due to the fact that a number of our participants do not have any more questions at that point. So I would like to reopen the interactive section in case if our new participants have questions. You can.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Christopher Sibioluza broken the Guinness World Record, and we've been here since 2 a.m. on Monday. And here we are today. We have spoken a lot of speech about great people who are passionate about change, who are change agents in their generation, in their home world, in Africa, in Nigeria, and the world at large. And he has spoken about Nelson Mandela. You know, Nelson Mandela, people know Nelson Mandela will be, you know that he has passion for South Africa, and not South Africa as well as Africa. You know, someone who was in prison and who believes with his passion, he would go to court and defend himself to explain why he was in prison, why he has done what he is doing. And he also talked about Franklin Roosevelt's speech about the US president. He talked about the New Deal, and he has spoken about Martin Luther King Jr. Spoken about Martin Luther King, like, you know, the three evils of society. These are speeches that are inspiring. These are people who came up for their people, who speak out, and their voices was heard. He has talked about Ellen Johnson. He has spoken about Goodluck, former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and people know even at the time the prayer of this country was hot and was at its peak, he decided to let it cool and let it go. People like that are people who should be inspiring us. Spoken about President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Renewed Hope speech. He has spoken about the speech of Professor Yemi Osinbajo. So many speeches about Professor Yemi Osinbajo, but one that is more heavier, pathway to success. Spoken about different people in Africa. He has spoken about the inaugural speech of the province of Governor Akeredolu doing his inauguration speech. He has talking about Malala. He has talking about Malcolm X. He has spoken about a lot of greater people, and he has spoken about people who are making us proud in the entertainment industry. Their speech, Davido, Two-Face, Baba, talked about the sports and people who are making us proud too. These are people who should be inspiring us. So he's loaded across economic reformation, security sector, health sector. He has spoken about former governor Dr. Olusegun Miko, his healthcare system during his time. He believed he should be an agent of change, and he has influenced us as the team members, and we are here to support. Likewise, he has supported his team member. We believe in his resilience and commitment. Now, we want you to interact with him, have conversation with him, ask questions, various questions. He's loaded, I believe. He's loaded. So he's going to answer your questions. But please, don't let be domiciled and on those states alone. You know, the politics is it's up now. And whatever context you'll be using should not be the one that will be flagged off online. Please, thank you very much. You are live now.
Well, let me appreciate the speaker who has been speaking for about 108 hours. 108 hours since Monday. It's quite a very laudable and a great one. If our youth could toe this line, a president of a nation couldn't have referred to the youth as lazy. If somebody has been having sleepless nights for the past 5 days, it shows he's not a lazy person. But my concern has been, what is wrong with our generation? If those people mentioned so far from Monday till now have been so dutiful, industrious, assiduous in everything they are doing, remember, those people were youth in their time. Those times we call dark age. They were youth. But now we have everything it takes to thrive. If those people thrived then, what is wrong with us now, with the youth of our days, that we can no longer thrive with the technology, with the sophistication and everything? The enabling environment is here for us. So my question has always been that if we have all this enabling environment around us, why are we still like this? Thank you very much.
Please, we are youth. You want us to ask questions? He's loaded. He can answer any questions: sports, entertainment, policies, information, economic, agriculture.
Good afternoon. My name is Ayodele Adodo. My question is based on the paper you read, written by Mr. Yemi Fashipe, if I'm correct, about the role of youth in politics. During the note you read, he was being very specific about Christian youths, and he hammered a lot on that. So does it mean that the Islamic youths are left out, or those Ibile youths, people that are traditionalists, are they being left out in politics as well? Because when we talk about youths, it goes far and beyond just being a Christian youth. And do you think the church these days groom youth to follow their conscience when it comes to politics? Because the churches these days are more based on prosperity, and the youths of these days want to have money, and the popular term now is japa. So, do you think that the church is also like having a stable environment for youth to trust them and trust their political process?
Next question, please. Okay, let him answer that first.
Okay, I will start with
I'll start with the second question. The speech by Oluyemi Fashipe on youth participation in politics, especially the Christian youth. That speech was written to address a particular set of people. The speech was written to address a church, or it was read at a church. Because for all the speeches read there, I take my time to see who it was being addressed to, and the speech was read to a church, and basically it is to jeer their spirit of and their participation in politics. Like you said, is the church doing enough to tell people that they should be involved? I feel like that was one of the reasons why that speech was being read out. It was to jeer them, tell them that they should participate. I feel like these are your first day with us. This event has been as diverse as possible. We've read messages from all religions, leaders. So it's not like we are focusing on a particular religion. It's not like any message is for a particular religion. It has been as diverse as possible. All religions represented. So what we just want to say is that the Muslims, the traditional worshippers, as long as they are youth, they should participate. Only that particular speech was being addressed to youth in a church. Now, the second question, why do we have sorry, that was the first question. Why do we have the situation the way it is, the current situation, right? Why is it that our government are the way they are? Well, to answer that question, I've not been in the government. I don't know why they are still the way they are. But what we will do is, okay, the youth, okay.
Like I said, that all those people you've been referring to their papers since we started, they were youth. Mandela was a youth when he started the struggle. So every one of them were youth. I said, what is wrong with our youth now? With all the technology, with all the enabling environment, that we are not thriving as those people of that age thrived.
Oh, okay, now I get the question. Yes. Well, we are not trying, but some of us are actually trying. That is the first thing I would like to mention. You have a lot of Nigerian youth that are doing exceptionally well in the area of tech. We have some that are doing very well in the area of in so many areas. So you can, and me, I've taken advocacy to be my own line of action, and I've been trying to do well as well. So many youth, but if we look at the percentage now, let's look at how many Nigerian youths are the way you expect that we should be. Well, it's not, you can't say we have so much, but then Let us now look at the factors that have influenced this attribute. Now, the first thing is, like I've always said, education, quality education. The quality of the education we are getting in Nigeria now has drastically reduced. People go to school, but they are still illiterate. That's a fact. More people are in school, but lesser people are educated. So the level of education in Nigeria, due to the quality, has reduced. So you cannot expect the same. Even look at we are even mentioning outside of the country. Look at our post-independent leaders. They were young people. These are people that enjoyed part of the colonial education. They had enough knowledge. They understood how to, although they didn't run the country well to some extent, but they were, at least they were doing better than the youth of nowadays. So that is the place of education. So many youth are not even in school. The other time in school are getting poor quality of education. Then another aspect is the use of let's say the advancement of technology. It has both positive and negative impact on the youth. So many of us have now taken so much joy in utilizing the negative aspect. Many of us are just always on social media and not even exploiting the educative aspect, but you know, we are just there, gossip, catching crews and all of that. Has reduced our productivity, has reduced our sense of reasoning, has reduced our sense of even questioning things. Some Nigerians don't even know what is happening. I would not be surprised that if some people don't know current vice president. If that's even hard, it's just 100 days. Some don't even know the full name of the president, because the sense of being enlightened is not there. The social media has taken over the whole thing, and it has just been like that. So these are one of the several factors that have caused the situation of fathers, and also the economic situation of the country. Yes, it has led a lot of people to. It has a lot of families to poor standard of living, in which these young people now, instead of focusing on how to develop their life, instead now looking for daily bread. And the worst part of it is that they have not now even gone into productive ventures, but rather looking for quick and fast means of getting money. You know what I'm saying? Internet fraud, and so many other vices. So these are the reasons why we are not getting it the way we used to get it, or the way it used to be, or the way it is in other climes.
Thank you very much. We are in the question and answer segment. Is allowed, is part of the rules, and we are spoken about a lot of people, like I have said earlier. Spoken about Mahatma Gandhi of India. We are talking about the speech of Governor Akeredolu, Ellen Johnson, Yusuf, Malala, and the likes. George Bush, Obama, and the likes. So he's loaded. From policies, any questions can come from the youth, from the security sector, from the climate change, from gender equity, from youth in governance, from the private sector, from our indigenous sector, whereby something is happening to us, challenges we're facing as a people, as a community, and we can ask questions studying about policies. Are the youth doing well? Are the female doing well? And I believe one of our lover of the youth, our father of the youth, is here now. The former commissioner of youth, Honorable Daya Ode, is here. I believe he's here to educate us and support us in his administration. Sir, thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dayo Awude. I came to be a part of this. I wanted to come since Wednesday, but I just couldn't. Let me say I'm impressed. This is just the beginning. Well, what I met on ground, we live in a different world now, a different situation altogether. The Nigeria the Awolowo was lived in
is definitely different from the one we're living in at the moment. That is not to excuse us. We have a lot to catch up with. We have a lot of challenges ahead of us. And I believe by the special grace of God, if we are determined, anything is possible. From these relics of a destroyed system, we can still build a new Nigeria. And those to build that new Nigeria are the people of this generation. Nobody can do it for us. We need to do it for ourselves. The future we build is the future we all live in. Unfortunately today, most Nigerians don't trust the Nigerian system anymore. Nobody is looking for the good of the country. Most people are not looking for the good of the country. We now seek individual success in the midst of collective failure. And no matter how successful you are as a person, you still carry that name, that badge of a Nigerian. Whatever Nigeria is outside is what people will see you as. So I want to encourage all of us to let us join hands together and build a system that works. We cannot build this nation around individuals. We must build structures, strengthen our structures, so that whoever is there, Nigeria can move forward. If we say the current administration will do it better, let us hope so. But until we begin to build and strengthen our systems and structures, we're not likely going to achieve anything. Now, coming to this, I want to appreciate our brother, our Duke. You are doing a good job, and I want to say that the Lord will see you through. This is the glory of Ondo State. If you're able to achieve this, putting our names as a people and as individuals on that map, on that global map, well, we'll continue to celebrate you. Nigeria needs more people like you, and by the grace of God, we shall get to our destination. I want to encourage all of us, don't lose hope. Things are bad, no doubt about it. But Nigeria can be well again, and that lies in our hands. Thank you.
Please, let's continue. Questions. We need more questions.
Thank you very much. Well, I think I'm passionate about this country. I'm a patriotic Nigerian, so to speak. Not that I belong to the youth ministry alone. As a pastor, I'm proud to be part of his story. As a worker in Futa, we are a school. At the same time, from the same community, Akoko community within, and Ondo State at large. So now, let me go back a bit to agriculture and economy. Once upon a time, in the 80s, because I could still remember vividly, that everything that dictates our economy in Nigeria is agriculture, until the Gulf oil started and everything was eroded. I remembered that Malaysia got their first handful of palm kernel from Nigeria, and today the story changed. The irony is that Nigeria is the highest importer of the same palm oil from Malaysia now, where they got the seedling from. So what happened to us? So youth now, why can't we do it right again? Going back to farm. Anywhere in Nigeria today, if you open the tap on this road, put your yam there, after 7 months, we are going to eat. Food security. What happened? Today now, we import rice in numbers. Even if not the largest importer of rice in the world. So we can plant all these things here. I'm still going back again to what happens to our youth. What can we do to make it right? Like my brother said here, that we got it wrong somewhere. We want to right the wrong now. If people like you, somebody like you could stand up and say you want to put us back into the world map, then it shows that the youth are not lazy. But something is wrong somewhere. How do we address it?
Please, more questions. Chief Tony Akerisola is here, the CEO of World's Guardian. We appreciate you, sir. So we need more questions. More questions, please. Okay.
I got to find out that youth these days like to dance. If they have their phone, they just want to dance, dance, dance. And we have more dull dancers because they don't have like intellectual to think of anything else apart from dance. My friend made me understand that when you're in the US and you join a football team, there's a way you balance your skills in football and your academics. If you fail in one, you are going to fail in the other. If you don't get good grades, you are not going to join the football team or the basketball team or the dancing team like that. But in Nigeria, it has really fallen off because kids these days want to just know how to dance. They even might prefer dropping out of school just to know how to dance. If you open your TikTok, your videos these days, they just want to dance and they don't want to learn anything. Do you think it's the failure of the society? Do you think it's the failure of the school? Do you think it's the failure of the government that our kids these days are dropping out of the most important thing they should know how to do, which is knowledge, having discipline, than just knowing how to dance? So these are things that, if we are not careful, in a few years' time, kids won't be going to school, kids won't care about knowledge. All they want to do is just dance. So it's a big concern now. It's not being touched now, but I know sooner or later an alarm will be raised. Thank you.
Please answer your question.
Yes, sorry, I don't want to forget this. Okay. If we say the youth are not getting, the youth are getting it wrong, things are not the way it should be. One of the purposes of this gathering is that we identify problems and provide solutions. Right? Now, if you as an individual, having identified that so many things are actually wrong in the Nigerian youth, among Nigerian youth, and in your own little way, you can take it up as a duty to make some changes. Because that's why we have voices of change. Because we cannot just continue to complain that the youth are not doing this, the youth are not doing this. Why not we find a way to interact with these youth and provide options? What are the options? How do we make those options attractive? You don't like the way you are seeing it. You're not comfortable with it. I will not just engage them. Let's find means of engaging them. It might be you may ask them to come for interactive sections and they won't come, but maybe in their school. Find a way to we'll just find a way to make it attractive. We'll bring out options. Okay, there's agriculture. They don't want to hear agriculture, but how do we make it attractive to when we are bringing it? There's somebody that mentioned agriculture and I was like, oh, you know this much about agriculture, you know how to study. Okay, now start telling people these beautiful things you know about agriculture. You say a lot to Nigeria you don't want to do, but you know that it is good. You have beautified it for us now that we like it. Those ones that don't like it, can you also do the same for them? Now, let us take the action. Let's take the bull by the horn. Don't let us just say Nigeria youth are not. Why will it change? It won't change now. It will just keep getting worse. So let us as individuals, as corporate bodies, as well as civil societies, as probably a religious body as well, let us make it our duty to start correcting it. Is it options? Let's make the options available. There's tech. Tech is still the most lucrative as of now. And a lot of our youth want money. And the truth of it is it requires skills. Like they learn it, they have to learn it, they have to be engaged, and then they work legitimately. So they are being productive in that direction. If the ones that are done, okay, they don't pass through that learning, what are the other available options that will bring before them, and then they can be useful citizens and be more productive in the society? I feel like that's the way I can answer that now. Then the trending habit of youth dancing. Well, I said earlier that social media has also been one of the devices that has distracted the youth a lot, and it distracted, especially like this dancing nation now. Well, I don't know how true is that some people want to leave their school for dancing. I'm barely on TikTok. I'm barely on TikTok. The only reason I have it on my phone is because of this program. I was thinking that we will live stream on TikTok so that we can also attract those dancing people. But after first day, nobody joined from there. So we are only on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. So the dancing people on TikTok, I don't know. But like you said, when we copy things because we see it on social media without having deep understanding of how those things are, we will get it wrong. Because I know that if a student is in a what they call it now, high school and or a college, and you are practicing basketball or football or soccer for the school, you will be placed on scholarship because of that, because you are representing the school. However, to maintain that scholarship, you also need to maintain a grade level. You may also be a dancer for the school, but you still need to maintain a grade level. You may be whatever social activity that you are doing for the school. You have to maintain a grade level so that the school will keep paying your school fees, or they send you back to your house. And because of that, a lot of them manage and balance these activities. You see them online, they dance, they play, they do everything, but they know that they still have to focus on their academics. But here in Nigeria, there's nothing like that. Most of them, they are doing paying their school fees. Their parents are paying their school fees, and still they are not even bothered about the education. They are copying the other parts. They don't even have full understanding the part. So how do we correct that? Well, I don't know. Maybe you as a person too. Hello, you as a person can also be an agent of change in that direction. You can use that platform to educate them too. That let us reduce our dancing here. Sometimes you see good content on TikTok now. It's not the time that so let us continue the conversation. Let us tell them the adverse effects, that the people you are copying, they are not even doing it the way you think they are doing it. Alright? So, and some of them, it's even a job. Some of these dancers abroad, a job, like they are paid for it. Some of them dance to music that they are being paid for. So, but yeah, you just pick up your phone, you lose focus. Alright? So, do you have other questions? Okay, you still have more questions.
My name is Victor Amluku. One of the questions I would like to ask is, because our education system, to be precise, I studied architecture in Federal University of Technology, and FUTA being one of the best schools you can have around, they are really doing a great job. But I feel it's a generic issue all over, especially in this part of the world. The kind of curriculum that is on ground. Now you find out that when a student goes for IT prior to his final year, that's when you discover that whatever that is going on outside is usually very different from what is being taught from his first year in school up until the time you go for IT. Now let me use my department as an example, architecture. There are several softwares that are used, and there are a lot of innovations that technology has brought into that department. But you find out that in the schooling system, the way the course is being taught, which is similar, which is also applicable in several places, you see that they are still following the old pattern of doing things and refuse to move with the trend that we have on ground. So when somebody go for, or he find himself in a different sphere or in the field, he discovered that the person cannot keep up with the trend based on the fact that there is no incorporation of the change in the trend in the education system. So I've seen that to be an issue. So I want to ask that what can be done, because I know that a lot of parastatals are involved, not only the government but the lecturers and everybody is needed to effect these changes. But what can they do? What are the progressive steps that can be taken to suit the curriculum to what is working, and also to make it attractive? Because you mentioned attractiveness, like making these things attractive. I think one of the reasons why people don't seem interested in education as it were is because education seems not to be attractive again. I could remember the people you read about, most of them in their own time, education was very attractive. You just know that once you are educated, there is this leverage you have automatically. It's no longer like that anymore. You see somebody that he does not have a certificate, but the money he's making is like doing well. So you see that people that are serious with education, there is no motivation in the long run. So that's the question I have. I hope you get it.
Yeah, those are very beautiful questions, but I'm sure that if you had been a part of us on Tuesday, you would have had more understanding, because the truth of the matter is the way you explained it was the way we had that conversation. And concerning the educational aspect, from this particular event, myself as a person, I've taken up some certain assignments, some call to actions that my brand Talk with the Duke has to achieve and have to pursue. All right. And the first one we decided to go. We decided to after this will be actively involved in climate action, addressing issues surrounding climate change, ensure that the people are more informed about the dangers of climate change and how we can actually provide solutions, get unnecessary bodies aware, because the government is actually doing next to zero, and it's something that is alarming, and we need to address it as fast as possible. Now the second one is education. Why there were so many discussions on education, hiking tuition, this and that, payment of free education, we should start calling for free education and all of that. And but in all of that, the area that interests me, and when I say interest me, it automatically interests my brand, is the curriculum that is being used to teach across all levels. The curriculum is outdated. In fact, when I was explaining it, I also mentioned FUTA. I'm a graduate of FUTA. I have so many, when I was also many friends that are in architecture, and then I cited the example that I'm not even sure that they taught AutoCAD. But I now say that in FUTA, there is barely a student that is not working. And I said it's because of the level of exposure. That these things are not taught in school. That you guys carry your board to classes and all of that. But in the reality of science, you don't need those boards anymore. That's even AutoCAD, the list of this. I know AutoCAD is like the basic, most basic. So you should know how to education, but it's the basic of all. They don't even teach. So the curriculum of syllabus has to be revisited totally from kindergarten. There's nothing wrong if GSS 1, 2, 3 students are being taught the constitution of Nigeria. They should start to have that enlightenment. They should have to know their rights as citizens. So total, we are in the 21st century. Our professors are teaching us what their professors taught them with. How long will we continue to do that? How will we be able to solve problems that we see now? When the solutions in those books are problems of 18th centuries. So I'm going to kickstart that. it's going to, obviously it's a national project because we are going to budget the whole country, like, so we are going to devise all possible means, talk to all relevant agencies, gather support from everybody that we can gather support from. Anybody that's ready to join us in the movement, we are going to, it's going to be an open one that we will make sure that we call for this. I know so a lot of people have tried this in the past. We're not going to be the first, but we will also call for it. We'll make sure that they hear that we are calling for it, and then we'll try to this time around even provide them with options. Possibly, if I'll get a lot of academians that can look deeper into these things across all sectors, STEM, arts, and all of that. We need to revisit all of this. The standard of education cannot continue like this, and we expect productivity to increase. A lot of people say you go to school, you cannot do motor. Did they teach them how to do the motor in the school? When mechanical are in class from morning to Friday, they are barely in the lab. Even the little lab there is just little machine that is like for weather's use. Because I did ME. I studied food science and technology, but I did ME. What that is in their lab is just pipe that you start you turn it to round edge, you turn it to curved edge, and mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. I did EE too now. All they have is extension boxes, all these sockets, one socket, all these that they use in physics lab that you touch the something, you measure the something. That's all. How you do expect that person to help you wire, to help you manage the wiring of a building? You can't expect productivity to increase when they are not teaching you anything in school. You can't be blaming this guy that he went to school. He's not. What did they teach him in that school? Did you ask? What methods were used? The lecturer will just come, they just dump handouts in your front. I said it there when the vice chancellor of FUTA was there. So I told her that we will address the curriculum of universities. I said across all levels, we are going to start talking about it because productivity has to increase. And that is where it starts from. So that's
Thank you very much. Since we said it is the voice of change, and our voice must be heard, I want to say this, that there is going to be, the government should try as much as possible to declare state of emergency on education. We need to overhaul the whole system.
Yes.
I remembered while I was an undergraduate, there was a day, I read mathematics and statistics. There was a day we were in the class. The lecturer was just writing out the jargon, sigma, field, beta, alpha, and the like. Somebody just stood up and said, "Sir, you are just bombarding us with all this among the students. Where are we going to apply this in the field?" I love his answer. He said, "I was taught the same way I am teaching you. Take it in." Until I graduated, I worked with a civil engineer, a professor of civil engineering. He taught me a lot of things on civil engineering. The man told me, he said, "Do you remember your Pythagoras theorem of those days?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "You want to set out a building, apply the Pythagoras." I said, "Apply the Pythagoras?" He said, "Yes." "What is the Pythagoras?" He said, "The root of length, the root of the length and the root of the breadth, add it together, get the square root of the two, and that gives you the diagonal." I said, "Yes." He said, "Take a point here, a coordinate, take another point there." I measured it. When we transfer the other to the other side, he gave us a perfect square. I said, "Wow, this is what I learned in the university, in the secondary school, that I never knew its application." So that is one. And at the same time, I remembered when we were building with EPS, the architects we understand. When we're building at the back of the engineering, I supervised that project in FUTA. So when we were building, some people came around and said, "What is this?" I said, "This is what's called expanded polystyrene, EPS." Say, "Oh, we had it during our lecture." That was when they moved the student of Aki and the student of civil engineer and that of building to my side to explain details. Because they had it, but they have never seen it. So we need to see it. A friend of mine went to China. He said the project he was bragging about brought to the lab by a primary school student in China. He said what he was planning to do as PhD, they are doing it in secondary school. He dropped it. His professor now told him, can you now see yourself? So that shows something is wrong with education here. So we need to, the government need to do this now to declare state of emergency on our education by overhauling the whole system. Thank you.
Question.
All protocols duly observed. My name is Ajay Emmanuel, Director of Programs Youth Heed, President and Founder OSMD Movement. I am a community organizer and I must commend you, Duke. We've been privileged to work on several projects in Ondo State, myself and Christopher. Am I right, sir? In this state, from December to March 2023, we had a PVC bus drive 2.0 where we traversed the 18 local government areas of the state, having sensitizations, having town hall meetings, assisting people to get their voters card for free using buses through funding from United Nations Development Program, UNDP, We Vote Nigeria, Yaga Africa, and several other civil society organizations. So now, Mr. Christopher, being a civil society person, I would like to ask you that what do you think you can do for us to amplify what we are doing as people in the state, as stakeholders in the state? What do you think you can do for us as to call for more support? How can you help us call for more support so that we can do much more in the state? Thank you.
Well, my answer will be very short. I've always been a part of the civil society. You know that. So the best I can do is that I will continue to be a part of the civil society. Anytime, because now my involvement will now be, I will be having so many mass movements. So and I'll be very delighted if it can be the organizations work with my organizations work with the organizations, and we ensure that we actually get results, and then we get results. The most important thing is results. No, it's not. We cannot. It's not just okay if we just let our voice. We just say government must do this, government should do this, and we don't get results. But if we can work together, cooperate, together, we can collaborate. It will further give our cause more strength, more credibility, and then the chances of results is higher. So that is one thing that we'll definitely get. Any other questions? Okay. No other questions? Honorable sir? I would like to continue on our revisiting of speeches from inspirational leaders. We'll be revisiting Chancellor Angela Merkel on global partnership and sustainable development. The topic is global partnership and sustainable development by Chancellor Angela Merkel. Ladies and gentlemen, in the heart of this marathon speech that is about to come to an end in a few hours, we already broke Guinness World Records of 90 hours yesterday, and so we are, every moment I'm talking, we are setting a new record. We just feel like let us, there's this strength, let's still keep doing it, let's still keep engaging, let's still keep letting the voice call for the change. Yeah. So Let us look at the address of Chancellor Angela Merkel and dive into a narration that spans the nexus of development, security, and international cooperation. This speech, delivered in a pivotal moment of history, outlined the enduring importance of United Nations Millennium Declaration and its profound impact in shaping a more equitable and just world. Join me as we journey through the insights and calls of actions that continue to reverberate from this address, reminding us of the shared responsibility. Speech. This is not the speech by Chancellor Angela Merkel. The United Nations Millennium Declaration of 2000 has lent international development policy a whole new foundation and legitimization in terms of development partnership on a one common basis. This vision shows that we can only successfully fight poverty, disease and hunger worldwide, while a new partnership between donor and recipient countries and a clear definition of target. Based on international principles and imbued with the spirit of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Millennium Declaration is the framework for shaping globalization and equitably, and shaping globalization equitably. It sets out 4 areas in which actions must be taken: peace and security, poverty reduction, protection of environment, as well as promotion of human rights, democracy, and good governance. The Millennium Development Goals delineates these areas to concrete terms and thus represent the international frame of reference for our development policy. The German government also bases its development policy on these principles, thus strengthen the collective efforts of us all. Sustainable progress on development requires that we tackle all 4 challenges together, for they are mutually dependent. I'm firmly convinced, therefore, that the Millennium Declaration and the Millennium Development Goals must not be interpreted as a kind of menu from which we can choose what we like best. For we know, and this applies throughout the world, that there is no development without security or insecurity development. Development policy measures cannot be effective without security, and in turn, peacekeeping efforts will lead nowhere if there is no development prospect. This shows how right former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan was when he said that development policy was an investment in a secure future. Moreover, sustainable development as well as economic and social progress are unthinkable without good governance and respect for human rights. But let's be honest, this sounds simple in theory, but it's always more difficult to translate into practical consequences. 10 years ago, the international community adopted the right goals. Unfortunately, today we have to admit that we probably won't achieve any millennium goals by 2015. However, I'm fairly convinced that these goals remain valid and must be rigorously implemented. I believe that this should be the central message of this summit 10 years after adoption of the Millennium Declaration. Noticeable progress has been made on certain individual millennium goals. For example, some progress has been made on basic education, gender equality, and also combating hunger and poverty. However, hunger and malnutrition still persist at an unacceptably high level. If 100 million fewer people suffered hunger last year, the figure of more than 900 million people around the world who face hunger and poverty is unacceptable. All in all, we see considerably difference both in the achievement of individual goals and at regional level. Particularly in parts of sub-Sahara, there are still huge problems. The global economic and financial crisis made the prospect even bleaker for this vulnerable region. This raises the question, what can, indeed, what must we do to make greater and more rapid progress? There is no doubt in my mind that we have to further improve the effectiveness of development policy instruments. For me, the solution is obvious. We need to focus more on results. In this regard, I believe result-based financing is a promising approach. I have talked about this very often with many partners on the sideline of this event, and the reaction has been positive. It is obvious that a clear focus on results can be combined with greater leeway for national policies. That would make it easier to take into account the unique features of the country in question. There is one thing we all have to accept. Primary responsibility for development lies first and foremost with the government of developing countries. It is in their hands whether aid is effective. Therefore, support for good governance is just as important as aid itself. Today, emerging economics shows that the development policy can either only be successful if there is national ownership and national implementation. This also implies to mobilizing the necessary resources. ODA funding can, with the exception of emergency situations, only be a contribution to natural resources. Never a substitute for them, nor can development aid continue indefinitely. The task is therefore to use limited resources as effectively as possible. This can work through good governance. This can work through good governance, which taps the country's economic potential. The countries themselves must promote the development of a market economy, the setting up and expansion of SMEs, and the strengthening of rural areas. There are many good projects which gives us hope for the future. Without self-sustaining economic growth, the Millennium Development Goals cannot be achieved. Indeed, not even the current level of progress can be maintained. This is why Germany sees its role in development cooperation as a responsible supporter of countries. Only efforts within a broad-based partnership. We know Germany know where our strength lies, but we also know our limits. It is obvious that global problems call for global efforts. One successful example is the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, a multilateral instrument which has proven itself. The help provided by the fund reaches people directly. The implementation of the Millennium Declaration and the achievement of the Millennium Development Goals depend on effective international organizations. That effectiveness is what people all over the world see as a yardstick for the United Nations. The forum in which we are speaking today is is up to us member states to make it the UN fit for the challenge of this 21st century. And for that reason, Germany will continue to work resolutely for united reforms. Due to its universality and the resulting legitimacy for us, the UN is a center forum for international cooperation. Germany is the third largest financial contributor in the UN budget. It's also the third largest donor of development aid. Even during the financial crisis, we didn't cut our aid budget. We continue to strive to meet the target of 0.7% of GDP for development aid. We see ourselves as a reliable partner to the UN. Based on that understanding among nations can only succeed if cooperation is based on equality and equal rights for all countries. With this in mind, let me reaffirm Germany's commitment and responsibility as part of collective responsibility to the international community. Thank you very much. From this insightful speech, several key lessons can be gained. Interconnectedness of development and security. The speech emphasizes development of security as intertwined and independent. It highlights the necessity of addressing poverty, disease, hunger, and education within a framework of peace and security. This underscores the idea that a stable and secure environment is a prerequisite for sustainable development and vice versa. Global Partnership for Development. The United Nations Minimum Declaration is presented as a foundational framework for global development partnership. The speech underscores the significance of collaboration and promoting development necessitates collective effort and shared responsibility. Holistic approach to development. The Millennium Development Goals are outlined as encompassing peace and security, poverty reduction, environmental protection, human rights. The speech emphasizes the interdependence of these goals and the need to address them collectively. As progress in one area supports progress in another, result-based financing and good governance. The speech advocates for a shift towards result-based financing and development effort. It highlights the importance of countries taking ownership of their development and implementing effective governance to ensure the effectiveness of the aid. Good governance, national economic growth, and sustainability are underscored as crucial components of successful development. National ownership and implementation. This speech stretched out primary responsibility of development lies with the government and developing countries. It emphasizes the importance of national ownership, sustainable economic growth, and self-sufficiency in economic endeavor. International aid is seen as a component to, not a substitute for, national resources and effort. UN's role in global cooperation. The United Nations is positioned as a central forum for international cooperation, with its effectiveness seen as crucial to addressing global challenges. The speech calls for UN reform and highlights the need for its universal legitimacy and equality-based cooperation. Integral development and security. Acknowledge the inseparable connection between development and security. Strive to find holistic solutions that address poverty, disease, equality while ensuring peace and stability. Invest in conflict prevention, diplomacy and international cooperation. Global partnership. From this speech, we will learn that we should embrace global partnership, we should recognize that no single entity can solve complex global issues alone. Foster collaboration between nations, international organizations, and civil society, and the private sector to pool resources and expertise for achieving shared goals. Sustainability and self-reliance. Prioritize sustainability and self-reliance in development strategies. Promote inclusive economic growth that benefit all stages of society. Invest in education, healthcare, and infrastructure to empower communities and create a foundation of long-term improvements. Shared responsibility. Encourage all nations, particularly economically developed ones, to fulfill their responsibility in a global development agenda. Increase official development assistance by also exploring innovative ways to mobilize resources. Ensure the aid is aligned with national priorities and respect the autonomy and recipient countries. Adaptation to modern challenges. Apply the core principles of the speed to contemporary challenges. Address issues such as climate change,